Hey story enthusiasts! This is Fanfic Adventure bringing you another gem. In this video, we present to you what if Naruto was reincarnated in Black Clover and received a 10-leaf grimoire with the power of Kurama. If you enjoy these stories as much as we enjoy sharing them, please like, subscribe, and share with your friends. Let's dive in. Chapter 1, Fox Among Clovers. The dream always started the same way. Naruto Windcaller stood on water, chakra, no, mana, flowing through his feet. Across from him, a man with spiky orange hair and strange rippled eyes stared back. Pain. The name surfaced from somewhere deep in Naruto's consciousness, familiar yet distant, like trying to recall a book read years ago. Do you hate me? Pain asked. Before Naruto could answer, the dreamscape shifted. He was suddenly older, standing amidst the ruins of a battlefield. Bodies of shinobi from all villages lay scattered around him. A pale woman with horns floated above, her third eye open and red. You cannot stop what is coming, she said, her voice echoing across time and space. Our clan will find you, even across dimensions. Naruto bolted upright, sweat beading on his forehead. Sunlight streamed through the small window of the orphanage dormitory. Another day in Hage Village, another morning waking from memories of a life he shouldn't remember. Dreaming about being the Wizard King again, Whiskers. Naruto turned to see Nash, one of the younger orphans, watching him from the next bed over. The nickname had stuck from the first day Naruto had shown up at the church orphanage 3 years ago, a 12-year-old with no memories of this world but strange whisker marks on his cheeks. Something like that, Naruto muttered, rubbing his face. He'd long stopped trying to explain his dreams to anyone. Who would believe he had memories of another life, another world where he had been a ninja with a fox demon sealed inside him? Better hurry. Sister Lily's already started breakfast, and today's the Grimoire Ceremony. You don't want to be late for that, do you? The Grimoire Ceremony. Naruto's stomach knotted with anticipation and dread. In his former life, he'd struggled with chakra control and basic ninjutsu. Would magic be the same? Would he fail again, become the dead last, the loser? No. This was his second chance. He wouldn't waste it. Naruto dressed quickly in his best clothes, a faded orange tunic over a black shirt and pants, clothes he'd insisted on despite Sister Lily's suggestion of more subdued colors. Some habits from his past life remained. Downstairs, Father Orsi was giving one of his overly emotional pep talks to the other orphans who would be attending the ceremony, Yuno, Asta, and Remy. Yuno stood stoic as ever, while Asta pumped his fists with determination. Remy, a quiet girl with auburn hair, just nodded along. There you are, Naruto. Father Orsi exclaimed, tears already streaming down his face. 4 of my children getting their grimoires today. I'm so proud I could burst. Please don't, Naruto said with a grin. You'd flood the whole village. Sister Lily placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. Are you nervous? Me? Nervous? Naruto laughed too loudly. I'm gonna get the best grimoire ever. Believe it. The phrase slipped out sometimes, a linguistic tick from his past life. Asta pointed at him and laughed. That's my line. I'm going to be the Wizard King. In your dreams, magicless, Nash retorted. Everyone knows Yuno's going to be the Wizard King. Naruto watched as Asta bristled but didn't back down. He had to admire the kid's spirit. In some ways, Asta reminded him of himself, in both lives. Underestimated, but determined. The difference was that Naruto could feel magic power within himself, churning like the chakra he once knew, while Asta had none at all. After a hasty breakfast and more tearful encouragement from Father Orsi, the 4 teenagers made their way toward the Grimoire Tower. The March morning was crisp, the first hints of spring evident in the budding trees and the scent of thawing earth. So, Naruto, Remy said, falling into step beside him. What kind of magic do you think you'll get? Naruto shrugged. Something awesome. That's not very specific, Yuno commented dryly. Yeah, well, not all of us have been floating feathers since we were babies, Mr. Wind Magic, Naruto retorted. The truth was, Naruto had felt something strange inside him since arriving in this world, something separate from his own magic power. It reminded him of Kurama's presence, but muted, dormant. He'd never mentioned it to anyone. They arrived at the Grimoire Tower to find it already crowded with other 15-year-olds from the region. Naruto noticed the divide immediately, the nobles and wealthier commoners on one side, the peasants and orphans on the other. Some things never changed, regardless of the world. Look at these peasants thinking they'll actually amount to something, a noble boy with wavy brown hair sneered as they passed. Ignore him, Yuno said, but Naruto was already turning. Hey, fancy pants, Naruto called out. Talk big now, but we'll see who's laughing when I'm a magic knight captain and you're still riding daddy's coattails. The noble's face reddened. Why, you insolent, save it for after you get your grimoire, an older man in official robes interrupted. If you have one, that is. He gave Naruto a warning look before moving toward the central platform. Naruto grinned. Some things never changed, including his ability to get under people's skin. Inside the tower, shelves upon shelves of grimoires lined the circular walls, reaching up toward a domed ceiling. Naruto gazed in wonder. Each book contained someone's magical future, their potential, their destiny. Somewhere in this room was his. The master of ceremonies, an elderly man with a long beard, took his place on the platform. Welcome, young mages, to your Grimoire Acceptance Ceremony. Today, you take your first step toward becoming true magic users of the Clover Kingdom. The speech continued, explaining the significance of grimoires and how they would choose their owners based on compatibility. Naruto only half listened, scanning the shelves, wondering which grimoire would be his. Now, let the ceremony begin. The air filled with light as grimoires began to float from the shelves, each one finding its destined owner. Yuno's ceremony was particularly spectacular. A 4-leaf clover grimoire, something not seen in years, chose him amidst gasps and murmurs. Naruto watched as grimoire after grimoire found their owners. Even Remy received hers, a blue-covered book with intricate silver designs. Only he and Asta remained grimoireless. A sense of déjà vu washed over him. Was this his fate? To be left behind again? Then the air in the tower changed. A heaviness descended, like the pressure before a storm. The master of ceremonies looked up in confusion. What's happening? The floor beneath Naruto's feet began to glow with strange symbols, markings he recognized from somewhere deep in his memories. Swirling patterns like sealing jutsu from his former life, but mixed with the magical runes of this world. What did you do? Someone accused, backing away from him. Nothing. Naruto protested, but the glow intensified. The stone floor split open, revealing a hidden chamber beneath the tower. From its depths rose not a grimoire but a scroll, ancient and golden, hovering before Naruto. The scroll unfurled itself, pages materializing as it transformed into a grimoire unlike any other. Where most grimoires bore a 3-leaf clover, and Yuno's rare one bore 4, this one displayed a golden emblem with 10 leaves. Impossible, the master whispered. Not even a 5-leaf demon grimoire, but 10. The grimoire floated to Naruto, and as his fingers touched its cover, a shock of energy surged through him. The whisker marks on his cheeks darkened, his canines sharpened slightly, and his blue eyes flashed red for just a moment. Kurama, he whispered. The world around him faded. Naruto found himself standing in a familiar sewer-like mindscape, but changed. Golden magic symbols floated in the water at his feet, and the walls seemed to shift between concrete and the inside of a massive tree. Before him stood an enormous cage, its bars comprised of twisted magical writing. Behind them, 2 massive red eyes opened. So, rumbled a voice Naruto had thought he'd never hear again. You finally found me, Kit. Kurama. Naruto rushed forward. You're here. But how? We're in a different world. The nine-tailed fox regarded him with an expression that might have been amusement. Did you think something as trivial as dimensional boundaries could separate us? Our souls are linked beyond time and space. But I died, Naruto said. I remember dying. And being reborn, Kurama confirmed. Though something interfered with the natural cycle. We were meant for the Pure Land, but instead, we ended up here, a world of magic rather than chakra. Naruto pressed his hand against the bars. Can you get out? Like before. Kurama shook his massive head. This isn't a seal of your making. This grimoire, it's bound me differently. I cannot exit freely, but my power, transformed into this world's magic, can flow through you. Fox magic? Naruto guessed. Something like that. But be careful. This world has its own rules, its own dangers. And I sense others. Others? Like, from our world. Kurama's eyes narrowed. Perhaps. Now go. They're waiting for you. Naruto blinked, and he was back in the tower, grimoire in hand. Everyone was staring at him with expressions ranging from fear to awe to suspicion. What kind of grimoire is that? Someone asked. Naruto looked down at the book in his hands. The cover bore intricate designs reminiscent of both Uzushio sealing techniques and the magical patterns of this world. At its center, the 10-leaf clover gleamed gold. It's mine, he said simply, closing it with a snap. The ceremony concluded in a haze of whispers and pointed looks. As they exited the tower, several people gave Naruto a wide berth. Even the nobles seemed too stunned to mock him. That was amazing. Asta exclaimed, apparently the only one not intimidated. What kind of magic do you have? Before Naruto could answer, the noble who had mocked them earlier stepped into their path, flanked by his friends. Freak, he spat. Only demons have unusual grimoires. Everyone knows that. Naruto felt a flash of anger, but Yuno stepped forward. If you're done embarrassing yourself, Yuno said coldly, we have places to be. The noble wasn't deterred. Stay out of this, Four-Leaf. This monster shouldn't even be allowed to keep that grimoire. It's unnatural. You know what else is unnatural? Naruto said, opening his grimoire. The pages glowed, and orange magic power began to swirl around his hand. Me kicking your ass with magic I just got. The noble backed up, but his pride wouldn't let him retreat completely. You wouldn't dare attack a noble. You'd be executed. Naruto, Remy cautioned, he's not worth it. For a moment, Naruto considered unleashing whatever spell was forming at his fingertips. Then he remembered all the times his temper had gotten him into trouble in his past life. With effort, he closed the grimoire. You're right, he said to Remy. He's not. As they walked away, Naruto could feel the noble's glare boring into his back. He'd made an enemy today, but that was nothing new. You didn't get a grimoire at all, did you? Nash asked Asta as they returned to the church. Asta's face fell, but only momentarily. I'll get one. I just have to try harder. Father Orsi and Sister Lily were waiting anxiously at the church door. Their expressions turned to amazement when they saw the grimoires. A 4-leaf clover grimoire. Father Orsi exclaimed, examining Yuno's book. And Remy, yours is beautiful. His gaze fell on Naruto's grimoire, and his smile faltered. And, what is that? Naruto held it up. A 10-leaf grimoire. Apparently, it's special. Special? Sister Lily echoed. I've never heard of such a thing. Neither had anyone at the ceremony, Yuno said. It emerged from beneath the tower. Father Orsi's face paled. From beneath, but that's where the ancient temple ruins are. From before the grimoire tower was built. Naruto opened the grimoire, examining its pages. Most were blank, waiting to be filled with spells, but a few already contained writing in a script he recognized as similar to the language from his homeworld. "Can you read it?" Sister Lily asked, peering over his shoulder. "Some of it," Naruto admitted. "It says, 'To the vessel who carries the will of fire across worlds, I grant the power of the nine-tailed fox, transformed by this realm's magic.'" 9 tails? Nash frowned. "But there are 10 leaves on your grimoire." Naruto ran his finger over the emblem. "The 10th must represent something else." Sister Lily touched the grimoire gingerly. "Is it safe?" "There are stories about 5-leaf grimoires being possessed by demons." "It's safe," Naruto assured her, though he wasn't entirely certain himself. "It feels right, somehow. Like it was waiting for me." That night, Naruto sat on the church roof, grimoire open in his lap, staring at the stars. They were different from the stars in his original world, yet somehow familiar after 3 years. "Couldn't sleep?" Yuno asked, joining him on the roof with his own grimoire. "Too much to think about," Naruto admitted. Yuno nodded. "The Magic Knight's entrance exam is in 6 months. We should start training with our new grimoires." Always thinking ahead, Naruto grinned. "But you're right. I need to figure out what I can do with this thing." "Your magic feels different," Yuno observed. "Even before today, it never felt like normal magic." Naruto hesitated. Could he trust Yuno with the truth? The stoic boy had never been particularly close to him, always keeping everyone at a distance. "I'm not from here," he finally said. "Not just Hage Village. I mean, I'm not from this world." He expected disbelief or dismissal, but Yuno simply nodded. "I suspected as much. The way you talk sometimes, the strange things you knew. You believe me?" Naruto blinked in surprise. "This world is full of mysteries. Another world existing isn't the strangest possibility." Yuno shrugged. "Besides, your grimoire emerging from beneath the tower suggests ancient magic. Perhaps even magic from before the time of the first Wizard King." Naruto smiled. He'd underestimated Yuno's openness to the impossible. "In my world, I was a ninja, a shinobi. We used chakra instead of magic. And I had a creature sealed inside me. A 9-tailed fox named Kurama. And now it's in your grimoire," Yuno concluded. "Something like that. I don't know exactly how it works yet." Naruto flipped through the blank pages. "I need to figure it out before the entrance exam." "Then we should train together," Yuno suggested. "Starting tomorrow." The next morning began a new routine. After chores, Naruto and Yuno would head to the forest outside Hage to practice with their grimoires. Asta often joined them, despite not having a grimoire of his own, determined to build his physical strength in the absence of magic. Naruto's first attempts at spells were unpredictable. When he tried to channel magic through the grimoire, sometimes nothing happened. Other times, bursts of orange energy would erupt uncontrollably, scorching trees or creating small explosions. "You're forcing it," Yuno observed after a particularly frustrating session. "Magic responds to emotion and intention, but it needs direction." "I know that," Naruto growled, frustrated. "It's just different from chakra." He closed his eyes, focusing on the feeling of Kurama's presence within the grimoire. Unlike the seal in his previous life, this connection felt more symbiotic, less forced. "Let's try something familiar," he murmured to himself. Naruto held out his hand, remembering the sensation of creating a shadow clone. The grimoire floated beside him, pages turning to a previously blank section that now filled with writing as orange magic circled his palm. "Fox mirror magic, shadow double." There was a puff of orange smoke, and when it cleared, a perfect copy of Naruto stood beside him, grinning with the same whisker-marked face. "I did it," both Narutos exclaimed in unison. Yuno raised an eyebrow, impressed despite himself. "Clone magic is rare, and usually limited to illusions. But this. He reached out to touch the clone, finding it solid. This is a physical duplicate. In my world, I could make thousands of these, Naruto boasted, then frowned. But it feels different here. Heavier. I don't think I could make nearly as many. Over the weeks that followed, Naruto discovered more spells as they appeared in his grimoire. His fox mirror magic expanded to include not just clones but transformations. His fox spiral magic manifested as swirling orange energy that resembled his former Rasengan. And when he tapped deeper into Kurama's power, fox cloak magic surrounded him with a bubbling aura of orange magic that enhanced his physical abilities. Word of Naruto's unusual grimoire spread through Hage Village and beyond. Some parents began keeping their children away from the church. Others whispered about demons and curses when Naruto passed by in the market. Ignore them, Sister Lily advised when she noticed his downcast expression after a particularly vicious rumor. People fear what they don't understand. I'm used to it, Naruto said with a sad smile. In my old life, people feared what was inside me too. 2 months before the Magic Knight's entrance exam, a visitor arrived in Hage Village, a magic knight with a gold rose cross on his robe. The entire village buzzed with excitement. A magic knight. Here in Hage. Do you think they're recruiting early? Probably just passing through. Nobody from Hage ever becomes a magic knight except by miracle. Naruto was practicing behind the church, working on a new spell that combined his fox mirror and fox spiral magic, when he felt someone watching him. He turned to find a man with a white cape and ornate robes observing with interest. Impressive control for someone so young, the man said. Especially with such unusual magic. Naruto closed his grimoire warily. Who are you? Julius Navachrono, the man introduced himself with a smile that seemed genuinely warm. I'm the Wizard King. Naruto's eyes widened. The Wizard King himself, here in Hage. Watching him practice. Thank you, sir, Naruto stammered, bowing awkwardly. I'm Naruto Windcaller. I know, Julius said. News of a 10-leaf grimoire travels fast, even to the capital. May I see it? Hesitantly, Naruto handed over his grimoire. Julius examined it with childlike fascination, tracing the 10-leaf clover emblem. Extraordinary, he murmured. In all my studies of magical artifacts, I've never encountered anything like this. He handed the grimoire back. Tell me, Naruto, do you intend to take the Magic Knight's entrance exam? Yes, sir. In 2 months. Julius nodded approvingly. Good. I look forward to seeing what you can do in a more formal setting. His eyes twinkled. A word of advice, don't hold back. The captains appreciate seeing a mage's full potential. After Julius left, Naruto stood stunned for several minutes. The Wizard King had come specifically to see him. To see his grimoire. What did that mean? As the day of the entrance exam approached, tension in the church rose. Yuno spent more time training alone, perfecting his wind magic. Asta trained his body relentlessly, still determined despite not having a grimoire. And Naruto divided his time between mastering his spells and communicating with Kurama. There's something strange about this world, Kurama told him during one of their mindscape conversations. Magic here feels familiar somehow. Like chakra, but evolved differently. Could there be a connection between our worlds? Naruto asked. Perhaps. The Otsutsuki clan traveled between dimensions. It's possible they visited this one as well. The morning of the exam, Father Orsi sobbed dramatically as he bid farewell to Yuno, Asta, who had miraculously received a 5-leaf grimoire just days before, and Naruto. My children, going off to become magic knights, he wailed. I'm so proud. Sister Lily handed each of them a packed lunch and a small charm for good luck. Remember, no matter what happens today, you'll always have a home here. Naruto tucked the charm into his pocket, touched by the gesture. In 3 years, this place had become as much a home to him as Konoha had ever been. The journey to the capital took most of the day. As they approached the city, Naruto marveled at the sight. The royal capital was a sprawling metropolis, with the castle at its center and magical transportation zipping between buildings. "It's bigger than I imagined," he admitted. "Focus," Yuno reminded him. "We're here to become magic knights, not tourists." The examination grounds were already crowded when they arrived. Mages from all over the kingdom had gathered, the majority from noble families judging by their fine clothes and haughty expressions. "Wow! Look at all these people!" Asta exclaimed, drawing irritated glances with his loud voice. Naruto took a deep breath, centering himself. This was it. The first step toward building a new life in this world. Toward finding his new ninja way, or rather, his magic knight way. The exam began with a series of magical aptitude tests. Mana sensitivity, spell control, magical power, all were tested under the watchful eyes of the magic knight captains who sat on a raised platform. Naruto recognized a few from descriptions he'd heard: William Vengeance of the Golden Dawn with his masked face, Charlotte Roselay of the Blue Rose Knights with her stern expression, Jack the Ripper of the Green Mantis with his scythe-like blades. And at the end, looking thoroughly bored, sat Yami Sukahiro of the Black Bulls, smoking despite the formal setting. The first test involved using magic to hit targets at varying distances. When Naruto's turn came, he stepped forward, grimoire floating beside him. Whispers followed him. "That's him, the one with the 10-leaf grimoire. They say it's demon magic. I heard the Wizard King himself visited him." Naruto tuned out the voices, focusing on the targets. He opened his grimoire to a spell he'd been perfecting. Fox Spiral Magic, Seeking Orb. Orange energy gathered in his palm, forming a compressed sphere that spun rapidly. With a flick of his wrist, Naruto sent it flying toward the first target. The orb hit dead center, then bounced off, adjusting its trajectory to hit each subsequent target in turn, leaving smoking holes through their centers. Murmurs of appreciation rose from the captain's table. Yami sat up slightly, his interest seemingly piqued. The next test involved creating something with magic. Many nobles created elaborate sculptures or beautiful magical constructs. When Naruto's turn came, he decided to show off a bit. Fox Mirror Magic, Shadow Legion. Orange smoke billowed around him, and when it cleared, 20 perfect copies of Naruto stood in formation, each solid and capable of independent action. As one, they bowed to the captains, then performed a synchronized series of acrobatic flips before poofing out of existence. "Show off," Yuno muttered, but there was a hint of a smile on his face. The final test was combat. Mages were paired against each other to demonstrate their battle capabilities. Naruto found himself matched against a noble with earth magic. "Begin," the proctor announced. The noble moved first, sending a wave of sharpened stone spikes toward Naruto. Earth magic, Stone Spear Forest. Naruto didn't dodge. Instead, he opened his grimoire to a new page. Fox Cloak Magic, First Tail. Orange magic bubbled around him, forming a translucent layer that shaped itself like a fox's cloak around his body. The stone spikes shattered against it harmlessly. "What kind of defensive magic is that?" someone in the crowd exclaimed. Naruto grinned, feeling Kurama's power flowing through him. With enhanced speed, he dashed forward, appearing behind the noble before he could react. Fox Spiral Magic, Swirling Impact. His palm, covered in spinning orange energy, struck the noble's back, sending him flying across the arena to crash into the wall. The noble slumped, unconscious but unharmed. Silence fell over the examination grounds, followed by excited chatter. Naruto closed his grimoire, the fox cloak dissipating, and bowed to the captains. As he returned to where Yuno and Asta waited, Naruto noticed Julius watching from a balcony above, a pleased expression on his face. Beside him stood a hooded figure whose presence made Naruto's skin prickle with unease. That was amazing. Asta exclaimed when Naruto rejoined them. Your magic is so cool. Thanks, Naruto said, his attention still on the hooded figure. But I think I might have overdone it. After all participants had completed the tests, the captains gathered to make their selections. One by one, successful candidates were called forward as captains raised their hands to indicate interest. Yuno, as expected, received offers from nearly every squad, ultimately choosing the Golden Dawn. Asta's path was more dramatic, rejected by everyone except Yami, who seemed intrigued by his anti-magic abilities. When Naruto's name was called, he stepped forward, heart pounding. This was it. His chance to become a magic knight, to find his place in this new world. Silence. Then, slowly, hands began to rise. Charlotte of the Blue Rose. Jack of the Green Mantis. Fugolian of the Crimson Lion Kings. And finally, Yami of the Black Bulls. Not William Vengeance, though. The Golden Dawn captain kept his hand down, his masked face unreadable. And several other captains seemed to deliberately abstain. Choose, the proctor instructed. Naruto's eyes moved between the captains who had raised their hands. The Blue Rose was exclusively female except for rare exceptions. The Green Mantis valued combat above all else. The Crimson Lion Kings were known for their honor and strength. And the Black Bulls, misfits, troublemakers, the worst squad by reputation but with a captain who seemed to see through pretense. I choose the Black Bulls, Naruto announced. Yami grinned around his cigarette. Good choice, kid. I like your style. After the ceremony concluded, Naruto found himself approached by a tall man with swept-back dark hair and a white mask covering half his face, William Vengeance. Naruto Windcaller, the Golden Dawn captain said softly. I wanted to speak with you, though I did not select you for my squad. Captain Vengeance, Naruto acknowledged warily. What about your grimoire? It contains power beyond what you've shown today. It wasn't a question. Power that could be problematic in the wrong hands. Are you saying my hands are wrong? Naruto challenged. Vengeance shook his head. No. But there are those who will see it that way. Be cautious, young mage. Not everyone welcomes unprecedented magic. Before Naruto could respond, Vengeance walked away, leaving him with an uneasy feeling. The captain's warning felt both genuine and somehow threatening. Yami approached next, slapping Naruto on the back hard enough to make him stumble. Welcome to the worst squad in the Clover Kingdom, kid. Hope you're ready for chaos. I was born ready for chaos, Naruto replied with a grin. When do I start? Now. We're heading back to the hideout. Your buddies from the sticks are coming too, the loud one without magic and that four-leaf prodigy joined the Golden Dawn. Yami jerked his thumb toward where Asta was excitedly bouncing around. Try to keep him from breaking anything important. As they prepared to depart, Naruto spotted the hooded figure from earlier speaking with Julius. Something about their posture, the way they moved, struck him as familiar. When the figure turned slightly, Naruto caught a glimpse of pale skin and what might have been a single, staring eye. His blood ran cold. It couldn't be. Not here. Hey, Whiskers. You coming or what? Yami called. Naruto tore his gaze away. Yeah, coming. The Black Bull's base turned out to be a sprawling, chaotic mansion that seemed architecturally impossible. Parts of it shifted and moved as they approached, rearranging itself like a living entity. Home sweet home, Yami announced, kicking open the front door. Oi, losers. We've got fresh meat. The scene inside was pure chaos. A small, gray-haired girl was devouring an impossible amount of food. A shirtless man with sunglasses was admiring himself in a mirror. A masked man sat silently in the corner. A woman in skimpy attire was drinking directly from a wine bottle. And in the middle of it all, a young woman with silver hair was desperately trying to maintain order. "Captain Yami. Welcome back," the silver-haired woman exclaimed. "Are these the new recruits you mentioned?" "Yeah. The loud one is Asta. No magic, but he's got a weird anti-magic sword. And this one's Naruto. He's got some freaky fox magic and a grimoire no one's seen before." Yami jerked his thumb at them. "Show them the ropes, Noel." "And me?" Noel stammered. "But I'm also new, you've been here 3 weeks. That makes you their senior." Yami grinned sadistically. "Have fun." As Yami wandered off, Noel turned to them with a haughty expression that didn't quite hide her nervousness. "Well, I suppose I can show you around. I am royalty, after all. Noel Silva. Nice to meet you." Asta practically shouted. "I'm Asta from Hage Village." Naruto Wind Caller. Naruto introduced himself with a small bow. "Also from Hage. Thanks for showing us around." Noel blinked, seemingly surprised by his manners. "Why yes, well. Follow me." She led them through the chaotic mansion, introducing the other black bulls, Magna Swing, the delinquent with a heart of fire magic, Luck Valtia, the battle-crazy lightning mage, Vanessa Enoteca, the thread magic user with a drinking problem, Gordon Agrippa, the poison magic user who mumbled inaudibly, Gray, the shy transformation mage, Gauche Adley, the sister-obsessed mirror mage, and Charmy Papitson, the food-loving cotton magic user. "And that's everyone," Noel concluded. "Except Finral, our spatial mage. He's probably out flirting somewhere. This place is awesome," Asta declared, eyes wide with excitement. Naruto nodded in agreement, though he felt slightly overwhelmed. Every member of the bulls seemed to have their quirks, their issues. They were indeed misfits, just like him. "So," Magna said, approaching them with a fireball dancing on his palm. "New guys gotta pass my initiation test." "Magna," Captain Yami said, "no more fireballs at the new recruits," Noel protested. "It's just a little hazing," Magna argued. "It's tradition." Naruto stepped forward. "I'm game." "What's the test?" Magna grinned wickedly. "Simple. Dodge or block my best shot." Without warning, he hurled a massive fireball directly at Naruto. The other bulls scattered, some shouting protests, others watching with interest. Naruto didn't flinch. His grimoire floated to his side, pages turning. Fox Cloak Magic, First Tale. The orange energy surrounded him just as the fireball hit. There was a blinding flash, and when it cleared, Naruto stood unharmed within his fox cloak, which had absorbed the fire. "Is that all you've got?" he asked with a vulpine grin. Magna's jaw dropped. "What the hell kind of magic is that?" "Fox magic," Naruto replied. "Want to see what else it can do?" Before Magna could respond, the mansion door burst open, and a young man with light brown hair stumbled in. "Everyone! Emergency mission from the captain. There's been an attack on a village near the border." Yami appeared, suddenly serious. "Finral, get everyone ready for transport. Magna, Luck, Noel, you're up. And..." He pointed at Naruto and Asta. "Let's see what the new blood can do." "You're coming too." "A real mission already?" Asta exclaimed. "I'm ready." Naruto nodded, a familiar sense of purpose filling him. This was what he was meant for, protecting people, fighting for what's right. Some things didn't change, no matter which world he was in. As Finral opened a spatial portal, Naruto felt someone watching him. He turned to see Vanessa studying him with curious eyes. "Interesting magic you have," she said. "I've never seen anything like it." "It's complicated," Naruto replied. "Most powerful things are." She smiled, swirling her wine. "Be careful out there, fox boy. First missions have a way of revealing who you really are." The mission briefing was terse. A village near the Diamond Kingdom border had been attacked by unknown mages. The local mayor had requested Magic Knight assistance, fearing bandits or foreign agents. They emerged from Finral's portal at the village outskirts. Smoke rose from several buildings, and villagers ran in panic through the streets. "Spread out," Magna ordered, assuming leadership. "Luck, perimeter. Noel, help any injured. Naruto, Asta, with me. We'll find who's responsible." They moved through the village, Magna's fireballs illuminating the darkening evening. It didn't take long to find the source of the trouble. In the village square, 3 mages wearing unfamiliar robes stood amidst destruction. One controlled earth magic, creating sinkholes that swallowed buildings. Another used wind to create cutting blades that sliced through anything in their path. The third, clearly their leader, wielded some kind of dark magic that seemed to drain the life from plants and animals it touched. "That's far enough," Magna shouted. "Black Bull's Magic Knights. Surrender now." The leader turned, revealing a face partially covered by a mask. When he spoke, his voice carried a strange accent. "Magic Knights? Perfect. We've been wanting to test ourselves against Clover Kingdom's finest." "Who are you?" Naruto demanded. "What do you want with this village?" The masked mage laughed. "We are the harbingers of dawn. As for what we want..." He gestured to a strange device embedded in the ground at the center of the square. "We're collecting data on magical resonance patterns. This village happened to be on a ley line nexus. So you're destroying it for research?" Magna growled. "Not on our watch." Fire magic, exploding fireball. The battle erupted instantly. Magna engaged the earth mage, while Asta charged the wind user, his anti-magic sword cutting through magical attacks. That left Naruto facing the leader. "Interesting," the masked mage said, studying him. "Your magical signature is unusual. Almost as if it doesn't belong in this world." Naruto stiffened. How could he know? Fox mirror magic, shadow double. 4 clones appeared around Naruto, each preparing a different spell. The leader seemed unimpressed. Dark drain magic, essence siphon. Black tendrils shot from his hands, piercing through 2 of Naruto's clones, which dissolved into orange smoke. Wherever the tendrils touched, they seemed to absorb magical energy. "Your magic is particularly delicious," the mage commented, licking his lips. "So dense, so potent. What are you?" "I'm a magic knight of the Clover Kingdom," Naruto answered, leaping back to avoid another tendril. "And you're attacking innocent people." "Innocent?" The mage laughed. "No one is innocent. This world is built on the bones of the forgotten, on magic stolen from its rightful wielders." Naruto didn't waste time arguing. Fox spiral magic, seeking orb. The spinning orange sphere launched toward the mage, who attempted to absorb it with his dark tendrils. Instead, the orb expanded on contact, exploding with enough force to throw the masked man backward. "Impressive," he conceded, rising to his feet. "But let me show you true power. Dark drain magic, void consumption." The air around him darkened, drawing in all light. Naruto felt his magic being pulled toward the void, like water down a drain. Even maintaining his remaining clones became difficult. "I can feel it now," the mage said, his eyes widening behind his mask. "Something else within your magic. Something ancient. Something familiar." Inside Naruto's mindscape, Kurama growled. "Be careful, Kit. This one can sense me." Naruto knew he needed to end this quickly. Opening his grimoire to a page that had appeared only recently, he channeled deeper into Kurama's power. Fox cloak magic, 3 tails. Orange magic erupted around him, forming not just a cloak but a visible aura in the shape of a fox with 3 swirling tails. His features sharpened further, eyes turning red with slitted pupils, nails extending into claws. The masked mage stepped back. "What is this? This isn't magic from our world." "You're right," Naruto growled, his voice deeper, resonating with Kurama's power. "It's not. Fox Sage Art, Raisin Fox." In his palm formed a massive sphere of swirling orange energy, larger than any he'd created before. With blinding speed, he launched himself at the masked mage, who frantically erected a dark shield. Dark Drain Magic, Absolute Barrier. The Raisin Fox collided with the barrier. For a moment, they seemed evenly matched, then the barrier shattered, and the spinning sphere struck the mage directly. The explosion that followed shook the entire village square, creating a crater where the mage had stood. When the dust settled, the masked man lay unconscious, his robes tattered and mask cracked. The strange device they had been using was destroyed, its components scattered across the square. Magna and Asta had similarly subdued their opponents. As the fox cloak faded, Naruto approached the fallen leader, noticing something strange on his exposed forearm, a mark that looked disturbingly like the Otsutsuki clan symbol. "Naruto!" Asta called, running over. "That was amazing. What kind of spell was that?" Before Naruto could answer, the unconscious mage's body began to dissolve into particles of light, as did his companions. "What the?" Magna exclaimed. "They're disappearing." "Some kind of escape magic," Noel suggested, joining them. "But I've never seen anything like it." Within seconds, the three attackers had vanished completely, leaving only their damaged device behind. "Damn it!" Magna kicked the ground in frustration. "They got away." Naruto stared at where the masked mage had been, troubled by what he'd seen and heard. The Otsutsuki symbol. The talk of other worlds. The way he'd sensed Kurama. "At least the village is safe," Asta said, always looking for the positive. Luck bounded over, practically vibrating with excitement. "That was a great fight. Your magic is so strong, Naruto. You have to fight me next." "Let's focus on helping the villagers first," Naruto suggested, pushing his concerns aside for now. They spent the next few hours assisting with repairs and treating the injured. Fortunately, no one had been killed, though several buildings were beyond salvation. As night fell, the village mayor approached them. "Thank you, Magic Knights. Without your intervention, who knows what those mages would have done." "Just doing our job," Magna replied with uncharacteristic modesty. "Do you know why they targeted your village specifically?" Naruto asked. The mayor shook his head. "No. We're just a simple farming community. The only unusual thing here is the old shrine at the edge of town, but it's been abandoned for centuries." "Shrine?" Naruto's interest piqued. "What kind of shrine?" "An ancient one, dedicated to some forgotten deity. The carvings are so weathered no one can read them anymore. Local legend says it was built by people who came from beyond the stars." The mayor laughed. "Children's tales, obviously. Or perhaps not," Naruto thought. When they returned to the Black Bull's base, Yami was waiting for them, smoking as usual. "So?" he prompted. "How'd it go?" Magna gave a succinct report, with Asta interjecting enthusiastic commentary. When they mentioned the disappearing mages and the strange device, Yami frowned. "Harbingers of Dawn. Never heard of them." He took a long drag from his cigarette. "And you say they just dissolved into light?" "Interesting." "Captain," Naruto said hesitantly. "There's something else. Their leader had a strange mark on his arm. And he said things that suggested, he might know I'm not from this world." The other bulls looked at him in confusion, but Yami showed no surprise. "Yeah, figured as much," the captain said casually. "Your ki is different from anyone I've ever met. Not just stronger, fundamentally different." "You knew?" Naruto blinked. "Suspected. Didn't care enough to ask." Yami shrugged. Everyone in the Bulls has secrets. As long as you fight for the squad, your business is your business. Relief washed over Naruto. He hadn't realized how tense he'd been, carrying this secret. Thanks, Captain. Don't get sappy on me, Yami grunted. Now, all of you get some rest. I want a full written report tomorrow. As the Bulls dispersed, Naruto found himself approached by Vanessa, who had clearly been waiting for their return. So, she said, voice slightly slurred from wine, not from this world, huh? That explains the unusual magic. You heard that? Naruto winced. Hard not to. You know, I study all kinds of rare magic. If you ever want to talk about yours. She left the offer hanging. Naruto considered. Having someone knowledgeable about this world's magic could be helpful in understanding how Kurama's power had adapted. Maybe sometime, he agreed. That night, in his new room at the Black Bull's base, Naruto opened his grimoire and spoke to Kurama in their shared mindscape. Those mages today. They knew something. That symbol was definitely Otsutsuki. Kurama nodded, his massive form filling the sewer-like space. This confirms my suspicion. The Otsutsuki have been to this world before. But what does that mean for us? For this world? It means we're not here by accident, Kit. Kurama's eyes narrowed. Something, or someone, brought us here specifically. The question is why? And who were those, harbingers of dawn? They're not from any of the kingdoms Yami's mentioned. Perhaps they serve the Otsutsuki, knowingly or unknowingly. Kurama settled his massive head on his paws. We should be vigilant. If the Otsutsuki are involved, this world could face the same threat as our own. Naruto closed his grimoire, troubled by the implications. He'd hoped for a fresh start in this world, a chance to build a new life. Instead, it seemed the shadows of his past had followed him across dimensions. As he drifted toward sleep, the image of the hooded figure speaking with Julius returned to his mind. There had been something familiar about that single, staring eye. In a darkened chamber far from the Black Bull's base, the hooded figure knelt before a magical projection showing the battle in the village. The image froze on Naruto in his three-tailed form. The vessel has awakened to his power, the figure reported. Just as you predicted. From the shadows, a soft voice replied. Excellent. And the grimoire? A 10-leaf, as the prophecy foretold. The 9th being the fox, the 10th, well, that remains to be seen. Continue to observe him. Do not interfere unless absolutely necessary. The convergence approaches, and all pieces must be in their proper places. The hooded figure bowed deeper. As you wish, Lord Azura. As the projection faded, a pale hand emerged from the darkness, touching the frozen image of Naruto's face. Welcome to our world, child of prophecy. Your journey has only just begun. Chapter 2, Fangs of Ambition. Dawn broke over the Black Bull's hideout, golden light filtering through the haphazardly placed windows. Naruto sat cross-legged on the dew-dampened grass outside, his grimoire open before him, eyes closed in concentration. 3 weeks had passed since the confrontation with the Harbingers of Dawn, and each morning since, he'd risen with the sun to train. Inside his mindscape, Kurama watched him with ancient eyes. You're still forcing it, the fox rumbled. This isn't chakra molding. Magic in this world responds differently. I know, Naruto replied, frustration creeping into his voice. But it's hard to unlearn habits from an entire lifetime. Then don't unlearn. Adapt. Your shadow clones worked because you found the equivalent in fox mirror magic. Your Rasengan became fox spiral magic. Find the bridge between what you knew and what you now have. Naruto opened his eyes, staring at the grimoire pages. New spells had continued to appear, each one a transformation of jutsu he'd once known. But accessing Kurama's power beyond 3 tails remained elusive. In his previous life, by the end, they had achieved perfect harmony, Kurama freely sharing his chakra, Naruto channeling it without resistance. It's the grimoire, Naruto realized. In our world, you were sealed inside me. Here, you're bound to the grimoire itself. Precisely. Kurama's tails swished thoughtfully. The connection is less direct. You must use the grimoire as a conduit. Naruto returned to consciousness, picking up the golden 10-leaf tome. Unlike other grimoires he'd seen, which mages typically controlled with proximity and intention, his seemed to require something more intimate, almost like the blood price of a summoning contract. Worth a try, he muttered, biting his thumb. The blood dripped onto the open page, instantly absorbed into the paper. The grimoire began to glow, lifting from his hands to hover before him. Pages turned rapidly, stopping at a previously blank section now filling with text and complex magical diagrams. Fox Blood Covenant, Soul Synchronization. The world around Naruto vanished as he was pulled into a space that was neither his mindscape nor the physical world. Golden light surrounded him, taking the form of a massive tree with 10 branches, each bearing a single golden leaf. At the tree's base sat Kurama, but smaller than his usual form, roughly the size of a horse. You found it, Kurama said, sounding impressed. The connection point. What is this place? Naruto asked, approaching the tree. The magic equivalent of our seal space. Here, our souls can align more directly. Kurama rose, stretching like a cat waking from a nap. In your previous life, we achieved harmony through conflict and eventual understanding. Here, we must forge a different kind of bond. Naruto reached out, touching the tree trunk. It pulsed with energy that felt simultaneously like his own magic and Kurama's. What do I do? Take one of the leaves, Kurama instructed. Each represents a threshold of our combined power, similar to my tailed forms in our world. Naruto reached up, plucking the lowest leaf. It dissolved into light that flowed into his chest, warm and powerful. Fox cloak magic, first tail, he whispered, and the familiar orange aura surrounded him instantly, more stable and controlled than ever before. Good, Kurama nodded. With practice, you'll access more. But remember, in this world, magic has different costs than chakra did. Overuse will drain your life force more directly. Got it, Naruto replied. No going 9 tails unless absolutely necessary. The bond space faded, and Naruto found himself back on the grass outside the hideout. His grimoire closed gently, landing in his lap. He felt different, lighter somehow, as if a barrier between him and his magic had thinned. What the hell are you doing out here at this ungodly hour? Magna's voice broke the morning quiet. Naruto looked up to see the fire mage standing there with bedhead and a scowl. Training, Naruto answered simply. Training, Magna echoed mockingly. The sun's barely up. Best time for meditation. Magna scratched his head. Whatever, weirdo. Captain wants everyone in the common room. Apparently, we've got a big mission coming up. Inside, the black bulls were gathering around the table where Yami lounged, feet propped up, newspaper in hand. Charmy was demolishing a breakfast large enough for 10 people, while Vanessa nursed what appeared to be last night's hangover. Finral was preening in a small mirror, and Noelle sat primly apart from the chaos, though her eyes kept darting to Asta, who was doing one-armed push-ups on the floor. Everyone here. Good, Yami said without looking up from his paper. We've been assigned to the royal capital for the next 2 weeks. Some fancy inter-squad tournament the Wizard King cooked up. A tournament? Luck's eyes lit up with manic excitement. We get to fight other magic knights. That's the idea, Yami confirmed. Each squad sends 5 members. Winner gets some trophy and a bunch of stars for their squad. More importantly, he finally looked up, fixing them with a serious stare. Julia specifically requested our new recruits participate. All eyes turned to Naruto and Asta. Us? Asta jumped to his feet. That's awesome. I'll show everyone what the Black Bulls can do. Naruto remained quiet, thoughtful. It wasn't coincidence that the Wizard King wanted to see them in action so soon after recruitment. This was about assessment, and perhaps, in Naruto's case, about his unusual grimoire. Who else is going? Noel asked. You, obviously, Yami answered. Royal connections might help smooth things over when these two inevitably break something. He jerked a thumb toward Naruto and Asta. Plus Magna as team leader, and luck because he'd murder me in my sleep if I left him out of a fighting competition. When do we leave? Naruto asked. Now. Yami snapped his fingers at Finral. Portal to the capital. Chop chop. The spatial mage sighed dramatically. Always treated like a taxi service. The royal capital looked different in daylight than it had during the Magic Knight's exam, more imposing, more segregated. As they emerged from Finral's portal near the castle, Naruto immediately noticed how common citizens gave way to nobles, heads bowed, while magic knights from privileged squads like the Golden Dawn and Silver Eagles walked with aristocratic entitlement. Stay close, Magna warned, unusually serious. The capital isn't friendly to commoners, especially Black Bulls. That's ridiculous, Asta declared loudly. We're all magic knights serving the same kingdom. Several passers-by shot them disapproving glares. Lower your voice, you embarrassment. Noelle hissed, her cheeks reddening. Remember where you are. Naruto hung back slightly, observing. The social dynamics reminded him painfully of Konoha, the subtle divisions, the hierarchies of birth over merit. Even wearing the Black Bull's robe, he could feel judgment in the stares directed his way. Captain Yami. A familiar voice called out. Over here. They turned to see a tall, slender man with time magic symbols on his robes waving enthusiastically. Julius Navachrono, the Wizard King, was greeting them personally in public like old friends. Julius, Yami acknowledged with none of the formality others showed the Wizard King. Didn't expect the welcome committee. Julius grinned, boyish excitement on his middle-aged face. How could I miss the arrival of the squad with the most interesting new recruits? His eyes found Naruto and Asta. The anti-magic swordsman and the 10-leaf fox mage. I've been looking forward to seeing both of you in action. Noelle and Magna stood frozen, clearly shocked at the Wizard King's casual approach and personal interest in their squad. Even luck seemed momentarily subdued in the presence of the kingdom's most powerful mage. The tournament doesn't start for 3 days, Julius continued. But I've arranged accommodations for all participating squads in the knight's quarter of the castle. Follow me. As they walked, Naruto found himself falling into step beside the Wizard King, who dropped back from the others with deliberate subtlety. How are you adapting to the Black Bulls, Naruto? Julius asked quietly. Well enough. They're an interesting group. Julius chuckled. That's one way to put it. Yami has always had an eye for unusual talent. His expression grew more serious. I've been researching your grimoire. 10 leaves is unprecedented in our recorded history. And off the record? Julius gave him an appreciative glance. Sharp. There are legends. Ancient texts referencing visitors from other worlds who wielded power beyond our magic system. Naruto's pulse quickened. Other worlds? Indeed. Most scholars dismiss them as mythology, but I've always found that myths often contain kernels of truth. Julius paused before a grand archway. We'll speak more privately later. For now, these are your quarters. The knight's wing was opulent by Naruto's standards, high ceilings, polished stone floors, ornate furnishings. Each squad had been assigned a suite with individual bedrooms surrounding a common area. Naruto claimed a room with a window overlooking the training grounds, where he could already see magic knights from other squads practicing. This place is amazing. Asta exclaimed, bouncing on his bed in the next room. I've never seen beds this big. Act like you belong here, Noelle scolded, though her own eyes were wide with appreciation. Despite being royalty, she had clearly never been welcome in the castle before. Magna gathered them in a common area. Listen up. We represent the Black Bulls here. That means, causing trouble and looking cool doing it. Luck suggested with a manic grin. No. Well, yes, but, Magna adjusted his sunglasses in frustration. What I mean is, other squads already look down on us. This tournament is our chance to earn some respect. And a bunch of stars. Asta added. That too, Magna agreed. So no embarrassing the squad, got it? That means no picking fights outside the tournament, Luck. No shouting about becoming Wizard King every 5 minutes, Asta. No royalty tantrums, Noelle. And no, he trailed off, looking at Naruto. No accidentally releasing ancient fox entities that destroy the castle. Naruto suggested dryly. Exactly. None of that. A sharp knock interrupted them. Magna opened the door to reveal a castle attendant in formal livery. The participating magic knights are invited to a welcoming reception in the Grand Hall this evening, the attendant announced with practiced neutrality. Formal attire is required. Formal attire. Asta looked down at his Black Bull's robe. Isn't this formal? Noelle sighed heavily. No, you idiot. They mean proper formal wear. Suits, gowns, that sort of thing. Do we even have those? Magna asked, suddenly looking concerned. I don't, Naruto admitted. Orphans from Hage Village weren't exactly swimming in fancy clothes. Neither do I. Asta added. Noelle put her hands on her hips. Well, we can't miss the reception. It would reflect poorly on the squad. I suppose we'll have to go shopping. The royal capital's upper merchant district was clearly unaccustomed to Black Bulls browsing its wares. Shop attendants followed them nervously, as if expecting them to steal or break something. Noelle, in her element despite having been ostracized by her family, guided them to a tailor who reluctantly agreed to outfit them on short notice, for an exorbitant fee. The Black Bull's account can handle it, Magna assured them, though he winced at the price. While waiting for alterations, Naruto wandered the shop, examining the finery worn by the capital's elite. He paused before a mannequin displaying a formal suit in deep orange with black accents. Your coloring would suit that well, said a voice behind him. Naruto turned to find a young man about his age with tawny hair and amber eyes regarding him with calculated interest. His magical presence was powerful, easily on par with Yuno's, and he wore the telltale purple cloak of the Azure Deer Squad. Thanks, Naruto replied neutrally, immediately wary. Something about this mage reminded him of Sasuke at his most arrogant. Kirin Salacious, the young man introduced himself with a slight bow that somehow managed to seem condescending. First son of House Salacious and fifth seed of the Azure Deer. The expectant pause made clear he was waiting for Naruto to be impressed. When no such reaction came, Kirin's smile tightened. And you are? Naruto Windcaller. Black Bulls. Ah. The single syllable dripped with disdain. The rural orphan with the unusual grimoire. Word travels fast in the capital. Does it? Naruto kept his tone pleasant, though he could feel Kurama stirring with irritation inside him. Indeed. A 10-leaf grimoire is unprecedented. Some would call it unnatural. Kirin's amber eyes held a predatory gleam. I look forward to seeing it in action during the tournament. My lion soul magic against your fox magic, was it? A fitting contest of noble versus common beasts. Naruto smiled, showing slightly sharper than normal canines. Lions may be called noble, but foxes are known for their cunning. I wouldn't underestimate either. Kirin's expression hardened, the pretense of courtesy vanishing. I never underestimate potential threats to the natural order. Magic exists in hierarchies for a reason, orphan. Remember that. He turned with practiced grace and exited the shop, leaving Naruto staring after him. I see you've met Kirin the Lionheart, the tailor commented, appearing beside Naruto with fabric samples. Best keep your distance. House Salacious has the ear of the king, and that one has been trouble since childhood. He seemed friendly enough, Naruto replied sarcastically. The tailor chuckled nervously. His magic is as dangerous as his connections. They say he can manifest the spiritual essence of lions from ancient bloodlines. Quite fearsome in battle. Everyone has something special, Naruto shrugged. So, about that orange suit. The grand reception that evening was a masterclass in social stratification. The vast hall had been arranged with subtle divisions, golden dawn and silver eagles near the throne dais, green mantis and coral peacocks in the middle tiers, and the black bulls predictably relegated to the furthest corner from the king and nobles. Naruto adjusted his orange and black formal wear, ignoring the stares his choice of color received. Beside him, Asta tugged uncomfortably at his collar while Noelle serenely sipped champagne, the picture of nobility despite her squad's lowly position. Remember, Magna hissed, best behavior. No embarrassing the squad. Relax, Naruto assured him. I've done the formal event thing before. His mind flashed to diplomatic functions he'd attended as Hokage in his previous life, though those had been considerably less pretentious than this. Julius moved through the crowd, speaking with members of each squad. Unlike the rigid nobles around him, the Wizard King seemed genuinely interested in even the lowest-ranked knights. When he reached their corner, he greeted them with genuine warmth. Ah, the Black Bulls. You all clean up nicely. His eyes twinkled with amusement at their obvious discomfort. Especially you, Naruto. Bold color choice. Thanks. Figured I should stay true to my style. I've always appreciated those who refuse to blend in. Julius lowered his voice. If you have time tomorrow morning, I'd like to speak with you privately. My study, 1 hour after sunrise. Naruto nodded, curious and slightly apprehensive. As Julius moved on, Naruto noticed Kirin watching their interaction from across the room, his amber eyes narrowed in suspicion. Around him clustered other noble-born magic knights, whispering behind gloved hands as they stared at the Black Bulls. Don't look now, Naruto murmured to Magna, but I think we have an audience. Ignore them, Magna advised. Noble brats always, you know. Asta's shout cut through the elegant murmur of conversation like a thunderclap. Every head in the hall turned as Asta bounded across the room toward a group of Golden Dawn members who had just entered. At their center stood Yuno, looking uncomfortable in formal attire but undeniably regal. So much for not embarrassing the squad, Noelle sighed, watching Asta enthusiastically clap Yuno on the back, much to the horror of the other Golden Dawn members. Their childhood friends, Naruto explained to a confused-looking Luck. Grew up together in Hage. From the same backwater village. Kirin's voice came from behind them. How quaint. Though I must say, the Golden Dawn recruit carries himself with considerably more dignity. Naruto turned slowly. Up close, he could see that Kirin's formal wear incorporated subtle lion motifs, gold thread embroidered in mane-like patterns on his collar, amber cufflinks carved like feline eyes. Dignity's overrated, Naruto replied with deliberate casualness. I prefer honesty. Is that what you call it? Kirin arched an eyebrow. I've heard interesting rumors about you, Windcaller. They say your grimoire emerged from beneath the tower, from ruins predating our kingdom. They say it contains magic not of this world. Naruto maintained a neutral expression, though internally he was on high alert. How much did Kirin know, and from where? People say a lot of things. Indeed they do. Kirin swirled his champagne. The tournament committee has just posted the preliminary brackets. It seems we're matched in the first round. His smile was all teeth. Fortunate, wouldn't you say? Incredibly, Naruto agreed dryly. Almost like someone arranged it. Paranoia doesn't become you. Kirin's eyes flicked to where Julius stood conversing with Captain Vengeance. Though the Wizard King does seem to have taken a special interest in you. One wonders why. Before Naruto could respond, the grand doors opened to admit King Augustus Kira Clover 13, a pompous-looking man whose magical presence was dwarfed by nearly every magic knight captain in the room. Everyone bowed as the king took his seat, though Naruto noted that Julius's bow was perfunctory at best. "Welcome, magic knights of the Clover Kingdom," the king announced in a reedy voice. "We gather to celebrate your service and witness your skills in friendly competition." The speech that followed was predictably self-aggrandizing, with the king taking credit for the tournament idea that had clearly been Julius's. Naruto tuned it out, his attention drawn to a hooded figure standing in the shadows behind the throne, the same presence he'd sensed at the Magic Knight's exam. "Who is that?" he whispered to Noelle, nodding subtly toward the figure. She followed his gaze, frowning slightly. "I'm not sure. One of the king's advisors, perhaps. The royal court has many strange characters." The hooded figure turned slightly, as if sensing Naruto's attention. Through the shadows of the hood, a single eye gleamed, pale, ringed, unmistakably familiar. "Rinnegan," Naruto breathed, the word inaudible to anyone but himself. Inside his mindscape, Kurama growled. "Impossible. Unless the Otsutsuki are here too," Naruto finished the thought. The king's speech concluded to polite applause, and the reception resumed. Naruto made his way casually toward the dais, intending to get a closer look at the hooded figure, but found his path blocked by a wall of Silver Eagle's nobles. "Looking for someone?" Kirin appeared beside him again, too graceful to be coincidental. "The royal dais is reserved for those of appropriate status, I'm afraid." "Just stretching my legs," Naruto replied. "Of course." Kirin's smile didn't reach his eyes. "I should warn you that curiosity about court matters can be misinterpreted. Especially from those with questionable magical affiliations." The threat was thinly veiled. Whatever game Kirin was playing, he clearly saw Naruto as both interesting and dangerous. "I appreciate your concern," Naruto said with equal insincerity. "If you'll excuse me, I should check on my squad mates." As he turned away, Kirin added softly, "The vessel should mind its path. The convergence tolerates no interference." Naruto froze, then slowly looked back. "What did you say?" But Kirin was already walking away, seamlessly joining a group of noble mages as if the exchange had never happened. The vessel. The convergence. The same terms the Harbingers of Dawn leader had used. That night, Naruto lay awake in his castle quarters, mind racing. Too many coincidences were piling up, the hooded figure with the Rinnegan, Kirin's strange warning, the Harbingers with their Otsutsuki symbol. Something was connecting his old world to this one, and his reincarnation was clearly no accident. "Kurama," he whispered to his grimoire in the darkness. "What are we missing?" The fox's voice rumbled in his mind. "Nothing good, Kit. But until we know more, we should focus on immediate concerns. Like beating that lion brat into the ground tomorrow." Naruto smiled despite his worries. Some things remained comfortingly familiar, including Kurama's priorities. "First, we have a meeting with the Wizard King at sunrise." Julius's study was a paradox, simultaneously meticulous and chaotic. Bookshelves lined the walls, crammed with ancient tomes and scrolls. Magical artifacts sat on every surface, ticking, humming, occasionally emitting puffs of colored smoke. Star charts and magical formulas had been scrawled directly onto one wall, while another displayed a massive map of the Clover Kingdom with glowing markers indicating something Naruto couldn't decipher. The Wizard King himself sat behind a desk buried under papers, wearing reading glasses that somehow made him look both older and younger at once. He glanced up as Naruto entered, face breaking into an enthusiastic smile. Naruto. Right on time. Please, sit. Forgive the mess, I get distracted easily when researching. Naruto carefully navigated around a stack of books that reached his waist, taking a seat across from Julius. You wanted to see me, sir. Indeed. And please, when we're private, just call me Julius. Sir, makes me feel older than I already am. He removed his glasses, rubbing the bridge of his nose. I've been studying accounts of unusual grimoires throughout our history. The 5-leaf grimoires are well documented, grimoires of despair, corrupted by negative emotions. But the legends of grimoires with more leaves are fragmentary at best. What have you found? Naruto asked. Julius leaned forward, eyes bright with scholarly excitement. References to ancient visitors, beings who descended from the stars, bearing power beyond our magic system. They were worshipped as gods by early humans, teaching them to harness mana while also harvesting something from them. The description matched the Otsutsuki clan's modus operandi perfectly. Naruto kept his expression neutral, letting Julius continue. Most fascinating are the accounts of what these visitors left behind, temples with sealed chambers, devices for crossing between realms, and rare cases of. He paused dramatically, human vessels who carried the essence of otherworldly beings. Vessels, Naruto repeated, the word Kirin had used. Yes. According to the fragments I've translated, these vessels bore special grimoires with 10 leaves, 9 representing the power they contained, the 10th representing the vessel's own soul. Julius fixed Naruto with a penetrating stare. Much like yours. Silence stretched between them. Naruto weighed his options carefully. Julius had been nothing but helpful, seemingly genuinely interested in magical knowledge rather than exploitation. Still, revealing too much could be dangerous. What if, Naruto began slowly, someone from another world, with a powerful entity bonded to their soul, was reincarnated here? Julius's eyes widened. Theoretical question. Let's say it is. Fascinating proposition. Julius stroked his chin. I suppose their magic would manifest differently, drawing on their original power but transformed by our world systems. Their grimoire would be unique, possibly ancient, connected to when our worlds last intersected. He studied Naruto carefully. Theoretically speaking, of course. Naruto nodded. Of course. I should mention, Julius continued casually, that there's a prophecy associated with these 10-leaf vessels. Very obscure, preserved only in the oldest section of the royal archives. He shuffled through his papers, extracting a parchment covered in symbols. It speaks of a time when the barriers between realms grow thin, and the harvesters return to reap what they have sown. Then shall the 10-leaf vessel stand at the crossroads of worlds, either to open the way or seal it forever. That's specific, Naruto commented, unease growing in his stomach. Prophecies often are, in retrospect. Julius rolled up the parchment. Naruto, I don't know your full story, and I won't press you to share it until you're ready. But I believe your appearance here, with that specific grimoire, is significant. The timing especially. What do you mean? Julius rose, moving to the map wall. Over the past year, we've documented unusual magical phenomena across the kingdom. Spatial distortions. Mana fluctuations. And most troublingly, the disappearance of several magic knights investigating ancient ruins. He pointed to markers scattered across the map. All near sites rumored to be connected to the star visitors of legend. Like the village where we fought the Harbingers, Naruto realized. Precisely. Julius turned back to him. After the tournament, I'm assigning the Black Bulls to investigate these occurrences. Your unique perspective may provide insights others would miss. Naruto stood, sensing the meeting was concluding. Thank you for trusting me with this. Trust runs both ways, Julius replied meaningfully. Oh, and Naruto. Good luck in your match today. Kirin Salacious is formidable, but I suspect he's never faced anything quite like you. The tournament arena had been constructed in the castle's largest courtyard, a raised stone platform surrounded by tiered seating for spectators. By mid-morning, the stands were filled with nobles, magic knights, and privileged citizens lucky enough to secure entry. The participating knights waited in tented areas at opposite ends of the courtyard, organized by squad. Magna paced nervously before his team. Remember, we're not just fighting for ourselves. Every victory earns points for the Black Bulls. We know, Noel said impatiently. You've only told us 10 times. Well, I'm telling you again. This is our chance to show those stuck-up royals what the worst squad in the kingdom can really do. Asta pumped his fist. Yeah. We'll win for sure. Don't get ahead of yourself, Naruto cautioned. From what I've seen, every squad has sent their strongest members. Luck giggled manically. That just makes it more fun. I hope I get to fight someone really strong. A tournament official entered their tent. First match begins in 10 minutes. Naruto Windcaller vs Kirin Salacious. Of course it's you first, Magna groaned. Just try not to destroy the arena, okay? Naruto nodded, feeling surprisingly calm. Battle was familiar territory, regardless of the world. He opened his grimoire, reviewing spells he might need, then closed it and secured it at his waist. Aren't you going to keep that open? Noel asked. Most mages maintain grimoire activation throughout combat. I prefer to save it for when I need specific spells, Naruto explained. In truth, he wanted to reserve Kurama's power, show only what was necessary to win without revealing his full capabilities. When he emerged onto the arena platform, the crowd's reaction was immediate, a mixture of curiosity, disdain, and wary interest. The Black Bulls, perpetually underestimated, were rarely expected to advance in such competitions. From the opposite side, Kirin approached with leonine grace, his azure deer robe fluttering dramatically. The noble sections of the audience applauded appreciatively. Combatants, to the center, called the referee, a senior magic knight from the Purple Orcus. They met in the middle, Kirin's amber eyes locked on Naruto's blue ones. I'll try not to humiliate you too badly, Kirin murmured. Though I make no promises regarding physical injury. Funny, Naruto replied. I was about to say the same thing. The referee raised his hand. Standard tournament rules apply. Combat continues until surrender, incapacitation, or my intervention. Lethal force is forbidden. Begin. He dropped his hand and leapt back. Neither combatant moved immediately, each assessing the other. The crowd grew restless, someone shouting, "Get on with it." Kirin made the first move, his grimoire glowing at his side. Lion Soul Magic, Pride's Roar. He inhaled deeply, then released a magical shockwave in the form of a lion's roar. The sound was deafening, the magical pressure enough to crack the stone platform beneath Naruto's feet. Rather than counter with magic, Naruto simply sidestepped, moving with speed that surprised many watching. The attack blasted past him, shattering a section of the arena's edge. Impressive reflexes, Kirin acknowledged. But dodging won't win you this match. Just warming up, Naruto replied, still not opening his grimoire. Kirin's eyes narrowed. You insult me by not taking this seriously. Lion Soul Magic, Hunter's Approach. His body blurred with magic, moving with sudden acceleration. He appeared behind Naruto, clawed gauntlets of golden magic forming around his hands as he slashed. Again, Naruto moved just enough to avoid serious damage, though one claw caught his Black Bull's robe, tearing the fabric. Whispers spread through the crowd. Was the fox mage toying with a noble, or simply outmatched? Fight back. Kirin demanded, frustration evident. Or are you afraid to show your demon magic in public? You talk too much, Naruto observed, finally reaching for his grimoire. It opened to a page near the beginning. Fox Mirror Magic, Shadow Double. Four clones appeared around Naruto in puffs of orange smoke. The crowd gasped. Clone magic was rare, and creating multiple solid duplicates rarer still. Parlor tricks, Kirin scoffed, though his expression had grown more cautious. The clones attacked simultaneously, forcing Kirin on the defensive. His grimoire flashed. Lion's Soul Magic, Pride's Mantle. Golden magical energy formed a lion-shaped aura around him, batting away the clones with massive paws. Two popped into smoke, but the others persisted, coordinating with Naruto in attacks that seemed unnaturally synchronized. From the captain's viewing box, Yami watched with a smirk. Kids got good hand-to-hand skills. Not relying entirely on magic. Most unusual, Charlotte Roselay agreed reluctantly. Though clone magic isn't particularly powerful. Don't be so sure, Julius commented, eyes fixed on the battle. He's testing his opponent, learning Kirin's patterns. Below, Kirin was growing visibly frustrated. Despite his powerful magic, he couldn't seem to land a decisive blow on Naruto or his remaining clones. Each time he committed to an attack, they would scatter and counter from multiple angles. Enough games. Kirin snarled. His grimoire turned to a new page, glowing intensely. Lion Soul Magic, Ancestral Pride. The air shimmered around him as translucent forms of lions appeared, not just one, but 5 spectral beasts with glowing eyes and rippling manes. Each represented a different lion lineage, their combined magical presence heavy and intimidating. Now we'll see what you're really made of, commoner. The spectral lions charged, moving independently to attack Naruto and his clones from all directions. Their claws and teeth could shred magic and flesh alike. Naruto's remaining clones disappeared in puffs of smoke as they were struck. He narrowly avoided the main Pride leader's lunge, but a second lion caught him with a glancing blow across the back, tearing his robe and drawing blood. The crowd roared with excitement. First blood to the noble. Surrender now, Kirin called, standing imperiously amidst his pride of spectral lions. There's no shame in recognizing superior magic. Naruto straightened, wiping blood from a small cut on his cheek. You know, you remind me of someone from my past. Just as arrogant, just as convinced of his natural superiority. He smiled, eyes flashing red momentarily. He learned better. So will you. His grimoire turned to a new page. Fox Mirror Magic, 9-point formation. 9 clones appeared, arranged in a perfect circle around the arena. Each performed identical hand movements, orange energy flowing between them to form a complex magical array on the ground. Sealing arts. Kirin looked genuinely surprised. That's mid-level Magic Academy material, not combat magic. Maybe in your world, Naruto replied. The array activated, lines of orange magic racing across the platform to ensnare the spectral lions. One by one, they roared in fury as magical chains bound them, dragging them to the ground where they dissipated into motes of light. Impossible. Kirin's confident facade cracked. Those were ancestral spirits bound to my bloodline for generations. They'll return to you, Naruto assured him. I just sent them home for a while. The crowd had fallen silent, shocked by the sudden reversal. Among the Magic Knight captains, several leaned forward with renewed interest. Now, Naruto continued, closing his grimoire. We can fight as equals. Just you and me, no spiritual advantages. Kirin's face contorted with rage. You dare. Lion Soul Magic, King's Wrath. Golden magical energy exploded from him in waves, his body transforming partially, skin taking on a golden hue, hair extending into a mane-like formation, teeth sharpening to points. He charged Naruto with frightening speed, the ground cracking beneath each step. This time, Naruto didn't dodge. His grimoire opened once more. Fox Cloak Magic, Second Tail. Orange energy enveloped him, forming the now familiar fox-shaped aura, but with two tails swaying behind it. His features sharpened, eyes turning red with slitted pupils, canines elongating. The transformation wasn't as extensive as Kirin's, but the magical pressure it exuded was equal if not greater. They clashed at the center of the arena, magical energy exploding from the impact. Kirin's lion-enhanced fist met Naruto's fox-cloaked palm, creating a shockwave that rattled the stands. What followed was a brutal exchange of blows, each empowered by their respective beast magics. Kirin fought with the ferocity and strength of a lion, each strike powerful enough to shatter stone. Naruto countered with fox-like agility and cunning, redirecting force rather than meeting it head-on, striking at openings with devastating precision. Is this demon magic? Kirin growled during a momentary separation. It feels wrong. Not demon, Naruto corrected, the fox cloak bubbling around him. Just different. From a place your ancestors once knew. They clashed again, magical energy crackling around them. The referee watched nervously, clearly uncertain whether to intervene in a battle between such powerful magics. In the stands, Asta cheered wildly. Go Naruto! Show him what the Black Bulls can do. His control is impressive, Noel observed. That cloak looks volatile, but he's maintaining perfect form. Magna nodded. Kid's got skills. Never seen anything like it. The fight reached its climax when Kirin, driven by increasing desperation, attempted his most powerful attack. Lion Soul Magic, Monarch's Judgment. He leapt high into the air, his transformed body glowing with intense golden light. Above him formed the massive spectral image of a lion larger than any natural beast, its roar shaking the entire arena as it descended toward Naruto like a meteor of magical energy. The crowd gasped. Such an attack could seriously injure or even kill if it connected fully. Naruto! Asta shouted in alarm. But Naruto stood calmly, grimoire turning to a page that seemed to glow with its own inner light. Fox Spiral Magic, Tailed Beast Rasengan. In his palm formed an orb of swirling orange energy, growing rapidly until it was the size of a large boulder. The magical compression was visible, creating distortions in the air around it. With perfect timing, Naruto thrust the spinning sphere upward to meet Kirin's descending attack. The collision was spectacular. For a moment, the two magics struggled against each other, Golden Lion energy versus Orange Fox magic, neither yielding. Then, with a sound like glass shattering, Kirin's spell broke apart. The backlash sent him tumbling through the air, his transformation fading as he fell. Naruto moved with incredible speed, appearing where Kirin would land. Rather than let him crash, he caught the noble, cushioning the impact before setting him down and stepping back. Kirin stared up at him, amber eyes wide with shock and something approaching fear. What, are you? Naruto's fox cloak dissipated, his features returning to normal save for a lingering redness in his eyes. Just a magic knight. Like you. The referee approached cautiously. Can you continue, Sir Salacious? Kirin attempted to rise, grimaced in pain, then reluctantly shook his head. No. I concede. Winner, Naruto Windcaller of the Black Bulls. The announcement was met with stunned silence, then scattered applause that slowly grew in volume. The Black Bulls section erupted in raucous cheers, Asta's voice loudest among them. Naruto offered Kirin a hand up, which the noble stared at for a long moment before grudgingly accepting. This doesn't end here, Kirin murmured as Naruto helped him to his feet. You've made powerful enemies today. I've had powerful enemies before, Naruto replied quietly. Some became my greatest allies. Don't count on it. Kirin pulled his hand away. The vessel may have proven stronger than expected, but the convergence comes regardless. When it does, your kind will be first to fall. Before Naruto could question him further, medical mages rushed forward to attend to Kirin, and the Azure Deer captain appeared to escort his squad member from the arena. As Naruto returned to the Black Bull's tent, he felt eyes on him from every direction, some admiring, some calculating, some hostile. His victory over a noble from a prominent family, using magic no one recognized, had just made him a significant figure in the capital's complex political landscape. That was amazing! Asta exclaimed, bouncing around him like an excited puppy. You totally showed that stuck-up noble who's boss. Impressive control, Noel admitted reluctantly. Though perhaps a bit showy. Magna slapped him on the back. You did the Black Bulls proud. First match, first win. Only luck seemed thoughtful rather than celebratory. Your magic feels different when you use that cloak. Almost like it's not entirely yours. It wasn't a criticism, just an observation from the battle-obsessed mage. It's complicated, Naruto acknowledged. A partnership of sorts. Before anyone could question him further, Yami entered the tent, cigarette dangling from his lips despite tournament regulations against smoking. Not bad, Fox boy, the captain grunted. Though I notice you held back. Sir. Don't play dumb. That cloak of yours could go further, couldn't it? More tails, more power. Yami's dark eyes fixed on him with unnerving perception. Smart move, keeping some tricks hidden. In this crowd, information is as valuable as victory. From outside came the announcement for the next match, Asta versus a crystal magic user from the Green Mantis squad. You're up, Shrimp, Yami told Asta. Try not to embarrass us. Yes sir, Captain Yami, sir. Asta saluted enthusiastically before charging out of the tent. As the others followed to watch, Yami held Naruto back with a hand on his shoulder. A word of warning, kid. You just painted a target on your back. Nobles don't like being shown up, especially by commoners with strange magic. I can handle nobles, Naruto assured him. It's not just them. The way Julius watches you, the whispers among the captains. Yami took a long drag from his cigarette. Something big is brewing, and somehow, you're at the center of it. Captain, I don't need details. Not my style to pry. But whatever you're mixed up in, remember you've got the bulls at your back. Even if it's weird otherworldly crap. Naruto blinked in surprise. How did you? Your key isn't from around here. Yami shrugged. I've traveled enough to recognize when something belongs to a different world entirely. A rare, genuine smile crossed his face. Besides, I'm not exactly a Clover Kingdom native myself. With that cryptic reminder of his own foreign origins, Yami left the tent, leaving Naruto to process the unexpected offer of support. The tournament continued through the day and into the next. Asta defeated his opponent with surprising tactical skill, using his anti-magic sword to negate the crystal mage's elaborate constructs before knocking him unconscious with the flat of the blade. Noelle won her match against a purple Orcus water mage, demonstrating improved control over her notoriously volatile magic. Luck, predictably, treated his battle like a game, toying with his opponent before winning with a lightning-fast knockout. Only Magna suffered a defeat, narrowly losing to a powerful flame magic user from the Crimson Lion Kings. By the tournament's third day, the Black Bulls had accumulated enough points to secure third place overall, an unprecedented achievement for the historically underperforming squad. Only the Golden Dawn and Crimson Lion Kings ranked higher. The semi-finals matched Naruto against Leopold Vermilion of the Crimson Lions, a young noble with impressive fire magic and boundless enthusiasm reminiscent of Asta. Though challenging, the match ended with Naruto's victory, earned through superior tactical thinking rather than raw power, a display that earned approving nods from the more strategically minded captains. The final match of the tournament pitted Naruto against an opponent he knew well, Yuno. They stood at opposite ends of the arena, former orphanage brothers now representing rival squads. Yuno in his pristine Golden Dawn robes, Naruto in his tattered Black Bull's attire. Didn't expect to face you here, Naruto called across the platform. A ghost of a smile touched Yuno's normally impassive face. I did. You were always stubborn. The referee signaled the start, and immediately Yuno launched into action. Wind magic, crescent moon sickle. Blades of wind sliced toward Naruto, who countered with fox mirror magic, shadow double. His clones scattered, forcing Yuno to divide his attention. What followed was a battle of contrasting styles, Yuno's elegant, precise wind magic against Naruto's unpredictable, adaptable fox techniques. Neither gave ground easily, each knowing the other's capabilities from months of training together in Hage. "You've improved," Yuno noted during a brief pause, both of them breathing hard. "So have you," Naruto replied. "That Golden Dawn training paying off. It would have benefited you too, had you joined." There was no judgment in Yuno's tone, merely observation. "We both found where we belong." The battle resumed with increased intensity. Yuno summoned his wind spirit, Bell, enhancing his magic to new levels. Naruto responded with fox cloak magic, third tail, pushing into territory he hadn't revealed against previous opponents. The crowd watched in awe as the two mages, both commoners by birth, both possessing extraordinary grimoires, demonstrated magic that rivaled veteran knights. Even the normally disinterested nobles paid rapt attention, recognizing they were witnessing something special. In the end, their magics proved too evenly matched for a clear victory. After 30 minutes of increasingly spectacular exchanges, both Naruto and Yuno stood at the center of the devastated arena, grimoires closed by mutual unspoken agreement. "I think we've given them enough of a show," Naruto said quietly, exhaustion evident in his voice. Yuno nodded, equally spent. "A draw, then? Works for me." They turned to the referee, who looked relieved at the prospect of ending the match without further destruction to the arena. Both combatants agree to a draw. The tournament final is a tie between Golden Dawn and Black Bulls. The announcement was met with mixed reactions, disappointment from those hoping for a definitive conclusion, appreciation from those who recognized the extraordinary display of magical skill, and outrage from noble purists who considered a tie with the Black Bulls an insult to the Golden Dawn's prestige. As they left the arena together, Yuno spoke quietly enough that only Naruto could hear. "That cloak magic, it's from your previous life, isn't it?" "Yeah. Kurama, the fox entity, came with me somehow. I suspected as much." Yuno's normally stoic expression softened slightly. "Be careful, Naruto. I've heard things in the Golden Dawn, whispers about ancient prophecies and vessels from other worlds. Your grimoire has attracted attention from people with dangerous agendas." "You too." Naruto sighed. "Seems everyone's giving me cryptic warnings lately. Because the danger is real." Yuno glanced toward the royal viewing box, where the hooded figure stood behind Julius. "That advisor who follows the Wizard King. I've seen similar marks on his hands to those in your grimoire." Naruto's eyes narrowed. "Marks like what?" "Circular patterns with Tomo symbols. Captain Vengeance noticed my interest and warned me not to mention them to anyone." Yuno's voice dropped even lower. He seemed afraid. "Tomo symbols. Like the Sharingan or Rinnegan. Further confirmation of Otsutsuki presence in this world." "Thanks for telling me," Naruto said seriously. "Watch your back too. If they're interested in me, they might target those connected to me." Yuno nodded. "The orphanage, I've already asked Finral to check on them regularly. Sister Lily and Father Orsi are safe for now." They parted at the entrance to the squad tents, Yuno returning to his Golden Dawn teammates while Naruto rejoined the celebrating Black Bulls. "A tie with the Golden Dawn," Magna exclaimed. "Do you have any idea how huge that is for our squad's reputation? We're not losers anymore." Asta added enthusiastically. "Well, we never were, but now everyone knows it." Noelle attempted to maintain her royal dignity, but even she couldn't hide her pride. "I suppose you performed adequately," she told Naruto, which from her was high praise indeed. The award ceremony was mercifully brief. Julius presented a trophy to both Yuno and Naruto, along with official commendations that added substantial merit stars to their respective squads. King Augustus looked thoroughly displeased at the Black Bull's success but couldn't openly contradict the tournament results. As the ceremony concluded and the crowds began to disperse, Naruto noticed Kirin standing with a group of nobles, all watching him with expressions ranging from curiosity to outright hostility. The Lion Mage's eyes burned with something beyond mere resentment, a zealot's conviction that boded ill for their future interactions. That evening, while the Black Bulls celebrated their unprecedented success at a tavern in the common quarter of the capital, a messenger arrived requesting Naruto's presence at the Wizard King's office immediately. "Oh, somebody's in trouble," Vanessa teased, already several drinks into the celebration. "More like somebody's getting a promotion," Magna countered. "After that performance? Julius probably wants to fast-track you up the ranks. Either way, don't keep the Wizard King waiting," Noel advised. Naruto made his way through the darkening streets to the castle, escorted by the royal messenger. Inside, the normally bustling corridors were quiet, most staff having retired for the evening. Julius's office door stood open, warm light spilling into the hallway. "Ah, Naruto. Come in, come in." The Wizard King waved him inside, where Naruto was surprised to find Captain Yami already waiting, along with William Vengeance of the Golden Dawn. "Quite a performance these past few days," Julius said warmly. "You've certainly made an impression." "Thank you, sir." Naruto nodded respectfully to the captains. "Captain Vengeance, congratulations on the Golden Dawn's success." The masked captain inclined his head slightly. "Your comrade Yuno is a credit to our squad. As you are to the Black Bulls." "Cut the pleasantries," Yami grunted. "Why are we here, Julius?" The Wizard King's expression grew serious as he moved to his desk, retrieving a folder sealed with magical wards. "I mentioned before that I intended to assign the Black Bulls to investigate magical anomalies across the kingdom. Recent events have made this mission more urgent." He broke the seals, revealing maps, sketches of ruins, and reports bearing the insignia of various Magic Knight squads. 3 more knights have disappeared while investigating ancient sites. Purple orcas, coral peacocks, and... He glanced at Vengeance, 1 Golden Dawn. The masked captain's normally composed demeanor slipped slightly. Latoile Becquerel. One of our spatial mages, sent to survey ruins near the Diamond Kingdom border. She vanished 2 days ago. The same border region where we encountered the Harbingers, Naruto noted, remembering the village attack from months earlier. Precisely. Julius spread out a map where red markers indicated disappearance locations. We've identified a pattern. Each site corresponds to locations in ancient texts describing star visitor temples. And each disappearance was preceded by unusual magical fluctuations, specifically, thinning of the barrier between our world and somewhere else. Define somewhere else, Yami demanded. That's what we need to determine. Julius turned to Naruto. Which is why I've requested Captain Vengeance's cooperation. The Golden Dawn has the kingdom's best records of ancient magic, while the Black Bulls have. He gestured to Naruto, unique expertise in otherworldly matters. Vengeance studied Naruto through his mask. Your grimoire may be key to understanding these events. The 10 leaves, 9 for the beast within, 1 for yourself. The same configuration described in texts about the vessels of old. You know about the vessels? Naruto asked, surprised. House Vengeance has maintained certain, restricted knowledge through generations, the captain replied carefully. The prophecy of convergence among them. There it was again, convergence. The same term used by both Kirin and the Harbinger's leader. What exactly is this convergence? Naruto pressed. Julius and Vengeance exchanged glances. It was the Wizard King who answered. According to the ancient texts, a time when the barriers between worlds grow thin enough for them to merge, or for beings to cross freely between them. Previous convergences have been documented in our earliest histories, always accompanied by the appearance of powerful entities who sought to harvest something from our world. Chakra, Naruto said softly. Or this world's equivalent, mana. Julius's eyes widened. You know of this? In my world, they were called the Otsutsuki clan. They traveled between dimensions, planting divine trees that would drain worlds of their energy, then harvest the fruit to enhance their own power. Divine trees, Vengeance repeated, a strange tension in his voice. Interesting parallel to our world tree legend. Too close to be coincidental, Julius agreed. Which brings us to your mission. Captain Yami will lead a team of Black Bulls to investigate these sites of disappearance, starting with the ruins near the Diamond Kingdom border. Captain Vengeance will provide historical context and a Golden Dawn liaison, specifically, Yuno, given his connection to Naruto. When do we leave? Naruto asked. Tomorrow morning. The Diamond Kingdom has been unusually active near their border recently. Their researcher mages have been spotted at several of these ancient sites. Julius fixed Naruto with a serious look. Be careful. If my suspicions are correct, these ruins may contain technology or magic capable of facilitating the convergence, deliberately thinning the barriers between worlds. As they left Julius's office, Yami hung back, gesturing for Naruto to walk with him. Weird otherworldly crap, just like I said, the captain commented, lighting a cigarette despite castle regulations. You know more than you've let on, don't you? Naruto hesitated, then nodded. The Otsutsuki, the star visitors in your legends, they destroyed my world. Or were trying to when I died. And got reincarnated here with your fox buddy. Yami blew out a cloud of smoke. Shitty luck, kid. Escaping one world-ending threat just to land in another. If they're the same beings, they're incredibly dangerous. They can absorb magic, create pocket dimensions, even manipulate time and space. Sounds like a pain in the ass. Yami clapped him on the shoulder. Good thing we've got someone with experience fighting them. For the mission, I'm assigning you, Asta, Noel, Finral for transport, and Ghosh for his mirror magic. We leave at dawn. As they parted ways, Naruto felt a familiar tension building, the pre-mission anticipation he'd known as a shinobi. Some things never changed, regardless of the world. Back at the Black Bulls celebration, he found his squad mates in various states of inebriation. Vanessa was unconscious under the table, Magna and Luck were arm wrestling with magic-enhanced strength, and Charmy had cleared out the tavern's entire food supply. Asta, too young for alcohol, was engaged in an enthusiastic conversation with Noel, whose royal composure had slipped after a single glass of wine. There he is. Asta called upon spotting Naruto. What did the Wizard King want? Mission briefing, Naruto replied, sliding onto the bench beside them. We're heading to the Diamond Kingdom border tomorrow. You, me, Noel, Finral, and Ghosh. A mission. Asta pumped his fist. What are we doing? Investigating ancient ruins where magic knights have been disappearing. Noel sobered immediately. Disappearing? That sounds ominous. It gets more interesting. The ruins are connected to beings called star visitors in your world's legends, beings I knew as the Otsutsuki clan in my world. Your world? Asta blinked in confusion. What do you mean, your world? Naruto realized his mistake. In the camaraderie of the bulls, he'd grown comfortable enough to slip. Noel was staring at him with wide eyes, her analytical mind clearly processing implications. It's complicated, Naruto began. You're from another world. Asta whispered, then broke into a huge grin. That's amazing. Is that why your magic is different? Does everyone in your world have fox powers? What was it like there? Did they have wizard kings too? The barrage of enthusiastic questions drew attention from nearby tables. Naruto raised his hands placatingly. Keep it down, Asta. It's not exactly something I advertise. But it explains so much. Asta continued, marginally quieter. The weird grimoire, the way you talk sometimes, how you knew things about magic that even Sister Lily didn't teach us. Noelle studied Naruto with new interest. Is this why the Wizard King has taken such a personal interest in you? Because you're some kind of interdimensional traveler? Not exactly. I died in my world and was reincarnated here, with my memories intact. And with Kurama, the nine-tailed fox entity bound to my soul. The fox from your cloak magic, Noelle realized. It's an actual being. Sentient. Very sentient, and probably listening to this conversation right now, Naruto confirmed with a slight smile. We've been partners for a long time. That's even cooler. Asta exclaimed. You've got like, a magical beast friend inside your grimoire. Despite the gravity of the situation, Naruto couldn't help laughing at Asta's straightforward enthusiasm. No judgment, no suspicion, just pure acceptance and excitement. It was refreshingly simple. I trust you both to keep this relatively quiet, Naruto said. The fewer people who know the details, the better. Especially with everything that's happening. Of course, Noelle agreed, royal discretion kicking in. Though I have approximately 1,000 questions when the time is appropriate. And I'll answer what I can, Naruto promised. But for now, we should rest. Tomorrow's mission sounds challenging. As they prepared to leave the tavern, gathering their more inebriated squad mates, Naruto noticed a familiar figure watching from across the street, Kirin salacious, his amber eyes reflecting lamplight like a predator's in darkness. The noble made no move to approach, merely observed with unnerving intensity before melting back into the shadows. Something wrong? Noelle asked, following his gaze. Just a reminder that we've made some enemies, Naruto replied. Let's get everyone home safely. Dawn found the mission team gathered outside the Black Bull's base, each checking equipment and grimoires before departure. Finral, looking tired and slightly hungover, prepared his spatial magic for the long jump to the border region. Everyone ready? Yami asked, surveying his squad members. This isn't a tournament or a bandit raid. If Julius is right about these ruins being connected to beings powerful enough to cross between worlds, expect serious danger. We're ready, Captain. Asta affirmed, hefting his anti-magic sword with characteristic enthusiasm. Don't embarrass the bulls, Yami added, his version of stay safe before turning to Finral. Get them there in one piece, spatial boy. Yes, Captain, Finral sighed, opening a shimmering portal. Border region, coming up. They emerged on a rocky outcrop overlooking a vast forest. In the distance, mountains marked the physical boundary between Clover and Diamond Kingdoms. The air here felt different, thinner somehow, charged with an energy Naruto recognized from his fight with the Harbingers. I sense unusual mana concentrations approximately 3 kilometers northeast, Ghosh reported, using his mirror magic to scout ahead. And what appears to be Diamond Kingdom forces camped at the forest edge. Great, Finral muttered. International incidents, my favorite. Naruto closed his eyes, extending his senses as he'd done as a sage in his previous life. Though the natural energy worked differently here, he could still detect disturbances. There's something else, he said quietly. A thinning, like Julius described. Almost like a tear in reality. Noelle shivered despite the morning warmth. That doesn't sound good. Let's move, Naruto decided. Ghosh, keep your mirrors watching the diamond forces. Finral, stay ready for quick extraction if needed. Asta, Noelle, with me. They made their way through the forest, moving with the stealth Yami had drilled into them during training. As they approached the coordinates where the Golden Dawn mage had disappeared, signs of recent activity became evident, broken branches, disturbed earth, and most concerningly, scorch marks characteristic of battle magic. Someone fought here, Asta observed, uncharacteristically quiet. Recently, Noelle added, touching a still damp patch of water magic residue. The trees thinned, revealing a clearing dominated by ancient stone structures, crumbling pillars arranged in a circle around a central dais. The architecture was unlike anything native to the Clover Kingdom, with symbols carved into every surface that made Naruto's skin crawl with recognition. Otsutsuki script, he murmured, approaching one pillar. Similar to what we had in my world, but evolved differently. Can you read it? Noel asked. Some. Naruto traced the symbols. Gateway to the divine tree, vessel of convergence, harvest of the worthy. Standard Otsutsuki propaganda about ascending beyond mortality. Look at this, Asta called from the central dais. There's something underneath. They gathered around a section of stone that had been recently excavated. Beneath was a complex mechanism, part magical, part mechanical, with a circular depression at its center. It's some kind of device, Noel observed. But what does it do? Before Naruto could answer, Ghosh's voice spoke from a small mirror floating beside them. Diamond Kingdom forces approaching. 8 mages, all in researcher robes. And they have someone with them, a prisoner or hostage. Show me, Naruto requested. The mirror's surface rippled, revealing a group of diamond mages escorting a bound figure, a woman in tattered golden dawn robes. That must be Latoile, Noel gasped. The missing spatial mage. She's alive, Naruto noted, relief evident in his voice. But why bring her back here? They watched as the diamond researchers led Latoile to the dais, positioning her beside the mechanism. Her spatial magic, Noel realized. They needed to activate the device. We have to stop them, Asta said, gripping his sword. Wait, Naruto cautioned. We need to understand what they're trying to do first. If we charge in blindly, a cold voice interrupted from behind them. You'll accomplish nothing except adding yourselves to the list of disappeared mages. They spun to find themselves facing Kirin Salacious, dressed not in his azure deer robes but in ornate ceremonial garments bearing the same ancient symbols as the ruins. Kirin! Noel exclaimed. What are you doing here? Fulfilling my family's sacred duty, he replied, amber eyes fixed on Naruto. As we have done for generations since the last convergence. You're working with the Diamond Kingdom? Asta demanded incredulously. Kirin's lip curled in disdain. Of course not. Those fools merely serve as unwitting tools. They believe these devices will grant them greater magical power, a weapon against the Clover Kingdom. They have no idea they're helping to thin the veil between worlds. For the Otsutsuki, Naruto stated. It wasn't a question. For our gods, yes. Kirin's expression took on a fanatic's fervor. The star visitors who blessed certain bloodlines with superior magic. My ancestors were among the chosen, granted the lion's soul magic as reward for their service. Service as what? Collaborators in planetary destruction. Naruto stepped forward, grimoire glowing at his side. I've seen what the Otsutsuki do to worlds they visit. They drain them dry and move on. Lies from a vessel who has forgotten his purpose, Kirin replied dismissively. You were meant to be the conduit, the key to the gateway. Instead, you resist your destiny. My destiny isn't to help interdimensional parasites harvest this world. Kirin smiled thinly. Your cooperation is preferred but not required. The diamond researchers are about to activate the device using the spatial mage's power. Once operational, it will create a stable connection to the space between dimensions. From there, our gods can extend their influence more directly. We'll stop them, Asta declared confidently. You can try. Kirin's grimoire opened. But first, you'll have to get through me. Lion soul magic, ancestral pride. The spectral lions materialized around him, more numerous and solid-looking than during the tournament. Clearly, Kirin had been holding back significantly. Get to the dais, Naruto told the others. Stop the activation. I'll handle Kirin. But, Noel began. Go. If that device activates, we'll have bigger problems than one fanatic with lion magic. Asta nodded, understanding the priorities. Come on, Noel. Finral, can you get us closer to the dais? On it, Finral confirmed, opening a portal that the two younger bulls immediately leapt through. Gauche remained, his mirrors multiplying around the clearing. I'll support from range. Naruto faced Kirin, his grimoire opening to a familiar page. Fox Cloak Magic, Third Tail. The orange energy surrounded him, three tails swaying behind the fox-shaped aura. His features sharpened, eyes turning red with vertical slits. You hide behind borrowed power, Kirin observed. While I channel the true blessings of our gods. Your gods abandoned your ancestors when they were no longer useful, Naruto countered. That's what the Otsutsuki do, use, consume, discard. Kirin's expression darkened. Blasphemy. Lion soul magic, King's wrath. His body transformed as it had during the tournament, but further, skin taking on a golden metallic sheen, hair extending into a full mane, fingers elongating into clawed appendages. The magical pressure he exuded was substantially greater than before, suggesting he'd been training intensively since their last encounter. They clashed with explosive force, their magic-enhanced forms trading blows that shattered nearby pillars and carved furrows in the earth. Kirin fought with the savagery of a cornered predator, his lions coordinating attacks from multiple angles. Naruto countered with fox-like cunning, using clones to divide attention and spiral magic to disrupt the lion's spiritual forms. Meanwhile, through Gauche's mirrors, Naruto glimpsed Asta and Noel engaging the diamond researchers. Asta's anti-magic blade cut through their defensive spells, while Noel's water magic provided cover and containment. They were making progress toward the dais where Latoil was being held. You cannot stop what has been ordained for millennia, Kirin growled during a momentary separation. The convergence approaches. The barriers weaken. Our gods return to claim what is theirs. Your gods are parasites, Naruto replied, forming a fox spiral sphere in his palm. And I've defeated parasites before. He launched forward, the spiraling sphere aimed at Kirin's chest. The noble countered with a concentrated blast of lion magic, the collision creating a shockwave that rippled through the clearing. Through the dust, Naruto spotted the diamond researchers positioning Latoil's hands on the ancient device. Her face contorted in pain as they forced her to channel her spatial magic into the mechanism. Gauche! Naruto called. Mirror transport. Understanding immediately, Gauche created a pathway of mirrors. Naruto leapt into one and emerged from another directly beside the dais, startling the diamond researchers. Fox mirror magic, Shadow Legion. A dozen clones appeared, engaging the researchers while Naruto moved to free Latoil. The Golden Dawn mage looked exhausted, magical restraints binding her hands. Hold still, Naruto instructed, channeling fox magic to burn through the restraints. Behind you, she warned weakly. Naruto turned to find Kirin emerging from a leap that carried him across the entire clearing, claws extended for a killing blow. You will not interfere, the noble roared. Time seemed to slow. Naruto couldn't dodge without leaving Latoil exposed. His clones were occupied with the researchers. Asta and Noel were still fighting their way through diamond reinforcements. Inside his mindscape, Kurama spoke urgently. The fourth tail, Kit. Now. Naruto's grimoire turned to a page he'd never accessed before. Fox cloak magic, fourth tail. The fox aura intensified, a fourth tail materializing as the cloak became more solid, almost armor-like. Naruto caught Kirin's clawed hand mid-strike, the impact creating a crater beneath their feet. Impossible, Kirin hissed. You shouldn't be able to match me in my ascended form. You're not the only one who can channel ancient power, Naruto replied, his voice deeper, resonating with Kurama's influence. With a surge of strength, he threw Kirin backward, sending the noble crashing through one of the stone pillars. Without wasting a moment, Naruto turned back to Latoil, freeing her from the last restraints. "Can you move?" he asked. She nodded weakly. "Yes, but my magic, they've been draining it for days." "Finro." Naruto called, and the spatial mage appeared through one of his portals. "Get her to safety." "What about the device?" Finro asked, supporting Latoil. "We destroy it." Naruto turned to the ancient mechanism, which had begun to glow with ominous energy. "Before it can, too late." The central depression flared with blinding light, a vertical tear appearing in the air above the dais. Through it, Naruto glimpsed a dimension of swirling chaos, the space between worlds. "Yes." Kirin exulted, rising from the rubble. "The gateway opens. Our gods will soon arrive to claim their vessel and begin the harvest." From the tear emerged a figure that made Naruto's blood run cold, humanoid but clearly not human, with pale skin, horns, and most tellingly, a Rinnegan eye at the center of its forehead. "Otsutsuki," Naruto whispered. The being surveyed the clearing with cold detachment, its gaze eventually settling on Naruto in his four-tailed form. "The vessel has matured nicely," it observed in a voice that seemed to bypass air entirely, resonating directly in their minds. "Though it appears to have developed autonomy." "Great Lord Azura," Kirin prostrated himself. "We have prepared as instructed. The convergence sites are being activated across the realm." "So I see." The being, Azura, floated down to stand before Kirin. "House Salacious has served faithfully. You shall be rewarded when the harvest begins." Naruto stepped forward, placing himself between the Otsutsuki and his friends. "You're not harvesting anything from this world." Azura regarded him with clinical interest. "Curious. The vessel speaks as if it has choice in the matter." He extended a pale hand. "Come, little fox. Your purpose awaits." "My purpose is to protect this world from threats like you," Naruto replied, the fox cloak intensifying around him. "I've stopped the Otsutsuki before. I'll do it again." "Ah." Understanding dawned in Azura's alien eyes. "You retain memories from your previous incarnation. Fascinating but irrelevant. In this world, the rules are different. The power you once commanded is bound differently." With blinding speed, Azura appeared directly before Naruto, pale finger touching his forehead before he could react. "Sleep now, vessel. When you awaken, you will serve your true purpose." Darkness encroached on Naruto's vision as an overwhelming force pressed against his consciousness. He fought it, calling on Kurama's power, pushing back against the invasive presence. In his mindscape, the fox roared defiance. "Not this time, pale-eyed freak." The mental battle manifested physically as Naruto's fox cloak fluctuated wildly, sometimes weakening, sometimes flaring with renewed intensity. Azura's expression changed from confidence to mild surprise. The beast within resists. Unexpected but manageable. Asta's voice cut through Naruto's struggle. "Get away from my friend." The anti-magic swordsman charged Azura from behind, black blade swinging. The Otsutsuki merely glanced back, and Asta froze mid-stride, caught in some invisible force. "Pitiful," Azura commented. "Though your anti-magic is intriguing. Perhaps worth studying before the harvest." Water magic, sea dragon's roar. Noel's attack surged toward Azura, a massive dragon of water magic that would have overwhelmed most opponents. Without looking, Azura raised a hand, and the water dragon simply ceased to exist, not blocked, not absorbed, but erased from reality. "Your resistance is meaningless," the Otsutsuki stated flatly. "The convergence has begun. This world's fate is sealed." Inside Naruto's mindscape, something shifted. The golden tree he'd seen during his soul's synchronization with Kurama began to glow, its 10 leaves pulsing with power. "Kit," Kurama called. "The grimoire, it's responding to the Otsutsuki's presence." Naruto felt it too, a resonance between his 10-leaf grimoire and the dimensional tear, as if they were connected on a fundamental level. With sudden clarity, he understood. The 10th leaf, he whispered. It's not just me, it represents the connection between worlds. His grimoire began to glow with golden light, pages turning rapidly of their own accord. They stopped on a page filled with complex sealing arrays reminiscent of those used by Uzumaki clan members in his previous life, but integrated with this world's magical formulas. Fox Sage Art, Dimensional Boundary Seal. Golden chains of magical energy erupted from Naruto's body, wrapping around the dimensional tear. Azura's eyes widened in genuine alarm. No. The vessel cannot have mastered the sealing arts already. The chains tightened, pulling the edges of the tear closer together. Azura lunged for Naruto, only to be intercepted by Asta, who had broken free of whatever force held him. Anti-magic, black meteorite. The swordsman's blade, wreathed in anti-magic energy, struck Azura's shoulder. For the first time, the Otsutsuki showed pain, recoiling from the contact with anti-magic. Impossible. My divine power cannot be negated by a mere mortal. Looks like it just was, Asta grinned fiercely. And there's more where that came from. Taking advantage of the distraction, Naruto poured more power into the sealing technique. The dimensional tear shrank further, its edges beginning to knit together. No. Kirin cried in dismay. My lord, the gateway. Azura's face contorted with rage. This changes nothing. Other convergence points are activating. This world will still be harvested. With a gesture, he created a smaller tear in space and stepped toward it. This isn't over, vessel. We will meet again, when you are weaker and I am stronger. His gaze swept over the assembled magic knights. Tell your wizard king that the age of harvest approaches. The Otsutsuki come to claim what has always been theirs. He stepped through the tear, which sealed itself behind him. Simultaneously, Naruto's chains completed their work, closing the larger dimensional gateway with a thunderclap of displaced air. Kirin stared in shock at the now empty dais, his transformed state fading as despair replaced fanaticism. What have you done? You've ruined everything. Saved your ungrateful world, for starters, Naruto replied, his fox cloak dissipating as exhaustion caught up with him. The sealing technique had drained him severely. You've merely delayed the inevitable, Kirin spat. There are dozens of convergence sites across the 4 kingdoms. My brethren are activating them as we speak. Then we'll stop them too, Asta declared, pointing his sword at Kirin. And you're going to help us by telling us where they are. The noble laughed bitterly. I would rather die than betray our gods. That can be arranged, Ghosh said coldly, his mirrors surrounding Kirin with reflected magical energy. No, Naruto intervened, approaching the defeated noble. Death is too easy. And we need what he knows. He knelt beside Kirin, looking directly into those amber eyes that now held fear beneath the defiance. Your gods abandoned you just now. Left you to face us alone. Is that the loyalty you've pledged your life to? They will return, Kirin insisted, but uncertainty had crept into his voice. Maybe. But when they do, will they reward your failure? The Otsutsuki don't tolerate weakness. Naruto's expression softened slightly. I've seen what they do to worlds, Kirin. No one is spared in the harvest, not even faithful servants. Something flickered in Kirin's eyes, doubt. My family has served for generations. We were promised ascension. Empty promises. Ask yourself, where are the ascended humans from previous harvests? Have you ever seen one? Silence answered him. Help us, Naruto pressed. Help us protect this world, your world. Kirin looked away, internal conflict evident in his expression. I cannot betray centuries of faith on your word alone. Then come with us. See the evidence for yourself. If I'm wrong, you lose nothing. If I'm right, you save your world and your family. It was a gamble, but Naruto recognized the wavering resolve in Kirin's eyes. Sometimes, the most zealous believers could become the most passionate converts when their faith was shaken. The diamond researchers, Noel interjected. What about them? We'll take them into custody, Naruto decided. They may have valuable information about the other convergence sites. With the immediate threat neutralized, they secured both Kirin and the surviving diamond researchers. Finral returned with reinforcements, Magna, Luck, and to everyone's surprise, Yuno, who had insisted on joining once he learned Latoil had been rescued. The device, Yuno examined the now dormant mechanism. Can it be destroyed? Not easily, Naruto replied. It's connected to the ley lines beneath the ruins. Destroying it improperly could cause a magical backlash that would devastate the region. Then we secure it and report to Julius, Yami decided, having arrived with the reinforcements. He needs to know we've got Otsutsuki problems. As they prepared to return to the capital, Naruto found himself walking beside a subdued Kirin. The noble had surrendered his grimoire as a condition of his provisional cooperation, but even without magic, his presence radiated conflicted intensity. Your world, Kirin said quietly. The one you came from. Did they harvest it completely? No. We fought back. United against them despite our differences. And you, died in that fight? Naruto nodded. Protecting those precious to me. It's what I've always done, regardless of the world I'm in. Kirin was silent for a long moment. My family's records speak of a previous vessel who rebelled, a woman with crimson hair who sealed away a convergence gateway 5 centuries ago. She was branded a traitor to the gods. Or maybe she was a hero who saved countless lives, Naruto suggested. History depends on who writes it. Perhaps. Kirin looked toward the horizon where the sun was setting. I always believed our service would lead to ascension, becoming like the gods themselves. The thought that we were merely cattle being fattened for slaughter. It's not too late to choose a different path, Naruto told him. Believe me, I know something about second chances. A ghost of a smile touched Kirin's lips. We shall see, vessel. We shall see. As they journeyed back toward the Clover Kingdom capital, Naruto gazed at his 10-leaf grimoire, pondering the revelation about its true nature. The 9th leaf for Kurama, the 10th for the connection between worlds, a connection that made him both valuable and dangerous to the Otsutsuki's plans. You okay? Asta asked, noticing his contemplation. Yeah, Naruto replied, closing the grimoire. Just thinking about how strange fate can be. Dying in one world only to find the same enemy in another. Good thing you've got better backup this time. Asta grinned, gesturing to the assembled black bulls. Naruto smiled, genuine warmth filling him as he looked at his squad mates. Yeah. Good thing. In his mindscape, Kurama rumbled thoughtfully. The convergence, the prophecy, this Azura character, there's more happening here than we understand, Kit. There always is, Naruto replied silently. But whatever comes next, we'll face it together. All of us. The sun sank below the horizon as they traveled, casting long shadows across the landscape. Somewhere in the gathering darkness, ancient mechanisms hummed with awakening power, dimensional barriers thinned, and eyes with concentric rings watched from beyond, patient, calculating, eternal. The convergence had begun. Chapter 3, The Fractured Mirror. The Heart Kingdom's royal palace rose from the verdant landscape like a massive tree, its organic architecture merging seamlessly with the surrounding forest. Living wood and stone had been shaped by generations of nature magic users into graceful spires and open-air chambers that captured the kingdom's essence, harmony with natural mana rather than dominion over it. Naruto stood on the balcony of his assigned quarters, watching the sunset paint the unfamiliar landscape in shades of amber and gold. 2 weeks had passed since the confrontation at the border ruins, 2 weeks of tense debriefings, strategic planning, and political maneuvering in the Clover Kingdom capital. Now he found himself in yet another unfamiliar place, playing diplomat rather than warrior, a role he'd once grown accustomed to as Hokage but felt strange in his new life. "Enjoying the view?" Finral asked, joining him at the balcony rail. The spatial mage looked uncharacteristically formal in diplomatic attire bearing the Black Bull's insignia. "It's different," Naruto admitted. "The mana here feels denser. More alive. That's the Heart Kingdom for you. They don't separate magic from nature the way we do in Clover." Finral adjusted his collar uncomfortably. "Remind me why we're the ones doing diplomatic duty. We're the worst squad for this kind of mission." Naruto's lips quirked in a slight smile. "Because we're the ones who encountered the Otsutsuki directly. And because Julius trusts us to recognize signs of convergence activity without causing an international incident. So no pressure then." Finral sighed dramatically. "At least the local women are beautiful. Did you see that spirit guardian during the welcome ceremony? The one with the crystal magic. Absolutely stunning." Before Naruto could respond, Noelle appeared at the doorway, resplendent in formal attire that highlighted her royal heritage. For this mission, her usual prickly demeanor had been replaced by the polished diplomatic manner her noble upbringing had instilled. "If you two are done sightseeing," she said with practiced patience, "Queen Lalapeka has requested our presence for the evening reception. We mustn't keep her waiting." "How's Asta doing with the formal protocol?" Naruto asked as they followed her inside. Noelle's composed expression cracked slightly. "Magna is still coaching him. He called the first princess Miss Lady Princess during introductions, and she found it so charming that now all the court is afraid to correct him." "Classic Asta," Finral chuckled. Failing upward through sheer earnestness. The diplomatic contingent from the Clover Kingdom was small but strategically composed, Naruto, Noelle, Asta, Finral, and Magna representing the Black Bulls, plus Leopold Vermilion from the Crimson Lions and, surprisingly, Kirin Salacious from the Azure Deer. The latter's inclusion had been Julius's idea, both to keep the former cultist where they could watch him and to provide his expertise on convergence sites. They gathered in the central chamber of their suite, where Magna was making final adjustments to Asta's formal wear while the short swordsman fidgeted impatiently. "Stop squirming, shrimp," Magna growled, straightening Asta's collar. "You're representing the Clover Kingdom here. But these clothes are so stiff. How's anyone supposed to fight in this?" "You're not supposed to fight anyone," Leopold reminded him, the young Vermilion noble looking perfectly at ease in his ceremonial attire. "This is a diplomatic mission to strengthen our alliance against potential threats." Kirin, standing apart from the group as usual, made a soft noise that might have been amusement or disdain. Since the border incident, he had existed in a strange limbo, no longer trusted by his former cult but not fully accepted by the Magic Knights either. His amber eyes met Naruto's briefly, a silent acknowledgement passing between them before he looked away. "Everyone clear on tonight's objectives?" Naruto asked, falling naturally into the leadership role that both his lives had prepared him for. "Establish formal communication channels regarding unusual magical phenomena," Noelle recited. "Propose joint monitoring of convergence sites near our shared borders," Leopold added. "And don't mention the O word in public," Finral concluded. "The existence of interdimensional harvester aliens remains classified information. The Heart Kingdom royalty already knows," Kirin said quietly. "Their queen's divination magic would have shown her the moment the border gateway activated. The question is how much they've told their people. That's what we're here to find out." Naruto checked his reflection one final time, grimacing at the formal robes. He'd insisted on orange accents despite Noelle's objections that it wasn't appropriately solemn for diplomacy. Some habits died hard. "Let's go make some friends." The grand reception hall of the Heart Palace was a marvel of magical architecture, a vast chamber where the ceiling appeared to be the actual night sky, complete with stars that shifted and swirled in patterns different from any constellation Naruto had seen in either of his lives. The floor was living crystal that seemed to flow like water beneath their feet while remaining solid. Heart Kingdom nobles and officials mingled with visitors from various nations, though Naruto noted the conspicuous absence of Diamond Kingdom representatives. The princess approaches, Noel murmured, subtly indicating a young woman moving through the crowd. Princess Catriona, daughter of Queen Lalapeka, embodied Heart Kingdom elegance, tall and willowy, with flowing aquamarine hair and ceremonial markings on her face that enhanced her mana sensitivity. She moved with the grace of someone who had grown up in harmony with natural magic. "Welcome, honored guests from the Clover Kingdom," she greeted them, her voice melodic. "I trust your accommodations are satisfactory." "They're amazing!" Asta exclaimed before anyone could offer a more measured response. "The walls are alive. And the water knows when you want it hot or cold." "And, what my enthusiastic colleague means," Noel interrupted smoothly, "is that we're deeply appreciative of the Heart Kingdom's legendary hospitality. Your natural magic architecture is unparalleled." Princess Catriona's eyes crinkled with genuine amusement. "Refreshing honesty is always welcome here, Sir Asta. The Heart Kingdom values authenticity above formality." Her gaze shifted to each of them in turn, lingering noticeably on Naruto. Especially when hosting those with unique magical signatures. The slight emphasis wasn't lost on Naruto. The Heart Kingdom's royal family possessed exceptional mana sensitivity, she could undoubtedly sense something different about him. "We brought our finest," Leopold responded with diplomatic polish. "The Black Bulls have been at the forefront of investigating the unusual magical phenomena we hope to discuss with your mother." "Indeed. Mother is most interested in these convergence events." The princess's expression remained pleasant, but her eyes sharpened. "Particularly in how a magic knight came to possess a 10-leaf grimoire with magic not native to our world." A tense silence fell over their group. The princess had just casually revealed she knew far more than they'd anticipated. "Well," Finral muttered under his breath, "so much for easing into that topic." Naruto met the princess's evaluating gaze directly. "Your intelligence is impressive, Your Highness. The Heart Kingdom has maintained records of the star visitors for millennia," she replied. "Including prophecies about vessels who would bridge worlds. When word reached us of your grimoire's manifestation, Mother consulted the water sanctuary. What she saw prompted her to request this diplomatic exchange." "And what exactly did she see?" Naruto asked carefully. The princess smiled enigmatically. "That is for her to share, when the time is right. For now, please enjoy our hospitality. The spirit guardians are particularly eager to meet you." She gestured to a group of distinguished-looking mages standing near the queen's empty throne. Each wore ceremonial robes indicating mastery of a different elemental magic, their collective magical presence impressive even at a distance. "The Heart Kingdom spirit guardians," Noel explained quietly to Asta, who looked confused. "Elite mages who have formed contracts with elemental spirits, similar to how Captain Fugolian works with Salamander. There are 5 currently serving," Princess Catriona continued. "Each representing one of the elemental domains vital to our kingdom's magical ecosystem. They've been instructed to share information freely with your contingent, a gesture of good faith from my mother." "We're honored," Naruto replied sincerely. Spirit magic users might have valuable insights into Kurama's unusual manifestation in this world. "Excellent. I'll make the introductions after the Queen's address." The princess turned gracefully. "Ah, and here comes Mother now." The crowd parted as Queen Lalapeka entered, and Naruto felt an immediate sense of déjà vu. Though physically nothing like Tsunade, the Heart Queen carried herself with the same blend of authority and hidden weariness he remembered from his former Hokage. Her ceremonial robes shimmered with water magic, creating the impression that she was perpetually emerging from a sacred pool. More striking was the magical presence she projected, vast and ancient, as if she carried the collective wisdom of previous rulers within her. The markings on her face and arms glowed subtly, indicating active divination magic even as she performed her ceremonial duties. "Her Majesty is always scrying," Princess Catriona explained, noting their observation. The burden of foresight never leaves a heart queen. The formal portion of the reception proceeded with practiced elegance, welcomes extended, alliances reaffirmed, veiled references made to mutual concerns regarding magical anomalies. Throughout it all, Naruto felt the queen's gaze return to him repeatedly, studying him with an intensity that suggested she was seeing more than just his physical presence. When the formalities concluded and the gathering transitioned to more casual interaction, Princess Catriona guided them toward the spirit guardians as promised. "Allow me to introduce our honored protectors," she said. "Master Alicia of Crystal Spirit Magic, Master Darius of Earth Spirit Magic, Master Orion of Wind Spirit Magic, Master Nyx of Shadow Spirit Magic, and Master Kalida of Flame Spirit Magic." Each guardian bowed slightly as they were introduced. Naruto studied them with interest, noting their varied appearances and magical signatures. Master Alicia particularly caught his attention, a woman perhaps a few years older than him with flowing silver hair that contained subtle crystalline elements and eyes that shifted color like light through prisms. "The vessel with the fox spirit," Master Darius said without preamble, his voice as solid and direct as the earth magic he commanded. "Your arrival was foretold in our ancient texts." "Darius," Alicia chided gently, her voice melodic. "Perhaps allow our guests to breathe before burdening them with prophecy." She turned to Naruto with a warm smile. "Forgive my colleague's directness. We've been anticipating meeting you since news of your grimoire reached the Heart Kingdom." "Everyone seems to know more about my grimoire than I do," Naruto observed, keeping his tone light despite his wariness. "The Heart Kingdom maintains the most comprehensive records of previous convergence events," Master Orion explained, his willowy frame swaying slightly like a tree in the wind. "Including accounts of vessels who carried spirits from beyond our dimensional boundaries." "Previous vessels?" Naruto's interest sharpened. "There have been others like me." "Several throughout recorded history," Alicia confirmed. "Though none quite like you in terms of the power they contained." Her iridescent eyes studied him with keen interest. "The nine-tailed fox spirit is unprecedented in our records." Before Naruto could press for more details, Queen Lalapeka approached their group, her attendants creating a respectful space around her. "Naruto Windcaller," she addressed him directly, her voice carrying unusual resonance. "Walk with me. There are matters we must discuss privately." The request, really a command, left no room for diplomatic deflection. Naruto exchanged quick glances with his teammates before nodding. "It would be my honor, Your Majesty." The queen led him to a secluded garden terrace overlooking a vast magical forest that pulsed with mana visible even to the naked eye. When they were alone save for her personal guards at a discreet distance, she turned to face him directly. "You are not from this world," she stated simply. "Yet neither are you entirely foreign to it." A curious paradox. Naruto maintained a neutral expression. "You seem well informed about my circumstances, Your Majesty. The water sanctuary shows many things to those willing to look deeply enough." She gestured to the magical markings on her skin. "I have witnessed fragments of your previous life, shinobi of the hidden leaf. I have seen the beast sealed within you, and the battles you fought against the pale invaders who drain worlds of their chakra." The casual mention of such specific details from his past life sent a shock through Naruto. "Then you understand why I'm concerned about similar beings appearing in this world." "Indeed." The queen's expression grew solemn. "The Otsutsuki have visited our world before, during previous convergence cycles. Each time, they harvest a portion of our world's mana before the dimensional barriers restabilize, forcing them to retreat. Each time, they leave behind cultists, technology, and occasionally." She regarded him thoughtfully, "Vessels. I'm not their vessel," Naruto stated firmly. "In my world, I opposed them. I died fighting them. And yet you carry a 10-leaf grimoire that resonates with their dimensional magic." Her tone held no accusation, merely observation. "The 10th leaf represents the bridge between worlds, a connection point the Otsutsuki can use to thin the dimensional barriers. Or one I can use to strengthen those barriers, Naruto countered. At the ruins, I was able to seal the gateway they opened. Queen Lalapeka nodded slowly. Yes. That unexpected development is what prompted me to accelerate our meeting. The prophecies speak of a vessel who would either serve as gateway or guardian, one who would either facilitate the convergence or prevent it. And you want to determine which I'll be, Naruto concluded. I already know. Her smile held genuine warmth. Your soul bears the scars of sacrifice, Naruto Windcaller. You would not willingly doom this world to harvest. The queen's expression shifted, becoming more intense. But what you may not yet realize is that sealing individual gateways is merely treating symptoms. The convergence itself is a natural cycle, like seasons or tides. It cannot be prevented entirely. Then what are we supposed to do? Just accept that interdimensional parasites get to feed on our world? No. We must understand the convergence fully to navigate it safely. She gestured toward the distant forest where mana visibly flowed in rivers of light. Beneath the Heart Kingdom lie the oldest ruins from the previous age, temples built before the first Wizard King, before the current magical system. Tomorrow, I will grant you and selected companions access to these sacred sites. What you learn there may provide the key to protecting our world without destabilizing the dimensional fabric. Naruto considered her words carefully. You're taking a significant political risk sharing such information with foreign magic knights. The risk of inaction is greater. Queen Lalapeka's gaze turned distant, seeing something beyond the present moment. The Diamond Kingdom has already begun weaponizing convergence technology. The Spade Kingdom stirs with unusual dark magic that bears the taint of other worlds. And within the Clover Kingdom itself, forces loyal to the Otsutsuki have infiltrated higher than you realize. Including the royal court, Naruto guessed, remembering the hooded figure with the Rinnegan eye. The queen neither confirmed nor denied, merely stating, choose your companions for tomorrow's expedition carefully. The ancient temples respond differently to different magical signatures. The spirit guardian Alicia will guide you, her crystal magic resonates with the temple structures, and she has studied the old texts extensively. Thank you, Your Majesty. She regarded him with an expression that reminded him poignantly of how Tsunade had sometimes looked at him, a mixture of hope and concern. One final warning, vessel who resists. As the convergence progresses, the boundaries between your past and present will blur. Memories may bleed through, realities may overlap. Trust your fox companion to anchor you when these episodes occur. With that cryptic caution, she signaled the conclusion of their private conversation. As they returned to the reception, Naruto processed her words with growing unease. Memory bleeds. Reality overlaps. The implications were troubling. He rejoined his teammates, who looked at him expectantly. Well? Noel prompted. What did Her Majesty want? To arrange a field trip, Naruto replied with deliberate lightness. We've been granted access to ancient ruins beneath the Heart Kingdom. I need to select a small team to accompany me tomorrow. Obviously I'm going. Asta declared immediately. Actually, I think we need to split our forces, Naruto countered. Asta, I want you, Leopold, and Magna to continue the diplomatic mission here. Noel, your water magic would be valuable in the ruins. Finral for transportation. And. He hesitated, then made a decision that surprised even himself, Kirin. The lion mage, who had been standing silently at the periphery of their group, looked up sharply. Me? Why? Because you know more about convergence sites than any of us, Naruto answered honestly. And because if you're still harboring any loyalty to the Otsutsuki, I'd rather keep you where I can see you. Kirin's amber eyes narrowed, but he didn't object. Since the border incident, he'd existed in a state of conflicted cooperation, neither fully trusted ally nor treated prisoner. And I will be your guide, came a melodic voice from behind them. Alicia, the crystal spirit guardian, approached with fluid grace. The queen has assigned me to your expedition. The ancient temples can be disorienting for those unaccustomed to their magic. Naruto studied her more carefully now that they would be working together. In addition to her crystal-infused silver hair and prismatic eyes, she wore ceremonial robes that seemed to refract light in unusual patterns. At her shoulder floated a tiny elemental spirit that resembled a crystalline hummingbird, occasionally whispering in her ear. "We're grateful for your guidance," he told her sincerely. Alicia's gaze lingered on him with undisguised fascination. "The honor is mine. It's not every day one meets a vessel who retains their autonomy, especially one carrying such an unusual spirit." Inside his mindscape, Kurama snorted. "Unusual," she says. "I'm the most powerful of the tailed beasts, not some sparkly trinket like that crystal mosquito on her shoulder." Naruto suppressed a smile at the fox's indignation. "We'll meet at sunrise, then." At the eastern courtyard, Alicia confirmed. "Wear practical attire. The temples don't respond well to ceremonial magic." As the reception continued around them, Naruto found himself repeatedly drawn into conversations with Heart Kingdom officials eager to learn more about the unique magic user from Clover. Each interaction carried undertones of political calculation barely concealed beneath polite interest. The Heart Kingdom, for all its natural harmony aesthetic, was clearly maneuvering to secure advantageous position in whatever crisis the convergence might bring. Late in the evening, he slipped away from the gathering, seeking a moment of quiet to center himself. He found a small meditation garden nestled between palace spires, with a clear view of the mana-rich forest beyond the city. "Overwhelming, isn't it?" Alicia's voice came from behind him. "Court functions always feel like battles fought with smiles instead of spells." "You followed me," Naruto observed without turning. "I wanted to speak without the weight of a dozen political agendas pressing on our words." She moved to stand beside him at the garden's edge. Up close, he could see that her eyes weren't merely changing colors, they contained actual crystalline facets that caught and refracted light. "There are things about the temples you should know before tomorrow that I couldn't say in front of your full contingent." "Specifically?" "The temples were built by the Otsutsuki themselves, but later repurposed by humans who rebelled against them." Her voice lowered. "Including a previous vessel with abilities remarkably similar to yours." Naruto's interest sharpened. "Kirin mentioned a woman with red hair from 5 centuries ago." "Kushina of the Scarlet Seal," Alicia confirmed. "The records describe her using chain-like magic to bind dimensional gateways and seal away Otsutsuki technology." "Sound familiar?" The name sent a jolt through Naruto. Kushina, his mother's name in his previous life. Too familiar to be coincidence. Indeed. Alicia's crystalline familiar circled between them, trailing sparkling mana. "The Heart Kingdom believes that vessels aren't random. Specific souls are drawn back to our world during convergence cycles, souls with the capacity to either facilitate or resist the harvest." "Reincarnation with purpose," Naruto murmured. "Precisely." She studied him with those faceted eyes that seemed to see beyond normal perception. "Your fox spirit, it recognizes this pattern too, doesn't it?" "Kurama has his suspicions," Naruto acknowledged carefully. "May I meet him?" she asked, surprising him with the directness of the request. Spirit guardians can sometimes communicate directly with bound entities. Naruto hesitated. Few people had ever directly communicated with Kurama, even in his previous life. Still, if they were working together, establishing trust was important. "It's up to him," Naruto said, then closed his eyes, opening the mental connection to his mindscape. "What do you think, Kurama?" "She wants to talk to you directly." The fox regarded him with ancient eyes. "This spirit guardian is more than she appears. Her crystal magic allows her to perceive dimensional frequencies most humans cannot. She might prove useful, or dangerous. Let her try." Naruto opened his eyes to find Alicia watching him patiently. "He's willing. What do you need to do?" "Hold out your grimoire and I'll channel my spirit through my crystal," she instructed, removing a pendant from beneath her robes, a complex crystalline structure that hummed with concentrated mana. Naruto summoned his 10-leaf grimoire, which floated before him, golden cover gleaming in the moonlight. Alicia held her crystal pendant near it, channeling mana that created a prismatic bridge between the two magical items. Spirit art, resonance bridge, she intoned softly. The world around them seemed to shift, colors inverting briefly before resolving into a strange hybrid space, not quite Naruto's sewer-like mindscape, not quite the physical world. They stood in a crystalline chamber that reflected infinite versions of themselves, while before them, Kurama manifested in a translucent form, smaller than his true size but still imposingly large. Interesting technique, crystal user, the fox rumbled, 9 tails swaying behind him. Few humans can enter this intermediary space. Alicia bowed respectfully, seemingly unintimidated by the massive fox. Great 9-tailed spirit, I'm honored. Your reputation precedes you even in our world's oldest texts. Kurama's eyes narrowed with interest. You recognize me specifically? Not just as a generic fox spirit. The Temple of Echoes contains murals depicting 9 great beast spirits who once roamed freely between dimensions. The 9-tailed fox is prominently featured, described as the Burning Shadow, keeper of dark wisdom and purifying flame. A rumbling laugh escaped Kurama. Poetic, if somewhat dramatic. So your people have preserved knowledge of the bijou. Fragments only, Alicia admitted. Much was lost during previous harvests. But enough remains to recognize your significance. Her expression grew more serious. The convergence weakens the barriers not just between physical dimensions, but between time streams. If our theories are correct, you and your vessel may experience temporal bleeding, memories or even manifestations from other points in your existences. That explains the Queen's warning about memory bleeds, Naruto interjected. Kurama growled softly. It also explains the strange resonances I've been feeling. Parts of our power that should be inaccessible in this world have been flickering at the edges of my awareness. Precisely. Alicia nodded. The temples we'll visit tomorrow exist partially outside normal time and space. They may trigger these episodes more intensely. I wanted to warn you privately because such experiences can be destabilizing for those unprepared. I appreciate the consideration, Naruto said sincerely. There's one more thing. Alicia hesitated, then continued, the record suggests that Kushina of the Scarlet Seal was not just any vessel. She was specifically a previous incarnation of your spirit, Naruto. And her fox spirit was likewise a previous incarnation of Kurama. The revelation hung in the strange crystal space between them. If true, it suggested a cycle far more complex than simple reincarnation. We're caught in a loop, Kurama mused. Returning to face the same enemy across different worlds and times. Or we're specifically drawn to the convergence points because we have the power to affect them, Naruto suggested. Both may be true. Alicia's crystal began to pulse, indicating the technique was reaching its limits. We should return to physical space. This bridge cannot be maintained for long. The crystal space dissolved around them, reality reasserting itself as they found themselves back in the meditation garden. Alicia swayed slightly from magical exertion, and Naruto instinctively steadied her with a hand at her elbow. Thank you, she murmured, her prismatic eyes meeting his. Something passed between them in that moment, a recognition that transcended their brief acquaintance, perhaps a resonance between their respective spirit connections. You should rest before tomorrow, Naruto said, gently releasing her arm. The temples sound challenging. Indeed. She stepped back, composing herself. Sunrise at the eastern courtyard. Come prepared for both physical and metaphysical challenges. After she departed, Naruto remained in the garden, processing the implications of their conversation. If he and Kurama had indeed been drawn into a cyclical conflict with the Otsutsuki across multiple incarnations, what did that mean for their current situation? Were they merely repeating a predetermined pattern, or could they change the outcome this time? We're missing something important, Kurama commented in his mind. This feels too orchestrated to be natural cosmic cycles. The Otsutsuki are manipulating the convergence somehow, Naruto agreed silently. Using it rather than simply writing it. And using us, if they can, the fox added grimly. Stay alert tomorrow, Kit. These temples may reveal more than ancient history. Naruto returned to the diplomatic quarters to find most of his team already retired for the night. Only Kirin remained awake, standing at the window overlooking the mana forest, his expression troubled. Second thoughts about tomorrow's expedition? Naruto asked, closing the door behind him. Kirin didn't turn. Wondering which side I'm truly on. The faith of generations doesn't disappear overnight, Vessel. Naruto, he corrected. If we're exploring potentially dangerous ruins together tomorrow, you might as well use my name. The lion mage finally turned, amber eyes studying him. Very well. Naruto. What exactly do you expect to find in these temples that could possibly change the course of a cosmic cycle that has repeated for millennia? The truth, Naruto replied simply. About the Otsutsuki, about vessels like me, about why your family served beings that see humans as nothing more than a food source. And if that truth confirms everything I was raised to believe? That the harvest is necessary, divine, and inevitable. Then you make your choice with full information, not manipulated half-truths. Naruto moved to stand beside him at the window. That's all anyone can really ask for. Kirin was silent for a long moment. The Heart Queen showed you something in your private conversation. Something that concerns these temples. It wasn't a question, but Naruto answered anyway. She believes they contain information about navigating the convergence without allowing a full harvest. And possibly connections to previous vessels who resisted the Otsutsuki. Like Kushina of the Scarlet Seal, Kirin murmured. The Great Trader, as my family's records named her. Or the Great Protector, depending on whose history you read. A ghost of a smile touched Kirin's lips. Indeed. History is written by the victors, or in this case, by those who survive the harvest. The next morning dawned clear and warm, the Heart Kingdom's perpetual summer a stark contrast to the early autumn chill that would be settling over the Clover Kingdom by now. Naruto, Noel, Finral, and Kirin assembled in the eastern courtyard, each dressed for practical exploration rather than diplomacy. Naruto had sealed his formal robes in a scroll using a technique that had raised eyebrows among his teammates, who weren't accustomed to seeing storage magic used so casually. How exactly do you do that? Noel asked, watching him tuck the small scroll into a pouch. It's not standard spatial magic. It's a technique from my previous life, Naruto explained. Sealing jutsu. This world's magic system seems to allow for adaptations of some shinobi skills. Convenient, Finral commented. Think you could teach me? It would make transporting Vanessa after drinking binges much easier. Before Naruto could respond, Alicia arrived with 2 additional Heart Kingdom mages, a serious-looking woman introduced as Mira, specializing in translation magic, and a muscular man named Talon whose earth magic would apparently be necessary for accessing the deeper temple levels. The journey has 3 phases, Alicia explained as they gathered around a crystalline map she manifested. First, we travel through the sacred forest to the temple entrance, approximately 2 hours on foot, as magical transportation doesn't function reliably near the convergence site. Second, we navigate the upper temple chambers, which contain historical records and contextual information. Finally, if we're permitted entry, we descend to the inner sanctum where the most significant artifacts are housed. Permitted entry? Finral questioned. By whom? The temple itself, Talon answered, his deep voice matching his imposing physique. The ancient structures have awareness. They test those who seek their knowledge. Wonderful, Noel muttered. Sentient architecture. Kirin studied the crystal map intently. These formations look similar to ruins my family maintained in the Clover Kingdom. Concentric circles with cardinal alignment. Yes, Alicia confirmed. All Otsutsuki structures follow similar patterns. They're designed to channel mana along specific flows that facilitate dimensional resonance. They set out as the sun cleared the forest canopy, following a path that grew progressively less distinct as they moved deeper into the mana-rich woodland. Here, magic wasn't merely present but visibly active in the environment, plants that responded to their passing, animals with clearly magical properties, even the air itself shimmering with mana currents. Naruto walked beside Alicia at the group's front, with Talon and Mira flanking them, while Noel, Finral, and Kirin followed closely behind. The formation wasn't accidental, Heart Kingdom in the lead, Clover Kingdom following, maintaining diplomatic protocol even in this wilderness setting. The forest grows more active near convergence points, Alicia explained as they navigated around a cluster of plants that reached toward them with vine-like tendrils. Natural magic responds to the thinning dimensional barriers. It's beautiful, Noel observed, watching mana particles dance through sunbeams. But unsettling. Nature often exists at that intersection, Alicia agreed. Beautiful yet dangerous, nurturing yet indifferent. As they progressed deeper, Naruto began to notice subtle changes in the environment that tickled at his senses. The mana currents increasingly resembled chakra flows as he had perceived them in Sage mode, and occasional flashes of familiar energy signatures teased at the edges of his awareness. You feel it too? Alicia asked quietly, noticing his expression. The convergence effect is stronger here, he confirmed. It's like echoes of my old world overlapping with this one. It will intensify as we approach the temple. Remember what I said about temporal bleeding. An hour into their journey, they reached a small clearing where the trees formed a perfect circle around a pool of water so still it appeared solid. Mana visibly concentrated here, creating a misty aurora above the water's surface. A natural ley line nexus, Talon explained. We should rest briefly before continuing. The temple's outer defenses begin just beyond this point. As they paused to drink from canteens and check their equipment, Naruto found himself drawn to the pool's edge. The water's surface reflected not the forest canopy above but what appeared to be a different sky entirely, red-tinged with two moons. What is this? He asked, kneeling beside the pool. A window, Mira answered, her usually quiet voice taking on a scholarly tone. The Heart Kingdom contains dozens of such natural convergence points where our world naturally thins against others. This particular pool shows reflections of worlds currently in dimensional proximity to ours. Naruto stared at the alien sky, unsettled by the implications. How many worlds connect during a convergence? Dozens, perhaps hundreds, Mira replied. Most merely brush against our dimensional boundaries without significant interaction. Only worlds with compatible magical or energy systems can establish stronger connections, like the one your original world shares with ours. A strange vertigo suddenly washed over Naruto as he gazed into the pool. The red sky wavered, replaced by a familiar sight, Konoha, as viewed from the Hokage monument. He saw his adult self in Hokage robes standing beside Sasuke, both of them looking grimly at a sky torn open by dimensional rifts. Naruto. Noel's voice seemed distant. Are you alright? The vision persisted, he could see his older self speaking urgently, could almost hear the words, we've run out of time. The dimensional barriers are collapsing everywhere. If we don't act now, Naruto. A firm hand gripped his shoulder, breaking the trance. Alicia knelt beside him, her crystal pendant glowing brightly. Focus on my voice. You're experiencing temporal bleeding. The vision faded, reality reasserting itself as the pool once again reflected only the alien red sky. Naruto blinked, cold sweat beading on his forehead. What was that? He asked hoarsely. Your consciousness briefly aligned with another version of yourself across the dimensional barrier, Alicia explained, her hand still steady on his shoulder. It's a common phenomenon near strong convergence points, especially for those with connections to other worlds. I saw Konoha, my village. And myself as Hokage. Something was happening with dimensional rifts there too. Alicia's expression grew troubled. Then the convergence may be affecting multiple worlds simultaneously. That's concerning. Previous records suggested more isolated events. We should continue moving, Talon urged, eyeing the forest uneasily. Lingering at nexus points can attract attention from entities that navigate the spaces between worlds. They resumed their journey, now moving with greater caution. The forest grew denser, trees twisting into unnatural shapes that sometimes resembled reaching hands or watching faces. Mana concentrations became visible to everyone, not just those with heightened sensitivity, manifesting as swirling colors in the air. Naruto maintained his focus with effort, aware that another temporal episode could leave him vulnerable at a critical moment. Inside his mindscape, Kurama remained vigilant, his presence a stabilizing anchor. "Kit," the fox warned suddenly. "We're being watched." Naruto scanned their surroundings, seeing nothing obvious but trusting Kurama's senses. From where? Multiple directions. Not physical presences, more like awareness pressing against dimensional boundaries. "Alicia," Naruto said quietly. "We have company." The spirit guardian nodded without surprise. "The Watchers. They always gather near temples during active convergence periods. Entities that exist partially in our world and partially in others." "Hostile?" Finral asked nervously. "Curious," Alicia clarified. "At least for now. They're drawn to unusual magical signatures." Her gaze flickered to Naruto. "Particularly to vessels." The sensation of being observed intensified as they approached what appeared to be an ordinary rock face covered in vines and moss. Only when they drew closer did the artificial nature of the structure become apparent. The rock was actually ancient stonework, weathered and deliberately camouflaged. "The outer temple entrance," Talon announced, placing his palm against the surface. "Earth magic, reverence path." The stone rippled beneath his touch, sections shifting to reveal an archway inscribed with symbols identical to those Naruto had seen at the border ruins. As the entrance fully manifested, a pulse of energy washed over them, neither hostile nor welcoming, merely evaluating. "The temple acknowledges our presence," Mira translated, her magic allowing her to interpret the energy patterns. "It awaits formal introduction." Alicia stepped forward, her crystal spirit hovering at her shoulder. "I am Alicia, guardian of the crystal spirit, authorized by Queen Lalapeka of the Heart Kingdom. We seek knowledge of the convergence and the vessels who navigated previous cycles." Another pulse of energy, this one directed specifically at Naruto. "It recognizes your nature," Mira explained. "You must introduce yourself." Naruto moved to stand beside Alicia. "I am Naruto Windcaller of the Black Bulls, vessel of the nine-tailed fox spirit Kurama, seeking understanding of my purpose in this convergence." The archway flared with golden light, symbols illuminating in sequence before the stone door beyond retracted into the earth, revealing a descending passage. "We are granted preliminary access," Talon announced with evident relief. "Though the inner chambers will require additional permissions." They entered the temple, light crystals embedded in the walls activating as they passed, illuminating a corridor that bore signs of both incredible age and sophisticated magical engineering. The air inside felt different, denser with mana yet somehow easier to breathe, as if optimized for human comfort. The upper chambers were repurposed as historical archives after the rebellion against the Otsutsuki, Alicia explained as they walked. The original purpose was as a monitoring station for harvest progress. "Cheerful," Finral muttered. The corridor opened into a vast circular chamber whose walls were entirely covered in murals, relief carvings, and inscribed text. Unlike the camouflaged exterior, the interior space was pristinely preserved, magical barriers having protected it from the ravages of time. Naruto stopped abruptly as his gaze fell on a particular mural section. "That's the Sage of Six Paths," Kirin finished for him, equally stunned. "But how?" The mural depicted an unmistakable figure, an elderly man with horned protrusions, ringed eyes, and a shikujo staff, seated in meditative posture. Around him were arranged 9 beast spirits, including one that was clearly Kurama. Opposite him sat another figure, this one bearing symbols of the Clover Kingdom and holding what appeared to be the first Wizard King's grimoire. The Convergence of Sages, Mira read from the inscriptions beside the mural. When two worlds touched through chosen vessels, and wisdom passed between realms. They knew each other. Naruto approached the mural, studying the details with growing amazement. The Sage of Six Paths and your first Wizard King. Not directly, Mira continued translating. They communicated through dreamwalking and astral projection during a previous convergence cycle. Together they established barriers that limited the Otsutsuki's ability to harvest both worlds completely. This changes everything, Kirin whispered, his academic interest temporarily overriding his conflicted loyalties. My family's records mentioned nothing of cooperation between worlds. Of course they didn't, Noel observed. If the Otsutsuki wanted loyal servants, they wouldn't preserve records of successful resistance. They spent the next hour systematically examining the chamber's historical records, with Mira translating the ancient script and Talon identifying architectural features that contained hidden information. The picture that emerged was both fascinating and disturbing, a cycle spanning thousands of years in which the Otsutsuki periodically harvested portions of multiple worlds' energies during convergence events, while those worlds gradually developed methods of resistance and partial protection. The vessels were key, Alicia summarized, studying a sequence depicting human figures with various spirit companions. Beings with souls resonant across dimensions who could channel powers from multiple worlds simultaneously. Like me, Naruto said quietly. Yes, though most vessels became unwilling conduits for Otsutsuki control. Only a few in each cycle maintained autonomy and opposed the harvest. Kirin had gravitated toward a section detailing the formation of noble houses following a convergence event. It's true, he murmured, tracing the inscriptions. The Salacious family and other noble bloodlines were deliberately elevated by the Otsutsuki, not as reward for service but as controlled breeding stock for magical traits they found useful. Cattle breeding, Finral said bluntly, earning a sharp look from Noelle, who despite her conflicts with her own noble family, still held certain sensitivities about bloodline discussions. Essentially, yes, Mira confirmed without softening the truth. The Otsutsuki cultivated magical bloodlines across multiple worlds, creating genetic reservoirs they could later harvest for specific traits. Kirin's expression hardened, years of family pride visibly crumbling beneath this new understanding of his heritage. There's more, Talon called from across the chamber where he'd been examining a sealed doorway. This leads to the inner sanctum, but it requires specific magical resonance to open. They gathered around the doorway, which unlike the other parts of the temple appeared completely untouched by human renovation, pure Otsutsuki design, covered in complex patterns that shifted subtly as they watched. The inscription requests essence of the vessel and companion spirit, Mira translated. It's a blood seal combined with magical resonance. Naruto exchanged glances with Alicia. Similar to how I synchronized with Kurama through my grimoire. She nodded. The inner sanctum likely contains technology or information the rebels couldn't access or modify, preserved in its original Otsutsuki state. Could it be dangerous? Noelle asked. A trap for vessels? Possible, Alicia acknowledged. But the Queen's divination indicated critical information beyond this door, something about preventing full-dimensional collapse during the current convergence. Naruto studied the seal patterns, recognizing elements similar to both the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques and the magical formulas of this world. I'll open it, he decided. But everyone should be prepared for anything on the other side. He summoned his grimoire, which floated before him as he bit his thumb, drawing blood. Fox Blood Covenant, Soul Synchronization. The blood touched both the grimoire and the door seal simultaneously, creating a resonance bridge between them. The seal patterns illuminated in sequence, recognizing the magical signature of both Naruto and Kurama. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the entire temple trembled as the door receded into the floor, revealing a passage that sloped steeply downward, illuminated by an eerie blue light that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. Well, that's not ominous at all, Finral commented nervously. Stay alert, Naruto cautioned. Kurama senses something powerful below. They descended the passage in tight formation, magical defenses ready. The architecture here was entirely different from the upper chambers, organic, flowing designs that seemed to pulse with internal energy, more living than constructed. The air grew noticeably thicker with mana, creating visible distortions around them. The passage opened into a vast spherical chamber that defied conventional physics. The curved floor continued seamlessly up the walls and across the ceiling, creating a space where orientation seemed arbitrary. At the chamber's center floated a complex mechanism similar to the one they'd seen at the border ruins, but far larger and more elaborate. A dimensional resonance core, Alicia breathed, her crystal spirit flitting anxiously around her. I've only seen drawings in the oldest texts. What does it do? Noelle asked, her water magic instinctively forming a defensive shield around their group. It's a control mechanism for the convergence process, Kirin answered, his scholarly knowledge asserting itself. Theoretically capable of both accelerating and stabilizing dimensional bleeding. Or preventing it entirely. Naruto suggested. Unknown, Mira replied, struggling to translate the symbols flowing across the device's surface. This goes beyond our current understanding of the ancient language. As they cautiously approached the mechanism, the mana distortions intensified. Naruto felt the now familiar sensation of temporal bleeding pressing at his consciousness, fragments of other times and places flickering at the edges of his perception. Stay focused, Kurama warned in his mind. This place is a nexus point between many realities. The resonance core began to activate as they drew near, sections rotating and realigning as if responding to their presence, or more specifically, to Naruto's. Glowing lines spread from the mechanism across the chamber floor, walls, and ceiling, forming a complex array that surrounded them completely. It's scanning us, Talon warned, his earth magic creating defensive barriers that the energy lines simply passed through without resistance. A pulse emanated from the core, and suddenly the air before them shimmered, resolving into a projected image of a pale figure with horn protrusions and a third eye, not physically present, but a recording or simulation. Vessel identification protocol activated, the figure stated in a voice that seemed to bypass their ears and resonate directly in their minds. Kurama vessel variant detected. Timeline divergence analysis underway. What is this? Finral whispered. Some kind of automated system, Alicia replied, her crystal magic scanning the projection. Ancient but still functional. The Otsutsuki projection shifted, displaying data in its native script flowing around it. Analysis complete. Vessel designate, Naruto identified across multiple convergence cycles. Temporal variance, significant. Dimensional origin, confirmed. Threat assessment, maximum. Kirin's eyes widened. It recognizes you specifically, not just as a generic vessel. The convergence bridges time as well as space, Alicia reminded them. If you've opposed the Otsutsuki in multiple cycles, then I'm probably on their cosmic blacklist, Naruto finished grimly. The projection changed again, now displaying multiple images of Naruto from different timelines, as a genin, as Hokage, and versions he didn't recognize, including one with longer hair and strange mechanical attachments. Each image was labeled with data in Otsutsuki script. Security protocols engaged, the system announced. Unauthorized vessel access detected. Purge sequence initiated. The chamber trembled as the resonance core's rotation accelerated, mana concentrating around it in dangerous quantities. We need to leave, Talon urged, the stone beneath his feet beginning to crack from the magical pressure. The temple is activating its defense systems. Before they could retreat, the dimensional distortions intensified dramatically. The air split open in multiple places, revealing glimpses of other locations, some recognizable to Naruto, others entirely alien. Through one rift, he caught a brief glimpse of Konoha's Hokage Tower, through another, a battlefield where ninja fought against pale humanoids. The core is destabilizing local dimensional boundaries, Mira explained urgently. We need to shut it down before it creates permanent breaches. Naruto moved toward the resonance core, grimoire opening to access Kurama's power. Fox Cloak Magic, Third Tail. The orange energy surrounded him as he pushed through the increasing dimensional turbulence. Behind him, his companions were dealing with their own challenges as the temple's defenses manifested. Animated stone guardians emerged from the walls, targeting everyone except Naruto, who the system seemed focused on handling separately. Water Magic, Sea Dragon's Roar. Noel's attack smashed several stone constructs while Finrol's spatial magic redirected others into each other. Crystal Spirit Magic, Prismatic Cage. Alicia trapped another group of guardians in a crystalline structure that contracted around them, crushing them to dust. Kirin, after a moment's hesitation that spoke volumes about his internal conflict, joined the defense. Lion Soul Magic, Pride's Judgment. Golden energy formed a spectral lion that tore through the remaining constructs, its magic surprisingly effective against the ancient defenses. At the core, Naruto examined the mechanism, recognizing elements similar to both Uzumaki's sealing arrays and the dimensional technology he'd encountered during the Fourth Ninja War. This was undoubtedly Otsutsuki engineering, designed to manipulate the fabric between worlds. "How do I shut it down?" he asked Kurama urgently. "The resonance patterns," the fox replied. "They're similar to tailed beast chakra signatures. If we disrupt the harmonic flow." Understanding bloomed. Naruto placed his hands directly on the core, channeling Kurama's energy in a precise counter-rhythm to the mechanism's pulses. Fox Sage Art, Harmonic Disruption. Orange energy spread through the device, fighting against its established patterns. For a moment, the dimensional rifts around them expanded alarmingly, then began to contract as Naruto's technique took effect, forcing the resonance core into deactivation. As the mechanism powered down, a final surge of energy erupted from it, directed squarely at Naruto. He braced himself, unable to dodge while maintaining the deactivation technique. "Look out!" Alicia called, leaping toward him, her crystal magic forming a protective barrier that intercepted most of the energy blast. Most, but not all. The remainder struck them both, engulfing them in blinding light. Naruto felt himself falling, not physically, but through layers of reality and memory. Images flashed before him, his childhood in Konoha, his battles alongside Team 7, his ascension to Hokage, his final confrontation with the Otsutsuki that had ended his previous life. And interspersed with these familiar memories were others he didn't recognize, glimpses of alternative paths, different choices, other versions of himself across the multiverse. In one, he had become a wandering sage rather than Hokage. In another, he had fallen to darkness after Jiraiya's death. In yet another, he had somehow merged with Sasuke into a single entity. Through this kaleidoscope of possibilities, he felt Alicia's presence alongside him, witnessing his fragmented existence across realities. Her crystal magic acted like a prism, separating these temporal streams into comprehensible patterns rather than overwhelming chaos. "Focus on your anchor," her voice reached him through the maelstrom. "What defines you across all these possibilities?" Naruto reached for the constant that persisted regardless of the timeline or dimension, his unwavering determination to protect those precious to him, his refusal to abandon his principles even in the face of impossible odds. That core identity drew the fragments together, allowing him to reassert his current self over the multitude of alternatives. Reality stabilized around them as the energy dissipated. They stood at the core, which had gone dormant, its complex mechanisms now dark and still. The dimensional rifts had sealed, leaving only faint ripples in the air where they had been. "What was that?" Noelle asked, picking herself up from where she'd been thrown by the energy surge. "Temporal fragmentation," Alicia explained, her voice slightly shaky as she steadied herself against Naruto. The core's last defense, forcing a vessel to confront all possible versions of themselves simultaneously, typically causing psychic paralysis or identity dissolution. But it didn't work, Finral observed, looking at Naruto with new respect. "Because his sense of self is unusually coherent across timelines," Alicia said, her prismatic eyes studying Naruto with fascination. And because I was able to help stabilize the fragmentation with crystal resonance. Talon approached the now dormant core cautiously. It's completely shut down. I've never seen Otsutsuki technology deactivated so thoroughly. Not deactivated, mirror corrected, examining the symbols on its surface. Recalibrated. Look at the configuration, it's been reset to a different operational mode. Kirin joined her examination, his academic knowledge proving valuable despite his conflicted loyalties. She's right. The core has shifted to what appears to be a stabilization protocol rather than an amplification sequence. He looked at Naruto with grudging admiration. You didn't just turn it off, you reprogrammed it. I did. Naruto blinked in surprise. I was just trying to disrupt its patterns. Your fox spirit's energy must have imprinted alternative instructions, Alicia suggested. The cores were originally calibrated to respond to specific energy signatures from authorized users. Your unique connection to Kurama essentially tricked it into accepting new parameters. Before they could discuss this further, the chamber trembled again, not from the core, but from something above them. The upper temple is under attack, Talon announced, his earth magic allowing him to sense vibrations through the stone. Multiple powerful mages. We need to get back up there, Naruto decided. Finral, can you transport us? The spatial mage shook his head. Not from here. The residual dimensional distortions are interfering with my magic. Then we do it the old-fashioned way, Noel said, already moving toward the passage. Quickly. They raced back up the sloping corridor, emerging into the historical chamber to find it in chaos. Sections of the ceiling had collapsed, and through the gaps poured Diamond Kingdom researchers in familiar robes, the same faction they had encountered at the border ruins. Leading them was a figure Naruto recognized with a chill, the masked mage who had absorbed his fox magic during their previous encounter. The vessel returns, the masked mage observed, noticing their emergence from the inner sanctum. Right on schedule. You were waiting for us, Naruto realized. This was a trap. Not originally, the mage replied smoothly. But when our monitoring stations detected activity at this temple, we adjusted our plans. The Heart Kingdom isn't the only nation with an interest in convergence technology. Diamond Kingdom researchers spread through the chamber, securing exits and positioning themselves strategically. They outnumbered Naruto's group at least 3-1. What do you want? Alicia demanded, her crystal magic gathering around her defensively. The same thing everyone wants during a convergence, Guardian. Advantage. The masked mage gestured to the passage behind them. The inner sanctum contains technological treasures beyond conventional magic. The Diamond Kingdom intends to secure these resources before the Clover Kingdom can weaponize them. You're making a mistake, Naruto warned. The technology down there isn't a weapon you can control, it's part of a system designed to harvest magical energy from entire worlds. We're well aware of its original purpose, the mage replied dismissively. But repurposed Otsutsuki technology has given the Diamond Kingdom our greatest magical advancements. With a functional resonance core, we could revolutionize our entire magical system. Or destabilize the dimensional barriers completely, Kirin interjected. Do you have any idea how dangerous these devices are? The masked mage's attention shifted to Kirin, his expression hardening behind his partial face covering. The fallen zealot lectures others on danger. How the mighty house Salacious has diminished. Kirin bristled but maintained his composure. I've seen enough to recognize when I've been manipulated. The Otsutsuki aren't gods, they're parasites who view humans as livestock. Gods, parasites, the terminology is irrelevant. What matters is power, and who wields it. The masked mage raised his hand, dark magic gathering around it. Now, you will all step aside and allow us access to the inner sanctum. Or we will take it by force. Naruto assessed their situation rapidly. In the confined space of the temple, with historical artifacts surrounding them that could be damaged in a full battle, they were at a severe disadvantage. The Diamond Kingdom forces had positioned themselves to control all exits, and reinforcements could likely be summoned if needed. "We need a diversion," he murmured to his companions. "Alicia, can your crystal magic create a barrier around the passage to the inner sanctum?" "Temporarily," she confirmed quietly. "But it won't hold against concentrated attacks for long. That's all we need." "Finral, are we far enough from the dimensional distortions for your magic to work?" The spatial mage tentatively tested his power. "Barely. I could manage maybe 1 or 2 portals before the interference becomes too great." "Perfect. Noel, Talon, Mira, be ready to provide covering fire." "Kirin." Naruto met the amber eyes of his former enemy, searching for confirmation of where his loyalties now truly lay. After a moment's hesitation, Kirin gave a slight nod. "I'm with you, Vessel. Against both the Diamond Kingdom and the false gods." "Good." Naruto turned back to the masked mage, who was watching their whispered conference with amused tolerance. "We've discussed your proposal and decided on a counteroffer." "Oh." The mage tilted his head curiously. "Fox Mirror Magic, Shadow Legion." 20 clones of Naruto appeared throughout the chamber in bursts of orange smoke, creating instant chaos as Diamond Kingdom researchers found themselves suddenly surrounded. Simultaneously, Alicia cast her crystal barrier across the inner sanctum entrance, sealing it with a magical lock that would require time to breach. Water magic, Sea Dragon's Cradle. Noel's spell created a protective bubble around their group. Spatial magic, Fallen Angel's Gate. Finral opened a portal directly beneath their feet, dropping them through to a location outside the temple entrance. They emerged into the forest, the abrupt transition from underground chamber to open air momentarily disorienting. Behind them, the temple entrance was surrounded by more Diamond Kingdom forces who had been caught by surprise at their sudden appearance. "Run!" Naruto ordered, his clones inside buying them precious seconds of confusion. Toward the Nexus Pool. They sprinted through the forest, magical attacks erupting behind them as the Diamond forces recovered from their surprise and gave chase. Trees splintered and earth erupted as battle magic flew past them, narrowly missing as they weaved through the dense vegetation. "Why the Nexus Pool?" Noel asked as they ran. "Dimensional interference," Naruto explained between breaths. "It will make it harder for them to coordinate their pursuit magic." They burst into the clearing containing the reflection pool, only to find it already occupied, by Heart Kingdom civilians, apparently on some kind of pilgrimage or ceremonial visit. Men, women, and children looked up in shock as armed mages came crashing through the forest perimeter. "Everyone get down!" Naruto shouted, immediately changing tactics. They couldn't risk a full battle with innocents present. The Diamond Kingdom forces emerged from the tree line, their masked leader at the forefront. Upon seeing the civilians, he paused momentarily, then smiled coldly. "How convenient. Hostages." Dark magic lashed out, creating shadowy bonds that wrapped around several civilians before anyone could react. Children screamed as their parents were ensnared, the masked mage pulling them toward him as living shields. "Now then," he addressed Naruto's group. "Perhaps we can renegotiate from a position of mutual understanding. You will return with us to the temple and assist in accessing the inner sanctum, or these innocent pilgrims will suffer the consequences of your refusal." Time seemed to slow as Naruto faced a terrible choice: surrender and potentially give the Diamond Kingdom access to dangerous Otsutsuki technology, or resist and risk civilian casualties. The same moral dilemma he had faced countless times as a shinobi, now repeated in his new life. "Let them go," he said, his voice dangerously calm. "Your quarrel is with us, not them." "My quarrel is with anyone who stands between the Diamond Kingdom and magical supremacy," the masked mage replied. "These people are simply leverage." One of the captured civilians, a mother separated from her young daughter who stood crying nearby, looked at Naruto with desperate eyes. "Please," she pleaded. "My daughter." The masked mage tightened his shadowy bonds, causing the woman to cry out in pain. "Your decision, Vessel. Though I should warn you, my patience is limited," and my dark drain magic can extract life force as easily as it can magical energy. Naruto felt Kurama's rage building within him, matching his own. Using civilians as hostages was unforgivable, a line he had never allowed enemies to cross in his previous life. But direct confrontation risked exactly what the masked mage wanted, civilian casualties that would be blamed on foreign magic knights operating in Heart Kingdom territory. The diplomatic fallout would be devastating, potentially undermining the very alliance they had come to strengthen. "I'll come with you," Naruto decided, closing his grimoire. "Just me. The others stay here to ensure the civilians' safety." "Naruto, no." Noel protested. An interesting proposal, the masked mage considered. But insufficient. "I require the Crystal Guardian as well, to bypass the barrier she created." Alicia stepped forward before anyone could object. "I accept your terms. Release the civilians first." "I think not. You'll accompany us back to the temple, and once we've successfully accessed the inner sanctum, the hostages will be released." The masked mage gestured to his subordinates. "Secure these two. The others are to remain here under guard." Diamond Kingdom researchers moved to flank Naruto and Alicia, magic-suppressing restraints at the ready. "Don't do anything reckless," Naruto murmured to his teammates as he allowed himself to be bound. "The civilians' safety comes first." As the restraints closed around his wrists, he sensed Kurama preparing something within their shared mindscape. "Trust me, Kit," the fox communicated silently. "I have a plan." The masked mage ordered most of his forces to remain behind, guarding both the hostages and Naruto's companions while he led a smaller group back toward the temple, bringing Naruto and Alicia with them. As they walked, the mage kept pace beside Naruto, studying him with evident curiosity. "You're quite different from the other vessels we've encountered," he observed conversationally, as if they were colleagues rather than captor and captive. They were empty shells, ready to be filled with Otsutsuki consciousness. "You, however, maintain a distinct identity." "Fascinating. Is that why you're really interested in the convergence?" Naruto asked, buying time as he felt Kurama working on something inside him. "To understand vessels?" "Partly. The Morris Institute has been researching dimensional phenomena for decades. The potential applications are revolutionary." The mage gestured to his mask. "This, for instance, contains fragments of Otsutsuki technology that allows me to absorb and analyze magical signatures from other worlds. Including yours. That's why my magic affected you differently during our first encounter," Naruto realized. "Indeed. Your fox magic contains energy patterns unlike anything in our dimensional space. Quite invigorating once I adapted to it." Beside them, Alicia remained silent but watchful, her crystal spirit hidden but not dismissed, a small advantage they were keeping in reserve. As they approached the temple entrance, Naruto felt a strange pulse from his grimoire, which had been confiscated but was being carried by one of the researchers just behind them. Within his mindscape, Kurama's work reached completion. "Ready, Kit? This will be disorienting." Before Naruto could mentally respond, a massive surge of energy erupted within him, not the usual fox cloak manifestation, but something deeper and more fundamental. The magic-suppressing restraints shattered as his body briefly glowed with golden energy reminiscent of his six-paths sage mode from his previous life. The masked mage reacted instantly, dark magic lashing out to restrain him again, only to pass harmlessly through Naruto's form, which had become partially transparent. "What is this?" the mage demanded, genuine alarm in his voice for the first time. Temporal displacement, Alicia realized, her eyes wide. He's phase-shifting between dimensional states. Naruto felt himself existing in two places simultaneously, present in the forest but also somehow connected to another location entirely. Through this strange double vision, he saw the hostages back at the clearing, still bound but now potentially within his reach. Understanding bloomed. Kurama had somehow utilized the lingering effects of the resonance core to create a temporary connection between 2 points in space, not teleportation, but a kind of quantum superposition that allowed Naruto to affect both locations at once. Fox mirror magic, shadow double. Naruto called, his voice echoing strangely as if coming from multiple throats simultaneously. Clones appeared not only around him in the forest but also back at the clearing, materializing beside each hostage. The Diamond Kingdom guards there reacted with shock as the clones freed the civilians, creating instant chaos. The masked mage realized what was happening too late. Stop him. Diamond researchers launched attacks that passed ineffectively through Naruto's semi-corporeal form. He reached for Alicia, finding that he could still physically interact with her despite his altered state. Hold on to me, he instructed. As she gripped his arm, the phase shift extended to include her. Together they slipped through the Diamond Kingdom's containment, moving with speed enhanced by Naruto's partially activated fox cloak. We need to get back to the others, Alicia said urgently. This dimensional state won't last long, based on the energy fluctuations I'm sensing. Already on it. Naruto's consciousness stretched between locations, guiding them along the connection Kurama had established. Behind them, the masked mage unleashed his full power in frustration. Dark drain magic, void consumption. A wave of hungry darkness spread through the forest, absorbing magical energy and life force from everything it touched. Plants withered and animals fell silent as it passed, the destructive spell showing no regard for the Heart Kingdom's sacred forest. He's gone mad, Alicia gasped, witnessing the devastation. That spell will create a dead zone if it continues. They raced ahead of the spreading darkness, Naruto's dimensional shifting allowing them to move faster than normally possible. As they neared the clearing, his dual perception showed him that his clones had successfully freed all the hostages, who were now being escorted to safety by Noel and Talon while Finral, Mira, and Kirin engaged the remaining diamond forces. The phase shift was weakening, Naruto's form becoming more solid with each passing second. They burst into the clearing just as the effect began to fail completely, returning Naruto fully to conventional physical space. Naruto. Alicia. Noel called, relief evident in her voice. The civilians are safe, but we've got bigger problems. She was interrupted as the wave of dark magic reached the edge of the clearing, trees collapsing as their life force was drained. The reflection pool at the center began to ripple ominously, its surface showing rapidly shifting images of different worlds as the dark magic disrupted its delicate dimensional balance. He's destabilizing the nexus. Mira warned, her translation magic allowing her to interpret the magical fluctuations. If that void spell reaches the pool, it could create a permanent tear in the dimensional fabric. Kirin, who had been fighting Diamond Kingdom forces with surprising effectiveness, disengaged to join them. We need to contain the darkness before it reaches the nexus point. Lion soul magic alone isn't strong enough. I can erect a crystal barrier, Alicia offered, but not quickly enough to encircle the entire clearing. Naruto summoned his grimoire, which had returned to him during the dimensional shift. Then we combine our magic. All of us together. Understanding the plan without further explanation, they positioned themselves around the clearing's perimeter. Finral's spatial magic connected their positions, allowing their spells to link seamlessly. Noel's water magic, Alicia's crystal constructs, Talon's earth fortifications, Myra's translocation barriers, and Kirin's lion soul protections all merged into a unified defensive line. At the center, Naruto channeled Kurama's power differently than before, not into offensive capabilities but into a sealing technique he remembered from his Uzumaki heritage. Fox Sage Art, Dimensional Boundary Seal. Golden chains erupted from his grimoire, connecting with each of his companion's spells and strengthening them with fox magic. The chains then extended upward, forming a dome over the entire clearing just as the masked mage arrived at its edge, darkness still flowing from his hands. You cannot stop the progression of magical science, he shouted, his mask cracked to reveal a face twisted with zealous intensity. The Diamond Kingdom will harness the convergence, with or without Clover's cooperation. This isn't science, Naruto replied, maintaining the sealing technique with visible effort. It's reckless endangerment of multiple worlds. The masked mage pressed his dark magic against the barrier, searching for weaknesses. Finding none, his expression shifted from anger to calculated assessment. Perhaps today's battle is yours, vessel. But the war for convergent supremacy has only begun. He signaled to his remaining forces, who began a tactical withdrawal into the forest. We will meet again, when the dimensional barriers are thinner and your interference more costly. As the diamond forces retreated, Naruto maintained the sealing barrier until they were certain the immediate danger had passed. Only then did he release the technique, golden chains dissipating into mana particles that settled over the clearing like gentle rain. That was too close, Noelle said, exhaustion evident in her voice. And not over, Alicia added grimly, approaching the reflection pool. Look. The pool's surface had stabilized, but now showed only one image, the red sky with twin moons they had seen earlier. Unlike before, the image remained fixed, as if that particular world had drawn significantly closer to their own. The dimensional barriers are thinning faster than predicted, Mira explained, her translation magic allowing her to read the magical fluctuations in the pool. The Diamond Kingdom's attack accelerated the process. We need to report this to Queen Lalapeka immediately, Talon urged. And secure the temple against further incursions. Naruto nodded, but his attention was drawn to Kirin, who stood at the pool's edge, staring into the alien sky with a conflicted expression. Something wrong? Naruto asked, joining him. That world, Kirin said quietly. According to my family's texts, it's the homeworld of the Otsutsuki, or at least one of their primary bases in this galactic sector. He turned to Naruto, amber eyes troubled. If it's drawing this close to our dimensional boundary, then actual Otsutsuki could cross over soon, Naruto finished the thought. Not just their technology or influence. Precisely. Kirin's gaze returned to the pool. Everything I was raised to believe, the prophecies, the promised ascension, the divine harvest, it was manipulation designed to create willing servants. His hands clenched at his sides. Generations of my family lived and died in service to beings that view us as nothing more than a resource to be consumed. What will you do now? Naruto asked, sensing the noble stood at a critical juncture in his personal journey. Kirin was silent for a long moment. I still possess knowledge that could be valuable in understanding the convergence, records my family preserved, training in recognizing Otsutsuki patterns and technology. If that knowledge can now serve to protect this world rather than betray it. He looked up, meeting Naruto's gaze with newfound resolve. Then perhaps how Salacious can redeem generations of unwitting complicity. It was as close to a declaration of allegiance as Kirin had offered since his capture. Naruto extended his hand, and after a moment's hesitation, Kirin clasped it firmly, former enemies now finding common cause against a greater threat. The journey back to the Heart Kingdom Palace was tense but uneventful, the forest eerily quiet in the aftermath of the Diamond Kingdom's attack. The rescued civilians had been escorted ahead by Heart Kingdom guards who arrived shortly after the confrontation, alerted by magical monitoring systems that had detected the unusual energy discharges. Upon their return, they were immediately ushered into Queen Lalapeka's private council chamber, where they found not only the Queen and Princess Catriona waiting, but also a contingent of magic knights who had not been part of the diplomatic mission, Captain Yami, Asta, and most surprisingly, Yuno in his Golden Dawn uniform. You're back. Asta exclaimed, relief evident in his voice. We felt the magical disturbance from here. It was like the whole palace shook. What happened? Yami demanded, cigarette conspicuously absent in the royal presence but his demeanor no less intense for it. 1 minute everything's diplomatic pleasantries, the next there's talk of Diamond Kingdom attacks and civilian hostages. It's a long story, Naruto began, then paused as he noticed something odd about Yuno. His childhood friend was standing slightly apart from the others, his expression more closed than usual, and his magical presence somehow, muted. Before Naruto could question this, Queen Lalapeka raised her hand for silence. Please, provide a full accounting. The Heart Kingdom must understand exactly what transpired in our sacred forest. They took turns explaining the expedition, the historical chamber's revelations, the inner sanctum's resonance core, the Diamond Kingdom ambush, and the hostage situation that followed. Throughout the narrative, the queen's expression remained grave, the magical markings on her skin pulsing with increased activity as she processed the information. "This confirms my divinations," she said when they had finished. "The convergence is accelerating beyond predicted parameters. The Diamond Kingdom's reckless use of dark magic at the nexus point has created a cascading effect that will be difficult to contain." "What exactly does that mean for us?" Yami asked bluntly. "It means the barriers between worlds are weakening faster than anticipated," Alicia explained. "Where we might have had months to prepare, we now have weeks at most before significant breaches occur. And these breaches, they'll allow the Otsutsuki to cross over physically?" Yuno asked, his voice carrying a strange inflection that caught Naruto's attention again. "Eventually, yes," the queen confirmed. "Though lesser entities and dimensional effects will manifest first. Already, we're receiving reports of unusual phenomena throughout the kingdom, objects appearing and disappearing, people experiencing visions of other places, magical spells behaving unpredictably. We saw some of this at the temple," Naruto added. "Temporal bleeding," they called it. Memories and experiences from other timelines or dimensions leaking through. "Indeed." The queen's gaze fixed on him specifically. "As a vessel with connections to multiple worlds, you will likely experience these effects more intensely than others. The Otsutsuki may attempt to exploit this vulnerability. They already tried at the resonance core," Alicia reported. "The automated system attempted to fragment his consciousness across multiple timelines. Without proper protection, such attacks could potentially override a vessel's autonomous identity." Princess Catriona, who had been quietly observing until now, stepped forward. "This leaves us with few options. The convergence cannot be prevented entirely, it's a natural cosmic cycle. But we can manage its effects and prevent the Otsutsuki from exploiting it fully." "How?" Noel asked the question on everyone's mind. "By securing and reprogramming the remaining resonance cores," Kirin suggested, speaking up for the first time in the royal presence. All eyes turned to him with varying degrees of suspicion. "The core beneath the temple has already been recalibrated to stabilization mode rather than amplification. If we could do the same with other cores, we could create a network of stabilization points," Alicia finished, her crystal spirit bobbing excitedly at the idea. "Essentially establishing controlled convergence zones while reinforcing barriers elsewhere. That would require locating all active cores," Talon pointed out. "And the Diamond Kingdom clearly has the same objective, though for different purposes." "Not just the Diamond Kingdom," Yami added grimly. "Our intelligence suggests the Spade Kingdom has been experimenting with dark magic rituals at suspected convergence sites along their southern border. And even within Clover, there are complications." Naruto caught the captain's meaningful glance. The hooded figure with the Rinnegan eye remained a concern neither of them could discuss openly in this diplomatic setting. Queen Lalapeka rose from her throne, the water magic around her intensifying. "Then our path is clear. We must form a unified response across kingdoms. Heart and Clover will combine resources to identify convergence sites and secure them before others can weaponize them." "And the Diamond Kingdom?" Finral asked. "They have chosen their path," Princess Catriona replied coldly. "Their attack on Heart Kingdom citizens cannot go unanswered. Diplomatic channels will be closed pending formal apology and assurances." The meeting continued with strategic planning, mapping known and suspected convergence sites, establishing communication protocols, arranging for cooperative security measures. Throughout the discussion, Naruto found his attention repeatedly drawn to Yuno, whose behavior seemed increasingly out of character. The Golden Dawn mage remained unusually quiet, absorbing information but offering little input. When the council finally adjourned, Naruto approached his childhood friend as the others filtered out of the chamber. "Yuno," he greeted, keeping his tone casual despite his concerns. "I didn't expect to see you here. Weren't you assigned to a mission in the common realm?" Yuno's expression remained neutral. Plans change. The Golden Dawn was requested to provide support for the diplomatic mission after reports of unusual activity. Right. Naruto studied him carefully. How's Bell? I haven't seen your wind spirit since we arrived. A flicker of something, hesitation, crossed Yuno's face. Conserving energy. The journey was taxing. That's never stopped her from making an appearance before, especially around other spirits. Naruto's suspicion deepened. Almost like she's not really here. Tension filled the air between them. Then Yuno's lips curved into a smile entirely unlike his usual reserved expression. Perceptive, he said, his voice shifting to a deeper, more resonant tone. I wondered how long it would take someone to notice. The vessel bonds are truly remarkable in this world. Naruto's grimoire appeared instantly at his side, pages turning to combat spells. Who are you? A visitor, the being wearing Yuno's appearance replied calmly. An observer of the convergence process. You may call me Azura. The name sent a chill through Naruto. The Otsutsuki from the border ruins. The same, though this form is merely an echo, a projection through the thinning dimensional barriers. The real Yuno remains on his mission, blissfully unaware that his resonant frequency makes him an ideal template for cross-dimensional manifestation. What do you want? Naruto demanded, fox cloak beginning to form around him defensively. To offer perspective, vessel. Azura's Yuno moved with unnatural grace, circling Naruto. You continue to resist your purpose, fighting against cosmic inevitability. It's admirable but ultimately futile. If you're here to recruit me again, save your breath. Not recruitment. Education. The entity gestured, and the air around them shimmered, the council chamber momentarily overlaid with images of other worlds, some flourishing, others devastated. The convergence is not simply about harvest, Naruto Uzumaki. It's about balance. Naruto flinched at the use of his full name from his previous life. Balance? Dimensional ecosystems require management, just as forests need occasional fires to remain healthy. Worlds that accumulate too much chakra or mana become unstable, threatening the cosmic fabric itself. Azura's explanation carried the confident tone of one stating obvious truths. The Otsutsuki regulate this balance, preventing catastrophic dimensional collapse. By draining worlds of their energy and leaving them barren, Naruto countered skeptically. By pruning excess growth to ensure continued viability. Azura stopped directly before him. Your world was approaching critical instability before your death. The chakra concentration had reached unprecedented levels, particularly with beings like yourself and your Uchiha companion wielding godlike powers. The statement, delivered with such certainty, created a moment of doubt in Naruto's mind. It was true that the escalation of power in the shinobi world had reached extraordinary levels by the end of his life. The battles with Kaguya and later Otsutsuki had reshaped landscapes and threatened reality itself. Even if that were true, Naruto argued, pushing aside the doubt, complete harvest isn't regulation, it's extinction. Complete harvest is rare and reserved for worlds beyond salvation, Azura replied. Most, including this one, require only partial recalibration. The resonance cores you've been investigating are designed primarily as stabilization mechanisms, with harvest as a secondary function. The being's reasonable tone and seemingly logical explanations were more unsettling than outright hostility would have been. This wasn't the raving of a zealot like the earlier Diamond Kingdom mage, it was the calculated persuasion of a being who genuinely believed in the rightness of its actions. Why tell me this? Naruto asked warily. Why the diplomatic approach now? Because you are different from other vessels we've encountered. Your soul carries wisdom and experience across multiple incarnations. You've seen firsthand the dangers of unchecked power accumulation. Azura extended Yuno's hand in a gesture of offering. You could be more than a vessel, Naruto. You could be a guardian of cosmic balance, helping to guide the convergence process rather than futilely opposing it. For a fleeting moment, Naruto could almost see the logic in the proposal. If the convergence truly was inevitable, perhaps working within its parameters to minimize harm would be more effective than outright resistance. Then he remembered the Diamond Kingdom's attack on innocent civilians, the fanatical gleam in Kirin's eyes before his awakening to the truth, and most importantly, the devastation he had witnessed the Otsutsuki cause in his previous life. If balance is truly your goal, Naruto replied steadily, then you wouldn't need to manipulate and deceive. You wouldn't need human cults and secret technologies. And you certainly wouldn't attack innocent people to access temple ruins. Azura sighed with Yuno's voice. You mistake necessity for malice. The limited understanding of mortals requires simplified motivational structures. You mean lies. I mean appropriate frameworks for different levels of consciousness. Azura stepped back, Yuno's features beginning to blur slightly at the edges. Consider my offer, vessel. The convergence progresses regardless of your decision, but your role in it remains undetermined. You can fight the inevitable and cause unnecessary suffering, or you can help guide this world through a necessary transition. I'll find another way, Naruto stated firmly. One that doesn't treat entire worlds as resources to be harvested. There is no other way. Azura's form became increasingly transparent. But you will discover this truth for yourself, as dimensions continue to bleed together. When memories of your past life overwhelm your present consciousness, when the boundaries between worlds collapse around you, remember that I offered a path of cooperation rather than conflict. With those parting words, the projection faded entirely, leaving Naruto alone in the council chamber with troubling thoughts and unanswered questions. He didn't have long to process the encounter before the chamber door opened, admitting Alicia. The crystal spirit guardian appeared concerned. Naruto. I sensed unusual magical fluctuations from this room. She studied him closely. Are you alright? Your magical signature is disturbed. I just had a visit from our Otsutsuki friend, Azura, Naruto explained, his grimoire closing as he regained his composure. Using some kind of projection that looked like Yuno. Alicia's eyes widened. A dimensional echo? Here, in the heart of the palace? She immediately activated her crystal magic, scanning the room. This is worse than we feared. The barriers must be critically thin in this location. He offered me a deal, cooperation instead of resistance. Claimed the Otsutsuki are cosmic regulators preventing dimensional instability, not just harvesters. A self-serving interpretation at best, Alicia replied, her crystal spirit flitting agitatedly around her. While convergence events do release pressure from worlds with excess magical accumulation, the Otsutsuki deliberately engineer those accumulations through their interventions. They create the very problems they claim to solve. Naruto nodded, grateful for the confirmation of his own suspicions. That matches what Kurama believes. They're parasites justifying their feeding habits with cosmic philosophy. Alicia completed her magical scan, her expression grave. We need to inform the Queen immediately. If Otsutsuki projections can penetrate this far into Heart Kingdom territory, no location is truly secure anymore. As they hurried toward the Queen's private chambers, Naruto felt the now familiar sensation of temporal bleeding beginning at the edges of his consciousness, fragments of other times and places pressing against his current reality. This episode was milder than what he'd experienced at the temple, but the increasing frequency was concerning. It's happening again, he murmured, maintaining his pace despite the disorientation. Alicia glanced at him with concern. The memory bleeds. Yes. Nothing overwhelming yet, just echoes. He caught glimpses of Konoha, of battles long past, of faces he had known in his previous life. Azura mentioned that these would increase as the convergence progresses. He's right about that much, at least. Alicia hesitated, then added, there may be a way to help stabilize your consciousness against these episodes. Crystal magic can create resonance patterns that reinforce identity cohesion across dimensional fluctuations. Like what you did in the temple. Similar, but more permanent, A kind of anchor that would help you maintain your current self regardless of temporal bleeding. Her prismatic eyes met his. It would require creating a direct spiritual link between us, however. Not something to undertake lightly. The implication was clear, such a connection would be deeply personal, perhaps even intimate in ways that transcended physical proximity. The offer represented both a practical solution and something more, a recognition of the unique understanding that had developed between them since their first meeting. I appreciate the offer, Naruto said sincerely. Let me think about it. She nodded, respecting his need for consideration. Of course. But don't wait too long. The convergence accelerates, and with it, the pressure on vessels like yourself. They reached the Queen's chambers to find her already in conference with Princess Catriona and the Spirit Guardians. The magical markings on her skin glowed more intensely than before, indicating active divination. Vessel Naruto, she greeted without preamble. I've been expecting you. My visions show shadows moving between worlds, taking forms familiar to those they wish to influence. Azura, Naruto confirmed. He appeared to me using Yuno's form. A dimensional projection of some kind. The Queen nodded gravely. The first of many such manifestations, I fear. As the barriers thin, entities from adjacent dimensions will find it increasingly easy to project influence into our world, beginning with vessels and those with strong magical resonance, eventually extending to ordinary citizens. Mass hallucinations, Master Orion, the Wind Spirit Guardian, predicted grimly. Panic. Social breakdown. The perfect conditions for those who wish to manipulate the convergence for their own ends. We cannot allow fear to guide our response, Princess Catriona insisted. The Heart Kingdom must present a unified front, demonstrating that these manifestations, while concerning, are a manageable aspect of the convergence process. The discussion continued, strategies proposed and refined, responsibilities assigned. Throughout, Naruto found himself increasingly aware of Alicia's presence beside him, her steady confidence, her deep knowledge of dimensional phenomena, the subtle ways her crystal magic seemed to stabilize the space around her. In a world increasingly defined by uncertainty and blurring boundaries, she represented clarity and focus. As the meeting concluded, Queen Lalapeka addressed Naruto directly. Vessel, you face unique challenges in the coming weeks. The Otsutsuki will continue to target you specifically, knowing your potential impact on the convergence process. I advise you to accept Guardian Alicia's offer of stabilization. Her crystal magic is specifically attuned to interdimensional harmonics. Naruto blinked in surprise. You knew about her offer. I see many possibilities, the Queen replied with a slight smile. Some clearer than others. The connection between Vessel and Guardian is an ancient pattern that has served well in previous convergence cycles. That evening, after further strategic meetings and preparations for their return to the Clover Kingdom, Naruto found himself once again in the meditation garden where he had first spoken privately with Alicia. The mana forest beyond the palace glowed with increased intensity in the twilight, rivers of magical energy visible as they flowed between convergence points. Thinking about the Queen's advice? Alicia's voice came from behind him as she entered the garden, her crystal spirit casting prismatic light patterns around her. Among other things, Naruto admitted. This isn't how I expected this diplomatic mission to go. Few things proceed as expected during a convergence. She joined him at the garden's edge, her presence bringing a sense of calm clarity that helped settle the fragments of memory still flickering at the edges of his awareness. Have you decided about the stabilization link? Naruto turned to face her directly. Before I answer, I need to understand exactly what it entails. The Queen called it an ancient pattern, something that's happened between vessels and guardians before. Alicia nodded, her expression serious. In previous convergence cycles, when vessels maintained their autonomy rather than surrendering to Otsutsuki control, they often formed bonds with those who could help anchor their consciousness against dimensional disruption. Spirit guardians were natural partners for this role, given our existing connections to entities that bridge magical realms. And the nature of this bond? A spiritual resonance that links our magical signatures, she explained. My crystal magic would create a harmonic pattern matched specifically to your dimensional frequency, essentially providing a reference point for your consciousness when reality begins to blur around you. Side effects? Naruto asked pragmatically. A slight smile touched her lips. Increased magical sensitivity to each other's presence. Occasional shared perceptions during periods of high magical activity. And she hesitated, a certain degree of emotional resonance. The bond doesn't create feelings, but it can amplify those that already exist. The implication hung in the air between them. Neither had openly acknowledged the growing connection that had developed through their shared experiences, from their first meeting at the reception, through the temple exploration, to the battle against the Diamond Kingdom forces. A mutual respect had evolved into something more complex, though still undefined. I won't pretend there's nothing between us, Naruto said finally, his directness a trait carried over from both his lives. But I don't want a magical bond to force something that should develop naturally. The bond doesn't force, Alicia clarified. It merely creates a clear channel where interference might otherwise occur. Think of it as removing static from a communication rather than dictating the message. Naruto considered this. The practical benefits were clear: protection against the increasing temporal bleeding episodes that threatened to overwhelm his consciousness as the convergence progressed. But the personal implications required equal consideration. What about Kurama? How would this affect my connection with him? Your fox spirit would be included in the resonance matrix, Alicia explained. The stabilization would apply to your combined consciousness, strengthening rather than competing with your existing bond. Inside his mindscape, Kurama rumbled thoughtfully. Her crystal magic is compatible with our energy pattern. I sense no deception or hidden agenda, Kit. The choice is yours, but from a practical standpoint, such protection would be valuable as dimensions continue to bleed together. Naruto reached a decision. I accept, both for practical reasons and because I trust you, Alicia. What do we need to do? Relief and something warmer flickered in her prismatic eyes. We'll need a location with natural magical resonance. The meditation pool in the garden center would be ideal. And privacy, as the initial synchronization can be intense. They moved to the small pool at the garden's heart, where water infused with natural mana created perfect reflective stillness. Alicia removed her crystal pendant and placed it in the water, where it sank to the bottom but continued to glow with inner light. Your grimoire, she instructed softly. Open it to the soul synchronization page you used with Kurama. Naruto summoned his 10-leaf grimoire, finding the page that had appeared when he first established deeper harmony with the fox spirit. The grimoire floated above the pool, its golden light mingling with the crystal's prismatic glow. Now we establish the connection, Alicia said, extending her hands toward him. This requires physical contact and shared magical circulation. Naruto placed his hands in hers, immediately feeling the cool, clear quality of her crystal magic as it began to flow between them. In response, his fox magic activated automatically, orange energy twining with prismatic light in complex patterns above the pool's surface. Fox blood covenant, soul synchronization, Naruto intoned, activating the grimoire's magic. Crystal spirit art, resonance binding, Alicia responded, her spirit familiar merging with the combined magical flow. The world around them shifted, not to the crystal space of their previous communication with Kurama, nor to Naruto's sewer-like mindscape, but to somewhere entirely new, a vast plain beneath a sky where multiple moons and suns shared impossible space. The landscape itself seemed composed of pure magical energy, responsive to their thoughts and emotions. Kurama appeared beside them, no longer confined to a cage but free to move about this shared mind space. The fox regarded Alicia with ancient eyes. Spirit guardian, he acknowledged. Your crystal resonates with unusual harmony to our combined essence. Great fox spirit, Alicia replied respectfully. Your power transcends the normal boundaries of our world's magic system. Together, we can create stability within chaos. They began the synchronization process, Alicia's crystal magic forming complex patterns around Naruto's consciousness while Kurama's energy reinforced his core identity. As the patterns stabilized, Naruto felt an unprecedented clarity, as if seeing through dimensional static that he hadn't even realized was clouding his perception. With this clarity came greater awareness of Alicia herself, not just her magical signature but deeper aspects of her being. Her unwavering commitment to protecting the Heart Kingdom. Her fascination with interdimensional phenomena that had led her to become a spirit guardian. The loneliness that sometimes accompanied her unique perceptive abilities, setting her apart from others who couldn't see the world as she did. In turn, he knew she was experiencing similar insights about him, his dual life experiences, his consistent drive to protect others regardless of personal cost, the complex relationship with Kurama that had evolved from imprisonment to partnership. The matrix is forming, she observed, her voice echoing strangely in this realm. Your dimensional frequency is remarkable. Unlike anything in our records. Is that good or bad? Naruto asked. Simply unique, she replied. Your soul carries patterns from multiple worlds and timelines, yet maintains coherent identity. It's beautiful, actually. The compliment, delivered with such genuine appreciation, created a warmth that manifested visibly in the energetic landscape around them, orange and crystal light pulsing in synchrony. As the resonance strengthened, Naruto became aware of another presence at the edges of this shared consciousness, watchful, calculating, ancient. Azura, observing their bonding from across dimensional boundaries. We have an audience, Kurama growled, his tail swishing with agitation. He cannot interfere here, Alicia assured them. This space exists between conventional dimensions, protected by our combined harmonics. The Otsutsuki's presence receded, unable to penetrate the stabilizing matrix they were creating. As it departed, the synchronization reached completion, crystal energy permanently interweaving with the fox magic that defined Naruto's spiritual signature. The shared mind space dissolved gently, returning them to the physical garden beside the meditation pool. Their hands remained joined, the connection now established on multiple levels. Naruto could sense Alicia's magical presence with unprecedented clarity, a crystalline note harmonizing with his own energy and Kurama's. It worked, she confirmed, her prismatic eyes reflecting the combined light of their magic. The resonance is stable and self-sustaining. I feel clearer, Naruto observed. Like looking through clean glass instead of fog. The temporal bleeding episodes should be manageable now, even as dimensional barriers continue to thin. She hesitated, then added, there's something else you should know. This connection, it creates a certain vulnerability as well as strength. If one of us were to fall under Otsutsuki influence, the other would be more susceptible through the resonance channel. Then we'll just have to make sure that doesn't happen, Naruto replied with characteristic determination. Neither of us is planning to surrender to cosmic parasites, right? A smile bloomed across her face. Indeed not. Their hands slowly separated, though the magical connection remained, a subtle awareness at the edge of consciousness. The intimacy of what they had just shared created a charged moment between them, not awkward but filled with unspoken potential. Thank you, Naruto said simply. For the stabilization, for your help at the temple, for understanding all of this. He gestured vaguely, encompassing his unusual situation as a reincarnated soul with a tailed beast partner. Thank you for trusting me, she replied. Few would open themselves to such a connection, especially someone with your experiences of being used as a vessel. The moment was interrupted by approaching footsteps. Finral appeared at the garden entrance, looking slightly embarrassed at intruding. Sorry to interrupt, but Captain Yami's called an emergency meeting. We've just received news from the Clover Kingdom. There's been another incident at a convergence site, bigger than the border ruins. The captain says we need to depart immediately. Naruto and Alicia exchanged concerned glances, their new connection allowing for wordless communication of shared worry. What happened? Naruto asked. Finral's expression grew grave. Dimensional breaches in multiple locations. People reporting sightings of figures with pale skin and horned protrusions. And he hesitated, clearly disturbed by what he needed to relay, some civilians claiming to have seen you, Naruto, not just in one place, but in several locations simultaneously, sometimes with fox features, sometimes in strange orange clothing with symbols they didn't recognize. The implications were chilling. If temporal bleeding was affecting ordinary citizens' perceptions, allowing them to see echoes of Naruto's past life, the convergence is accelerating exponentially, Alicia concluded. Dimensional boundaries are becoming critically thin. How soon can we leave? Naruto asked Finral. Captain wants us ready in an hour. The Heart Kingdom is sending representatives as well, official joint response team. I'll be accompanying you, Alicia confirmed. Queen Lalapeka has assigned me as liaison, given my expertise in dimensional phenomena. Left unspoken was the additional reason, their newly formed resonance bond made her the logical choice. As they hurried to prepare for departure, Naruto felt the weight of responsibility settling on him with familiar heaviness. Once again, he stood at the center of a crisis threatening the world he inhabited, his unique nature making him both target and potential solution. Some things never change, Kit. Kurama commented in his mind, though without bitterness. Different world, same old interdimensional trouble. At least this time I'm not starting from scratch, Naruto replied silently. I have experience, allies, and a clearer understanding of what we're facing. In his quarters, as he packed essential supplies, a shimmer in the air caught his attention, not the disorienting temporal bleeding he'd experienced before, but a clearer, more controlled glimpse across dimensional boundaries. Through Alicia's stabilization, he could now perceive the thinning barriers with greater clarity. What he saw confirmed their worst fears. Across multiple converging dimensions, similar crises were unfolding simultaneously, worlds experiencing their own versions of the convergence, barriers weakening, Otsutsuki influences pressing through the gaps. This wasn't isolated to his current world or his former one, but a coordinated extraction spanning multiple realities. But with this disturbing revelation came an insight: if worlds were connected through the convergence, perhaps resistance could be coordinated as well. If vessels like himself existed across dimensions, maintaining their autonomy and opposing the harvest. A united front across realities, Kurama mused, following his train of thought. Ambitious, Kit. Though if anyone could organize such a thing, it would be you. You always did have a talent for bringing unlikely allies together. As Naruto closed his pack and retrieved his grimoire, a sense of purpose crystallized within him. The Otsutsuki had engineered these convergence cycles for millennia, manipulating worlds like pieces on a cosmic game board. But perhaps this cycle could end differently. With newfound clarity from Alicia's stabilization, allies both in this world and potentially across dimensions, and the combined experience of his past and present lives, Naruto was uniquely positioned to challenge the harvest paradigm itself. The convergence was coming, dimensions bleeding together with increasing speed. But rather than merely resisting its effects or surrendering to its inevitability, perhaps the time had come to reimagine its purpose entirely. With this resolution forming, Naruto left his quarters to join the others, ready to return to a Clover Kingdom facing the first waves of a cosmic tide that threatened to reshape reality itself. Chapter 4, Echoes of Shinobi. 3 months later, the Clover Kingdom had grown accustomed to strangeness. Villages near convergence sites reported objects appearing and disappearing without explanation. Children played games involving Spot the Ghost Person. Mages adapted to unpredictable spell behaviors by incorporating flexibility into their casting techniques. The new normal included weekly bulletins about dimensional anomalies and recommended safety protocols. But adaptation didn't equal acceptance, and beneath the surface of adjusted routines ran currents of fear, suspicion, and growing political unrest. Naruto stood on the Black Bull's rooftop, watching dawn break over a landscape transformed not physically but perceptually. To ordinary eyes, the forests and hills surrounding their base looked unchanged. But through his enhanced awareness, courtesy of both Kurama and the crystal resonance bond with Alicia, Naruto could see the dimensional fractures spreading like spider webs across reality. Beautiful, in a terrifying way, came Alicia's voice as she joined him on the roof. The Heart Kingdom Spirit Guardian had taken up semi-permanent residence with the Black Bulls, officially as a diplomatic liaison but practically as part of their response team. Like watching a storm approach, Naruto agreed, turning to face her. The 3 months had changed her subtly. Her silver hair contained more crystalline elements, her eyes shifted through prismatic colors more rapidly, and her magical presence had intensified from constant exposure to convergence energies. The changes made her more striking, not less human. Their resonance bond had evolved too. What began as a practical protection against temporal bleeding had developed into a connection that transcended conventional relationships. They could sense each other's emotional states, occasionally share perceptions during moments of heightened awareness, and instinctively coordinate their magic with unprecedented harmony. The captains called everyone in, she said, her crystal familiar hovering near her shoulder. Another breach, bigger than yesterday's. Naruto nodded grimly. I felt it. Near the capital this time. Yes. Too close for comfort. Together they descended to the common room, where the Black Bulls had assembled in various states of readiness. What had once been a chaotic gathering of misfits had transformed into something approaching a disciplined unit, still eccentric and individualistic, but with a newfound sense of purpose and coordination. Captain Yami stood before a map of the Clover Kingdom dotted with magical markers indicating known convergence sites and recorded breaches. Cigarette clenched between his teeth, he tracked the rapidly evolving pattern with uncharacteristic focus. Listen up, he addressed the assembled squad without preamble. We've got a Class 3 breach 15 miles northwest of the capital. Spatial distortions, entity manifestations, and reports of civilians experiencing memory bleeds. Civilians with memory bleeds? Noelle questioned, concern evident in her voice. That's new. Yeah, and it's exactly why we're the response team instead of the other squads, Yami confirmed grimly. Regular magic knights can't tell the difference between a hallucinating farmer and someone experiencing genuine dimensional overlap. Over the past months, the Black Bulls had been officially designated as the Clover Kingdom's primary convergence response unit. Their unorthodox methods, adaptability, and, most importantly, first-hand experience with interdimensional phenomena made them uniquely qualified. Other squads provided support but followed the Bulls' lead in convergence-related incidents. The team for this one, Yami continued, Naruto, obviously. Asta, your anti-magic disrupts the dimensional entities. Noelle for containment. Finral for transport. Gauche for surveillance. Alicia for assessment. He paused, scanning the room. Where the hell is Kirin? Here, Captain, came the reply as the former Azure Deer Mage entered from the kitchen, carrying a mug of tea. The past months had transformed Kirin perhaps more than anyone. Gone was the aristocratic arrogance, replaced by pragmatic focus. His lion soul magic had evolved as well, becoming more cooperative than domineering as his understanding of its true origins changed. After the Heart Kingdom mission, Kirin had officially transferred to the Black Bulls, a move that shocked noble society but made perfect sense to those who understood the convergence threat. His expertise on Otsutsuki patterns and cult operations had proven invaluable. Good, Yami nodded. You're on entity identification. Nobody knows what these pale bastards look like better than you. Understood, Kirin acknowledged, setting down his tea. His relationship with Naruto had evolved from hostile rivalry to grudging respect to something approaching friendship, the shared experience of having one's entire worldview shattered creating an unexpected bond between them. What about me, Captain? Magna asked eagerly, fire magic dancing around his fingertips. The delinquent fire mage had grown more controlled but no less enthusiastic about combat opportunities. Yami considered briefly. Backup team with Luck and Vanessa. Be ready if we need reinforcements. He addressed the full squad again. This isn't a drill. Class 3 breaches have a 40% chance of developing into full convergence events. If that happens, we're looking at Otsutsuki physical manifestation, not just their proxies. The room sobered at the reminder. Despite 3 months of confronting dimensional anomalies, they had yet to face a full-fledged Otsutsuki crossing the boundary. Azura's projections and lesser servants had been challenge enough. "Move out in 5, Yami ordered. "And remember, civilians first, data collection second, heroics last. I don't need any of you getting sucked into another dimension because you tried to look cool." As they gathered their equipment, Naruto felt Alicia's concern through their bond, not for the mission itself but for him specifically. Since establishing their connection, she had gained deeper insight into how convergence events affected him uniquely as a vessel. Each major breach intensified the pressure on his interdimensional nature, pulling at the fabric of his identity in ways others couldn't fully comprehend. "I'm fine," he assured her quietly as they prepared. "The resonance bond is holding well." "It's not just that," she replied, her voice equally low. "This breach location, it's near where we detected that unusual chakra signature last week." Naruto nodded, understanding her concern. Recent breaches had begun manifesting energy patterns remarkably similar to specific chakra signatures from his former world. The implications were troubling, not random dimensional bleeding but targeted connections to his past. "All the more reason to contain it quickly," he said, securing his grimoire at his side. Its golden 10-leaf cover had developed subtle new patterns over the months, responding to the evolving convergence situation. Finral opened a spatial portal to their destination, the magic visibly straining against dimensional interference. "Portals unstable," he warned. "The breach is affecting spatial magic. We'll need to exit quickly and stay together." They moved through the portal in practiced formation, emerging on a hillside overlooking a small farming village. The scene below would have appeared idyllic if not for the massive tear in reality floating above its center, a jagged rift perhaps 30 feet tall, shimmering with unnatural energy and occasionally disgorging small objects or brief flashes of alien landscapes. More concerning were the figures moving through the village, pale humanoids with elongated limbs, not fully materialized but substantial enough to interact with the physical environment. They appeared to be searching for something, methodically investigating buildings and terrifying the villagers who hadn't managed to flee. Otsutsuki scouts, Kirin identified immediately. Not full manifestations but dimensional projections with limited physical presence. They're mapping the convergence parameters. Preparing for a larger incursion, Alicia added, her crystal familiar circling the group agitatedly. Naruto opened his grimoire, pages turning to a communication spell he developed specifically for breach scenarios. Fox Mirror Magic, Shadow Network. 4 clones appeared, each assigned to a different team member. "These will maintain communication if we get separated," he explained. "They'll dissipate if the team member is in serious danger, so we'll know immediately if someone needs help." "Efficient," Kirin acknowledged with a nod. "Gauche, get eyes on the entire village," Yami instructed. "Finral, start evacuation of any remaining civilians. Noel, water barriers around the breach to contain whatever comes through. Asta, Naruto, Alicia, Kirin, with me to engage the scouts." They dispersed with practiced efficiency, each understanding their role in the containment protocol they'd refined over dozens of similar operations. Gauche's mirrors spread throughout the village, providing real-time surveillance. Finral began creating evacuation portals, prioritizing children and the elderly. Noel's water magic formed a massive dome around the dimensional tear, creating a containment zone. Naruto moved with Yami's group toward the center of the village where scout concentration was highest. As they approached, one of the pale humanoids turned toward them, its featureless face rippling as something like eyes formed to observe them. Vessel detected, it communicated, not through speech but through a psychic pressure that manifested as words in their minds. Priority target acquired. All scouts immediately reoriented toward Naruto, their forms becoming more substantial as they drew additional energy from the breach. "Well, that's flattering," Naruto commented dryly. Fox cloak magic, second tail. Orange energy surrounded him, forming the now familiar fox-shaped aura with 2 tails swaying behind it. Over the months, he had gained significantly more control over Kurama's power, able to maintain specific tail manifestations with greater stability and less strain. Lion Soul Magic, Pride's Vanguard, Kirin invoked, golden energy forming 3 spectral lions that positioned themselves protectively around the group. Asta drew his anti-magic sword, the black blade seeming to drink in the dimensional energies saturating the area. "These things hate my sword," he noted with grim satisfaction. "Every time we face them, they try to avoid direct contact with anti-magic." "Use that," Yami advised, dark magic gathering around his katana. Herd them toward Noel's containment area. The scouts attacked with unsettling coordination, their limbs extending and reshaping into weapon-like appendages. They moved with flickering speed, partially phasing between dimensions to appear and disappear unpredictably. Naruto had faced enough of these entities to recognize their tactics. Fox Mirror Magic, Sensory Field. Orange energy spread outward in a dome centered on their position, making dimensional fluctuations visible to everyone within its range. The scouts' movement patterns became apparent. They weren't teleporting randomly but following specific paths through weakened dimensional boundaries. "There." Yami pointed to a pattern in their movements. "They're circling back to the breach after each attack run. Trying to report findings. Then we cut off their return path," Kirin concluded. His spectral lions positioned themselves strategically, using their golden energy to create barriers across the scouts' retreat routes. The battle escalated quickly. The scouts, realizing they were being contained, became more aggressive. Their limbs transformed into blade-like projections capable of cutting through stone and wood with frightening ease. Buildings were damaged as they lashed out, forcing the magic knights to divide attention between offense and protecting the remaining civilians. Through his clone network, Naruto received updates from his separated teammates. Finral had evacuated most villagers but was struggling with dwindling magical energy. Spatial magic required significantly more power near breaches. Noel's water barrier was holding but being tested by increasingly large objects emerging from the rift. Gauche had spotted additional scouts approaching from the north, having manifested outside their initial containment zone. "We're getting spread too thin," Naruto reported to Yami. "And the breach is growing." The dimensional tear had indeed expanded, now nearly 40 feet tall and emitting pulses of energy that distorted reality around it. Through the widening gap, Naruto could glimpse a landscape that sent a chill of recognition through him, massive trees with a distinctive arrangement that resembled the forest of death from his Konoha days. "That's not random," he muttered, a sense of foreboding growing within him. "What do you mean?" Alicia asked, her crystal magic creating prismatic barriers that refracted the scouts' attacks. "The landscape on the other side, it's from my world. A specific location from Konoha." Alicia's eyes widened in understanding. "Targeted breach. The convergence is being guided toward your dimensional origin point." Before they could discuss further implications, the breach pulsed violently, releasing a shockwave that staggered everyone within a 100-yard radius. The tear widened dramatically, and through it stepped a figure that made Naruto's blood run cold. Not the amorphous scouts they had been fighting, but a fully materialized human form in a black cloak decorated with red clouds, Akatsuki. The figure's orange mask with a spiral pattern and single-eye hole was instantly recognizable despite the years and dimensional divide separating Naruto from his past life. "Toby," he whispered, the name emerging unbidden from memory. The masked figure paused at the breach's threshold, head tilting as if listening to something. Then the mask turned directly toward Naruto, the single visible eye revealing the unmistakable pattern of the Sharingan. "Found you," the figure spoke, voice distorted yet familiar. "The Ninetales vessel. Different form, same chakra signature." "That's not possible," Naruto said, shock momentarily overriding tactical thinking. "Toby, Obito, died in my world. I saw it happen." "Time and space are malleable during convergence," Alicia reminded him urgently. "This could be an echo from your past, a variant from another timeline, or a convenient form for me to adopt," the figure interrupted, voice shifting to a deeper, more resonant tone that Naruto recognized with growing dread. "One that resonates with your memories, vessel." Understanding dawned. Azura, Naruto growled. Wearing Obito's appearance. Perceptive, the Otsutsuki acknowledged, stepping fully through the breach. The convergence allows me to manifest using templates from adjacent dimensions, particularly those with emotional significance to my targets. The revelation should have been reassuring. This wasn't actually Obito returned from death, but something about the precise replication of the Akatsuki member's appearance and mannerisms suggested more complex dimensional mechanics at work. Yami's dark magic gathered around his blade. Don't care who he's pretending to be. If he's fully manifested, he can be cut. The captain launched forward with blinding speed, his katana wreathed in darkness as he aimed for Azura's heart. The attack was perfectly executed, leveraging Yami's key-reading abilities to anticipate dimensional shifting. It should have connected. Instead, the blade passed through Azura's form as if through mist. Kamui, Naruto identified the technique with growing alarm. It's not just Obito's appearance, he's somehow using his abilities too. Correct again, Azura confirmed, remaining untouched as Yami's follow-up attack similarly failed to connect. The convergence allows for more than simple crossing between worlds. It enables synthesis. The implications were staggering. If the Otsutsuki could not only cross dimensions but selectively incorporate abilities and characteristics from beings in those worlds. Everyone fall back to Noel's position, Naruto ordered, taking command instinctively. We need to consolidate. Yami didn't countermand the directive, recognizing the strategic necessity. As they retreated in controlled formation, Azura made no move to pursue, seemingly content to observe their reaction. The scouts, however, became increasingly aggressive, forcing the magic knights to defend while withdrawing. They regrouped at Noel's water barrier, which now enclosed a perimeter around the central breach. The silver-haired royal looked exhausted but determined, her control over the massive water construct testament to how far her magical abilities had developed. What is that thing? She demanded, noticing Azura's distinctive appearance. It just walked through the breach like it was a doorway. Otsutsuki manifestation, Kirin explained tersely. Using a form from Naruto's original world. Finral rejoined them, looking drained. Civilians are evacuated to the safety point 2 miles south. I've left markers for reinforcements. He noticed Azura and paled slightly. That's new. And bad, Asta added, gripping his anti-magic sword tightly. Really bad. Through their resonance bond, Naruto could sense Alicia's analytical mind rapidly assessing the situation. Her crystal magic allowed her to perceive dimensional frequencies others couldn't detect, giving her unique insight into convergence mechanics. The breach is stabilizing, she reported grimly. This isn't a temporary incursion, they're establishing a permanent connection point between dimensions. Azura began walking toward them with unhurried confidence, scouts flanking him in formation. Each step seemed to distort reality slightly, leaving momentary afterimages that faded like smoke. Vessel, he addressed Naruto directly, ignoring the others. Our previous conversations have occurred across dimensional barriers. How pleasant to finally meet in shared physical space. Can't say I share the sentiment, Naruto replied, grimoire glowing as he prepared for confrontation. Why this form? Why Obito? Access to your memories made the selection obvious. The masked manipulator who orchestrated so much of your former world's pain, a fitting avatar for our interaction. Azura gestured, and reality rippled around his hand. Besides, his particular abilities complement my purposes admirably. As if demonstrating, he made a pulling motion, and the fabric of spacetime visibly distorted. One of Gauche's surveillance mirrors shattered as it was caught in the effect. He's manipulating the dimensional boundaries consciously, Alicia realized aloud. Far beyond what we've seen before. Yami stepped forward, dark magic intensifying around him. Enough talking. You're trespassing in the Clover Kingdom. Either return to whatever dimension you crawled from or be destroyed. Azura's masked face tilted slightly in apparent amusement. Such confidence from creatures who understand so little. He performed another gesture, and the space around Yami warped dramatically. The captain reacted with impressive speed, his key sensing abilities allowing him to anticipate and counter by slicing through the spatial distortion with his dark magic. Even so, the attack left him momentarily disoriented. Captain Finral moved to support Yami, only to be intercepted by scouts who materialized directly in his path. The confrontation erupted into full battle as more entities emerged from the breach, not just scouts now but warriors with more substantial forms and defined abilities. Unlike the scouts' amorphous appearances, these newcomers had distinct features that Naruto recognized with increasing unease, characteristics reminiscent of specific shinobi from his former world. They're using templates, he realized aloud as he engaged a warrior whose movement pattern eerily resembled Kabuto's snake-like style. Taking combat data from my memories to create effective fighters. That's cheating. Asta declared indignantly, his anti-magic sword cleaving through a warrior that had been mimicking Haiden's immortality technique. That's smart warfare, Kirin corrected grimly, his lions engaging multiple opponents simultaneously. Know your enemy by becoming them. The battle expanded across the village as Otsutsuki forces pushed outward from the breach. Noelle struggled to maintain her water barrier while simultaneously defending against attacks. Gauche's mirrors provided tactical advantage until a warrior with abilities similar to Daidara's explosives began systematically destroying them. Finral's spatial magic became increasingly unreliable as Azura's manipulation of dimensional boundaries created interference patterns. Through it all, Naruto found himself primarily targeted, warriors specifically focusing their attacks on him while Azura observed from a distance. Their coordination was impeccable, forcing him to constantly shift between offense and defense, never allowing him to focus fully on either. They're wearing you down deliberately, Alicia communicated through their bond as she created crystal barriers to deflect attacks aimed at his blind spots. Azura wants you exhausted but undamaged. Because he still thinks I'm meant to be some kind of vessel, Naruto confirmed, unleashing a fox spiral attack that disrupted a formation of warriors. Not happening. As the battle intensified, Naruto felt Kurama's presence strengthening within him, the fox's anger at seeing their old enemy's techniques weaponized against them fueling his own determination. He opened his grimoire to a page that had manifested during their training over the past months. Fox Cloak Magic, 4th Tale. Orange energy surged around him, forming a more substantial fox-shaped aura now with 4 tails swaying behind it. His features sharpened more dramatically, eyes turning fully red with vertical slits, canines elongating noticeably, nails hardening into claws. The transformation wasn't as extreme as it had been in his previous life, no corrosive chakra burning his skin, but the power increase was comparable. With enhanced speed and strength, Naruto tore through the warrior ranks, fox spiral techniques in both hands creating devastating impacts against enemies who couldn't phase through physical attacks like Azura could. His shadow double clones multiplied across the battlefield, each capable of 4th tail transformations themselves, creating chaos among the Otsutsuki forces. Through his clone network, he maintained awareness of his teammates' situations. Yami had engaged Azura directly, his dark magic one of the few techniques capable of affecting the dimensional manipulator, though still not landing solid hits. Asta's anti-magic proved devastatingly effective against the warriors, who relied heavily on chakra-like energy constructs, but the sheer number of opponents was overwhelming him. Noelle had been forced to abandon the containment barrier to focus on defense, allowing the breach to expand further. Most concerning was Kirin's situation. The former noble was surrounded, his lion construct systematically neutralized by warriors using techniques reminiscent of the Nara clan's shadow binding abilities. Despite his improved magical control, he was clearly overmatched against opponents specifically designed to counter his magic type. Alicia, Naruto communicated through their bond, Kirin needs backup. On it, she replied instantly, crystalline pathways forming beneath her feet as she moved with graceful efficiency toward Kirin's position. Her crystal magic had evolved over the months, becoming increasingly versatile in convergent scenarios where conventional spells often faltered. Naruto turned his attention toward Azura, recognizing that the manifestation was the key to the entire incursion. If they could force the Otsutsuki back through the breach, the lesser entities would likely lose coherence in this dimension. He fought his way toward where Yami was engaging Azura in what appeared to be a stalemate, the captain's attacks passing through the phasing Otsutsuki while Azura's spatial distortions were consistently neutralized by precise dark magic slices. "Captain!" Naruto called as he approached. "We need to combine attacks. Anti-magic and fox magic together might overcome his phasing." Yami nodded tersely, understanding the strategy without further explanation. "Get the shrimp over here." Naruto created a clone to retrieve Asta while he prepared for coordinated assault. Through his enhanced senses, he studied Azura's phasing pattern, noticing something Obito's original technique had also featured, a brief materialization moment between spatial shifts. "There's a microsecond window when he has to become solid between phases," Naruto explained as Asta joined them. "If we time our attacks to hit during that window from multiple angles simultaneously." "He can't dodge everything," Asta completed the thought, grasping the strategy immediately. His growth over the months had been not just in magical ability but in tactical thinking. "I'll create the openings," Yami decided. "My dark magic forces him to phase more frequently, which means more transition points." They moved into position, communicating their coordination through subtle signals developed over months of teamwork. Yami engaged Azura directly, his katana strikes becoming increasingly complex and unpredictable, forcing the Otsutsuki to phase repeatedly to avoid being hit. Dark magic, Dimension Slash. The captain unleashed his signature attack, not expecting it to connect but creating the perfect distraction. As predicted, Azura phased to avoid the slash, which cut through space itself. The moment he began rematerializing, Naruto and Asta struck simultaneously from opposite sides, Naruto with Fox Spiral Magic, Tailed Beast Rasengan, and Asta with a full anti-magic slash. For a crucial second, it appeared their strategy had worked. Both attacks connected with partially materialized form, anti-magic disrupting the dimensional phasing while Fox magic delivered concussive impact. Azura's form distorted, the mask cracking along one side to reveal pale skin beneath. Then reality itself seemed to wrench sideways as Azura unleashed a technique Naruto had never seen Obito use, a spatial distortion that created a localized dimensional collapse. The effect caught all three attackers, sending them staggering as perceptions warped and gravity briefly inverted. "Interesting attempt," Azura commented, voice unchanged despite the damage to his manifested form. "But dimensional manipulation is my inherent ability, not merely borrowed from your memories." He gestured again, and the breach behind him expanded dramatically, now large enough that the landscape beyond was clearly visible, unmistakably the forest of death from Konoha, but with disturbing modifications. The massive trees were partially crystallized, as if being transformed by some external force. Among them moved tall, pale figures that even at this distance Naruto recognized as full-blooded Otsutsuki. "The harvest preparation proceeds," Azura explained, noting Naruto's recognition. "Your former world proved remarkably resilient to previous convergence events. This cycle, we're taking more comprehensive measures." "You're destroying it," Naruto growled, Fox cloak intensifying with his anger. "Transforming it," Azura corrected. "Into a more efficient conduit for chakra extraction. Once completed, the process will be replicated here." He gestured to encompass the surrounding countryside. "This world's mana system is particularly compatible with our refinement techniques." Before Naruto could respond, a massive explosion rocked the village center as one of the warriors detonated with force reminiscent of Deidara's C4 technique. Buildings collapsed, and through the dust cloud, Naruto saw Alicia's crystal barriers shatter under the impact. His clone network brought immediate awareness of teammates in danger, Finral injured, Kirin surrounded, Noelle exhausting her magical reserves. "We need reinforcements," Yami decided, reading the deteriorating situation with veteran insight. "Fall back to defensive positions. Naruto, signal Magnus team." Naruto created a specialized clone that soared upward, detonating in a brilliant orange flash visible for miles, their prearranged signal for emergency backup. As he did so, a cold realization struck him: Azura wasn't trying to win this battle conventionally. The Otsutsuki was deliberately prolonging the engagement, allowing the breach to stabilize and expand while wearing down the defenders. This is a beachhead operation, he told Yami urgently. They're establishing a permanent crossing point. The captain cursed, understanding the implications immediately. Change of plans. We need to collapse that breach, not just defend against what's coming through it. Fox Sage Art, Dimensional Boundary Seal, Naruto suggested, referring to the technique he'd used successfully at previous incursion sites. But I'll need time to prepare it, and clear access to the breach itself. Time we don't have, position we can't reach, Yami assessed grimly, watching as more warriors emerged from the widening tier. Unless. He was interrupted as multiple spatial portals opened around them, not Finral's magic but official reinforcements from the Magic Knight's headquarters. Through the portals emerged members of various squads: Leopold and Marioliona Vermilion of the Crimson Lions, Charlotte Roselay and several Blue Rose Knights, Jack the Ripper with Green Mantis elites, and most surprisingly, Yuno leading a Golden Dawn contingent. Simultaneously, Magna's backup team arrived from the opposite direction, having transported themselves via his flame magic propulsion technique. Looks like we're missing all the fun. Magna called, flames already gathering around his baseball bat. Situation. Marioliona demanded without preamble, her fire magic manifestation making her appear lion-like in her ferocity. Dimensional breach, full Otsutsuki manifestation, entities modeled on shinobi from my original world, Naruto summarized rapidly. The breach needs to be sealed immediately before it stabilizes permanently. Yuno's eyes narrowed as he assessed the scene, his wind spirit bell hovering anxiously at his shoulder. This is significantly worse than previous incursions. It's a full invasion attempt, Kirin confirmed, joining them after breaking free from his encirclement with Alicia's help. Both looked battered but determined. They're establishing a permanent gateway between worlds. Marioliona, true to her reputation as the Crimson Lion's most aggressive captain, didn't waste time on further discussion. Vermilion formation. Secure a perimeter around the breach. The assembled Magic Knights organized with practiced efficiency, each squad taking positions according to their specialties. The Blue Rose Knights created defensive barriers using Charlotte's Briar magic. The Green Mantis focused on entity elimination with Jack's slashing magic leading their offense. The Golden Dawn established aerial superiority with Yuno's wind magic creating platforms for ranged attacks. Azura observed the reinforcements with apparent amusement. Additional players simply extend the game. The outcome remains predetermined. Naruto felt a familiar determination hardening within him, the same resolve that had carried him through seemingly impossible situations in his previous life. Fox Mirror Magic, War Council. A specialized clone technique created a secure communication space where key leaders could strategize while their original bodies maintained battle positions. Within this orange-tinted dimensional pocket, Naruto gathered Yami, Marioliona, Charlotte, Jack, Yuno, Alicia, and Kirin for rapid planning. The breach operates on dimensional resonance, he explained quickly. It can be collapsed using counter-frequency magic, but I need direct access and approximately 3 minutes of uninterrupted casting. 3 minutes might as well be 3 years in this chaos, Charlotte observed. Then we create chaos of our own, Marioliona suggested with characteristic directness. Maximum offensive pressure from multiple directions to divide their attention. Combined with targeted extraction, Yami added. A strike team to clear a path directly to the breach while everyone else raises hell elsewhere. I'll lead the strike team, Naruto decided. I need Asta for his anti-magic, Alicia for resonance support, and... He hesitated briefly, Kirin. Your lion soul magic harmonizes well with fox magic since we've been training together. The former noble nodded, accepting the assignment without hesitation, a far cry from the arrogant aristocrat who had once challenged Naruto in the tournament arena. The rest of us will coordinate the diversion, Marioliona concluded. Maximum destruction, minimum restraint. When the signal comes, all forces converge to support the sealing operation. They emerged from the planning space to find the battle had intensified during even those few seconds of strategic consultation. Azura had been joined by two additional Otsutsuki manifestations, one wearing an appearance reminiscent of Sasori's puppet form, another resembling Kakuzu with his thread techniques. Like Azura's Obito disguise, these weren't the actual shinobi from Naruto's past but Otsutsuki adopting their appearances and abilities. "They're mocking your history," Alicia observed through their bond. "Using your own world's warriors against you." "They're making a mistake," Naruto replied grimly. "They're reminding me what I'm fighting for." The coordinated counterattack began with overwhelming force. Marioleona's battle cry unleashed crimson lions across the battlefield, massive fire constructs that targeted entity clusters. Charlotte's briars erupted from the earth in spiraling patterns that trapped and constricted warriors attempting to maintain formation. Jack's slashing magic created cutting planes that bisected multiple enemies simultaneously. Yuno's wind spirits formed a cyclonic barrier around the village perimeter, preventing additional scouts from joining the battle. In the confusion, Naruto's strike team moved with practiced coordination. Asta's anti-magic created a wedge that disrupted entity formations, Alicia's crystals refracted spatial distortions aimed at impeding their progress, and Kirin's lions provided mobile defense as they advanced toward the breach. Naruto maintained his fourth tail transformation, the orange cloak bubbling with barely contained power. Through his enhanced senses, he could perceive dimensional fluctuations with increasing clarity. The breach wasn't merely a tier but a carefully constructed gateway with specific resonance patterns maintaining its stability. Azura's controlling it directly, he realized as they fought their way forward. The resonance matches his magical signature. Then he's the anchor point, Alicia concluded. Neutralize him, and the breach should become more vulnerable to sealing. Their progress drew attention from the Otsutsuki leadership. Azura and his two companions redirected their focus toward the strike team, recognizing the strategic threat they presented. "The puppet master approaches," Kirin warned as the Sasori-modeled Otsutsuki intercepted their advance. Unlike the warriors, who merely mimicked fighting styles from Naruto's memories, this manifestation wielded a more comprehensive replication of Sasori's abilities, multiple puppet constructs emerging from dimensional pockets to surround them. Each puppet incorporated aspects of Otsutsuki technology, making them far deadlier than the originals Naruto had encountered in his previous life. "I'll handle this," Asta declared, anti-magic sword expanding to its largest form. Black Hurricane. The spinning attack created a vortex of anti-magic that disrupted the puppet's dimensional tethers, causing several to collapse into component parts. The Otsutsuki controlling them hissed in frustration, its Sasori-like features distorting as it struggled to maintain the technique against anti-magic interference. "Go!" Asta shouted to the others. "I'll keep Puppet Face busy." Naruto hesitated only briefly before nodding and continuing forward with Alicia and Kirin. Asta had proven repeatedly that his anti-magic made him uniquely effective against dimensional entities. He could handle himself better here than anywhere else on the battlefield. They advanced further, now within 100 yards of the breach itself. The dimensional distortions intensified as they approached, reality warping visibly around them. Through the widening tier, the crystallized forest of death appeared increasingly substantial, no longer a glimpse of another world but a physical location beginning to overlap with their current position. "The dimensions are merging locally," Alicia observed with professional concern despite the battle raging around them. "This goes beyond conventional convergence mechanics. They're forcing accelerated integration." Before they could reach their objective, the thread-using Otsutsuki manifested directly in their path. Its Kakuzu-like appearance included the distinctive masks representing elemental affinities, but with Otsutsuki modifications that made them more alien and unsettling. "Your persistence exceeds expectations, Vessel," it addressed Naruto in a voice that resonated on multiple frequencies simultaneously. Lord Azura predicted resistance, but not this level of tactical coordination. "I'm full of surprises," Naruto replied, Fox Cloak intensifying as he prepared to engage. Fox Spiral Magic, Twin Impact. The dual-handed attack launched concentrated spirals of orange energy toward the entity. Instead of dodging, the Otsutsuki extended thread-like appendages that absorbed and redistributed the magical energy through its mask constructs. Adaptation complete, it announced with mechanical precision. Your Fox magic resonance pattern has been catalogued and neutralized. Then try this. Lion Soul Magic, King's Judgment. Kirin's most powerful technique manifested a massive spectral lion composed of golden magical energy. The construct roared with force that distorted the air before charging the thread-using entity. The Otsutsuki attempted the same absorption strategy, but Kirin's magic operated on a different frequency spectrum that resisted assimilation. The lion construct collided with devastating impact, disrupting the entity's form temporarily. Now! Kirin shouted. While its dimensional anchor is destabilized. Naruto seized the opportunity, creating a path through the momentarily stunned Otsutsuki. This way! They sprinted toward the breach, now less than 50 yards distant. Azura himself stood before it, watching their approach with the unreadable masked expression borrowed from Obito. So close, yet fundamentally mistaken, the Otsutsuki commented as they neared. You cannot seal what is already integrated into the dimensional fabric. With a sweeping gesture, Azura triggered the breach's expansion phase. The tear widened dramatically, now nearly 100 feet across. The crystallized forest beyond began physically manifesting in the village center, trees erupting from the ground, replacing buildings and landscape features with their counterparts from Naruto's former world. Dimensional overlay initiated, Azura announced with cold satisfaction. Integration process at 37% and accelerating. The effect was disorienting even to Naruto, who had experienced dimensional phenomena regularly since the convergence began. Physical laws seemed to operate inconsistently within the overlap zone, gravity fluctuated, light refracted unusually, and sound traveled with unexpected patterns. For the magic knights fighting throughout the village, the sudden environmental changes created dangerous combat conditions. We need to act now, Alicia urged, her crystal magic creating a stabilized zone around them to counter the worst dimensional effects. Before the integration progresses too far for reversal. Naruto opened his grimoire to the sealing technique page, which glowed with increased intensity in proximity to the breach. Fox Sage Art, Dimensional Boundary Seal. Golden chains of magical energy began manifesting around him, preparing to ensnare the breach and force its closure. The technique required both precise magical control and substantial power, even with his fourth tail transformation, completing it while under attack would test his limits. Azura recognized the threat immediately. Intolerable, he stated flatly. The Otsutsuki performed a series of gestures reminiscent of hand signs, though clearly adapted for his unique dimensional abilities. Convergence acceleration, forced synchronization. The breach pulsed violently, releasing a shockwave of dimensional energy that disrupted Naruto's sealing chains before they could properly form. Simultaneously, the overlay process intensified, the percentage of manifestation jumping visibly as more of the crystallized forest replaced the village landscape. Integration at 52%, Azura noted with mechanical precision. Threshold approaching for permanent merger. Kirin moved to intercept the Otsutsuki, his remaining magical energy gathering for a desperate attack. You will not take this world. The Lion Mage launched himself forward, grimoire glowing intensely as he invoked his ultimate technique. Lion Soul Magic, Ancestral Judgment. The spell, born of Kirin's evolved understanding of his magic's true origins, manifested not as the dominating force it had once been but as a purifying light that revealed truth. The golden radiance washed over Azura, temporarily disrupting the Obito disguise and revealing the Otsutsuki's true form beneath, pale skin, horned protrusions, and most distinctively, a Rinnegan in the center of his forehead. Impressive, Azura acknowledged, his voice reverting to its natural resonant tone as the disguise flickered. Your magical evolution suggests interesting adaptability in human vessels. Perhaps your lineage retains value despite its rebellion. Our value lies in our freedom, Kirin replied, maintaining his technique despite visibly draining his magical reserves. Something your kind never understood. The distraction provided Naruto precious seconds to recalibrate his approach. The conventional sealing technique wouldn't work against a breach this advanced in its integration process. He needed something more fundamental, something that addressed the dimensional resonance patterns themselves rather than just their physical manifestation. Alicia, he communicated through their bond, I need to synchronize with the breach's core frequency to disrupt it from within. Like we did with the resonance bond, but inverted. Understanding flowed between them instantly, one of the advantages of their connection. Crystal spirit magic, harmonic bridge, she invoked, her crystal familiar expanding into a network of prismatic structures that surrounded them. I can create the interface, but the disruption itself will require enormous power. I know, Naruto acknowledged grimly. Kurama, we need to go deeper. Inside his mindscape, the fox regarded him with ancient eyes. The fifth tail will be difficult to control in this world's magical system. The sixth, potentially dangerous. We don't have a choice. If the dimensions fully integrate here, the Otsutsuki will have their permanent beachhead for harvesting both worlds. Kurama nodded his massive head. Then we do what we must. Together, as always. Naruto's grimoire turned to a page that had remained dormant until now, the text glowing with golden light as it activated. Fox cloak magic, sixth tail. Orange energy erupted around him, the fox-shaped aura expanding dramatically as additional tails formed behind it. Unlike his previous transformations, this one created physical changes beyond just sharpened features. His skin darkened to a deep red-orange, his hair lengthened wildly, and a skeletal structure began forming around the energy cloak like partial armor. The power surge was immense, far exceeding what he had manifested previously in this world. The magical pressure alone created a shockwave that staggered everyone nearby, including Azura, who had been engaging Kirin. Impossible, the Otsutsuki stated, genuine surprise evident in his voice. Vessel transformation should not progress beyond fifth stage without surrendering autonomy. Through Alicia's crystalline interface, Naruto could perceive the breach's fundamental structure, the complex frequency patterns that maintain the dimensional overlap, the resonance nodes anchoring it to physical space, and most importantly, the control signatures linking it to Azura himself. You made a critical mistake, Naruto told the Otsutsuki, his voice deeper and overlaid with Kurama's resonance. You modeled your invasion on my memories, but you failed to understand what those memories truly represent. And what is that, vessel? Azura demanded, abandoning his battle with Kirin to focus on this new threat. Bonds, Naruto answered simply. Every person, every battle, every moment you extracted from my memories to use against me, they're not just tactical data. They represent connections that transcend time, space, and even death. As if summoned by his words, the dimensional bleeding effect that had been the hallmark of convergence incidents intensified around him. But instead of the disorienting fragmentation he had experienced previously, these manifestations formed with purposeful clarity, translucent figures appearing alongside him, visible to all present. A man with spiky white hair and distinctive red facial markings. A woman with flowing red hair. A masked silver-haired shinobi. A pink-haired medical ninja. A dark-haired young man with the Uchiha crest. And many others, flickering images of people connected to Naruto's past life, appearing not as enemies but as allies. Jiraiya, Naruto identified with a catch in his voice. Mom. Kakashi. Sakura. Sasuke. Everyone. The figures weren't physical manifestations but dimensional echoes, memories given semi-substantial form by the same convergence mechanics the Otsutsuki were exploiting. They moved to surround Naruto, each adding their distinctive energy signature to the resonance pattern Alicia was maintaining. What is this? Azura demanded, his confidence visibly shaken. Memory constructs should not possess independent resonance patterns. They're not memories, Alicia realized, her crystal network expanding to incorporate the new energy signatures. They're echoes of actual souls across the dimensional barrier, responding to Naruto's call. Kirin, exhausted but still conscious, watched with amazement. The vessel bond works in both directions. The convergence doesn't just allow Otsutsuki to cross between worlds, it allows all forms of spiritual connection. Naruto felt the combined energy of his former precious people flowing into him, harmonizing with his own magic and Kurama's power. It wasn't quite like the chakra sharing of his previous life, but the spiritual essence was similar, connection transcending dimensional boundaries to provide strength when most needed. Now, he told Azura with quiet certainty, let me show you what real bonds can do. With Alicia's crystal network providing the interface and the spiritual echoes reinforcing his magical reserves, Naruto channeled the six-tail transformation into a technique that combined elements of his Fox Sage sealing arts with principles derived from his resonance bond with Alicia. Fox Sage Art, Harmonic Disruption Seal. Golden chains erupted from his grimoire, but unlike previous sealing attempts, these didn't simply encircle the breach. Instead, they penetrated its dimensional fabric, targeting the specific frequency nodes that maintained its stability. Each chain resonated with counterharmonics perfectly calibrated to neutralize the corresponding Otsutsuki control pattern. Azura recognized the threat immediately and abandoned all pretense of calculated confidence. No. The Otsutsuki launched himself toward Naruto with blinding speed, dimensional phasing allowing him to bypass intervening obstacles. The convergence point must be preserved. Before he could reach Naruto, one of the spiritual echoes intercepted him, the translucent form of Sasuke Uchiha, Susanoo partially manifested around him despite the dimensional divide. You always were slow to learn, Naruto, the echo spoke with Sasuke's distinctive arrogance. Needing help even from beyond dimensions. Though insubstantial, the Susanoo construct possessed enough spiritual energy to momentarily disrupt Azura's phasing, forcing the Otsutsuki to become fully physical to avoid spiritual entanglement. That moment of vulnerability was all Kirin needed. With his remaining magical reserves, the Lion Mage launched a final, desperate attack. Lion Soul Magic, Sacrificial Penance. Golden energy erupted from Kirin's body, forming not an offensive construct but a binding array that latched onto Azura's temporarily materialized form. The technique was clearly harmful to Kirin himself, blood trickled from his eyes and mouth as he maintained it through sheer force of will. What are you doing? Naruto demanded, recognizing the self-destructive nature of the spell. Redemption, Kirin replied, his voice strained but determined. My family served the Otsutsuki for generations, helping prepare this world for harvest. It's fitting that a Salacious should help prevent that same fate. He looked at Naruto with clear purpose. Complete the sealing. I can hold him corporeal for 20 seconds at most. Kirin, don't waste it, the Lion Mage interrupted. Some debts can only be paid one way. Understanding and respecting the choice, Naruto redirected his focus to the sealing technique. The harmonic chains penetrated deeper into the breach's structure, disrupting control nodes with increasing effectiveness. The dimensional overlay began receding, crystallized trees withdrawing, the alien landscape separating from the village terrain. Azura struggled against Kirin's binding magic, his true form fully revealed as the Obito disguise dissolved completely. Release me, human. Your lineage was blessed by our attention, your magic exists because of our intervention. And now it serves to end that intervention, Kirin replied, blood flowing more freely as the strain intensified. The harvest ends with this cycle. Throughout the battlefield, the magic knights pressed their advantage as the dimensional entities began losing coherence. With the breach destabilizing, the warriors and scouts found their connection to Otsutsuki control weakening. Mereoliona's crimson lions tore through suddenly vulnerable formations. Charlotte's briars ensnared entities attempting to retreat toward the shrinking tier. Yuno's wind spirits dispersed those trying to maintain position through dimensional shifting. At the breach itself, Naruto's sealing technique reached critical mass. The harmonic chains had identified and neutralized 80% of the control nodes, forcing the dimensional tear to contract rapidly. The spiritual echoes began fading as the connection between worlds weakened, their purpose fulfilled. Thank you, Naruto told them, particularly addressing the fading forms of his parents, his mentors, his friends. Until next time. There's always a next time with you, Sasuke's echo commented with what might have been affection before vanishing. Only the breach, Azura, and Kirin's binding technique remained. The Otsutsuki, recognizing imminent defeat, made a final desperate attempt to preserve the convergence point. Dimensional sacrifice, forced stabilization. Azura activated a technique that drew energy directly from his own existence to reinforce the failing breach. The method was clearly desperate and costly. Parts of his physical form began dissolving into pure dimensional energy that flowed toward the tear. Kirin's binding magic, already at its limit, began failing against this final surge of power. I can't hold him, the lion mage warned, blood now flowing freely from his eyes, ears, and mouth. Finish it now, Naruto. With a final surge of six-tail power channeled through Alicia's crystal interface, Naruto completed the harmonic disruption. Seal. The golden chains contracted violently, collapsing the breach's remaining stability nodes simultaneously. The dimensional tear imploded, creating a vacuum effect that pulled inward with tremendous force. Objects, energy, and even light briefly distorted as they were drawn toward the collapsing convergence point. Azura, still partially connected to the breach through his stabilization technique, found himself caught in the implosion effect. The Otsutsuki's form warped as dimensional forces tore at him from multiple directions. This changes nothing, he declared even as his body began breaking apart. The convergence continues elsewhere. What has begun cannot be stopped, only delayed. With those final words, Azura was drawn into the collapsing breach, his form dissolving into dimensional energy that vanished as the tear sealed itself with a thunderous implosion. The sudden silence that followed was almost as disorienting as the battle had been. Where the massive breach had stood, only scorched earth remained, a circular pattern of burned soil and ash approximately 50 feet in diameter. Around it, the village showed signs of the dimensional overlay that had briefly occurred, buildings partially merged with crystalline structures, streets displaying unfamiliar patterns, vegetation exhibiting characteristics from both worlds. But the breach itself was gone, the connection severed. Kirin. Naruto's six-tail transformation receded as he rushed to where the lion mage had collapsed. The former noble lay motionless, blood pooling beneath him, his grimoire beside him with pages rapidly turning blank as his magic faded. Naruto knelt beside him, immediately checking for life signs. Hang on. We'll get a healing mage. Kirin's eyes fluttered open, the once vibrant amber now dull and clouded. Don't waste resources, he managed, his voice barely audible. Sacrificial penance has a price. You shouldn't have done that, Naruto said, though the words held no accusation, only sadness. We could have found another way. A ghost of Kirin's former arrogant smile touched his bloodied lips. Always, other ways, for you. Some of us need clearer paths. His breathing grew increasingly labored. Tell them. House Salacious, redeemed its honor. Alicia knelt opposite Naruto, her crystal magic attempting to stabilize Kirin's fading life force. The spell fundamentally altered his magical pathways, she assessed grimly. It was designed to be irreversible. Of course it was, Kirin whispered. Noble sacrifice, very dramatic. His attempt at humor ended in a racking cough that brought more blood. Magic knights gathered around them, the battle concluded with the breach's collapse and the dimensional entity's subsequent dissolution. Yami approached, his expression grim as he assessed Kirin's condition with experienced eyes. He knew what he was doing, the captain said quietly to Naruto. Some choices deserve respect, even when they hurt like hell. Kirin's gaze found Naruto's, unexpected clarity returning momentarily. The convergence continues. Other sites, activating. My family's records, in my quarters. Everything I know. His hand weakly grasped Naruto's. Promise, you'll finish this. I promise, Naruto replied with quiet intensity. The Otsutsuki won't harvest this world or mine. We'll find a way to end the cycle permanently. Satisfaction crossed Kirin's features. Good. Always, believed you would. His gaze shifted to include Alicia. Guardian, the vessel needs anchoring. After I understand, Alicia assured him gently. The resonance bond will be maintained. With that final concern addressed, Kirin's expression relaxed. Interesting, journey from tournament rivals, to this. His eyes began closing. Perhaps next cycle, better circumstances. His hand went limp in Naruto's grasp, the last breath leaving his body as his grimoire dissolved into motes of golden light that scattered on the wind. Silence fell over the assembled magic knights, respect for a fallen comrade transcending squad divisions and noble politics. Even those who had once viewed Kirin with suspicion due to his family's Otsutsuki connections recognized the significance of his sacrifice. After a moment of quiet acknowledgement, Yami took charge of the situation. Secure the perimeter. Check for any remaining dimensional anomalies. Finral, arrange transport for the wounded back to headquarters. As the knights dispersed to their assigned tasks, Naruto remained kneeling beside Kirin's body, processing not just the loss of someone who had evolved from enemy to ally to friend, but also the implications of what they had witnessed and learned during the battle. He gave us critical information with his last words, Alicia noted gently. The convergence continues at other sites. This was just one battle in a larger conflict. I know, Naruto acknowledged, carefully closing Kirin's sightless eyes. And will honor his sacrifice by using that information. Yami approached again, now accompanied by the other squad captains who had participated in the battle. The Wizard King needs immediate debriefing, he informed Naruto. Especially about those spirit things that showed up to help you. Not something we've seen in previous incursions. The dimensional barriers thinned enough for spiritual resonance across worlds, Naruto explained, rising to his feet. His body ached from the strain of maintaining the six-tail transformation, but the resonance bond with Alicia had prevented the more severe side effects he would have experienced in his previous life. People I knew in my original world somehow sensed what was happening and lent their strength. Concerning implications, Charlotte Roselay noted. If spiritual entities can cross during convergence events, the distinction between life and death becomes ambiguous. It wasn't resurrection, Alicia clarified. More like echoes. Spiritual impressions strong enough to briefly manifest in adjacent dimensional space. Whatever they were, they helped turn the tide, Mario Leona stated pragmatically. The question now is whether we can expect similar phenomena at other convergence sites. Before further discussion could develop, a spatial portal opened nearby. Through it stepped not just the expected messenger from Magic Knight's headquarters but Julius Navachrono himself, the Wizard King's presence indicating the severity with which the incident was being treated. Naruto, Julius greeted him directly, bypassing formal protocol. I felt the dimensional shift from the capital. The convergence barrier readings were unprecedented. It was a deliberate invasion attempt, Naruto reported succinctly. The Otsutsuki established a direct connection to my original world, with technology capable of merging dimensional spaces permanently. Julius's expression grew grave. Show me the breach site. They moved to the scorched circle where the dimensional tear had been sealed. Though closed, the area still radiated unusual magical frequencies, residual energy patterns that would likely persist for years or even decades. The Wizard King knelt, placing his palm against the burned soil. His time magic activated, allowing him to perceive the recent past events that had transpired there. After a moment, he rose with an unusually serious expression. The convergence has entered its critical phase, he announced to the assembled captains. What we witnessed here wasn't an isolated incursion but part of a coordinated effort across multiple dimensions. The Otsutsuki are attempting to create permanent harvesters at key locations throughout our world. Like the resonance cores we've been investigating? Naruto asked. More advanced, Julius confirmed. The cores were preparatory technology. This. He gestured to the scorched circle, was implementation. A direct conduit designed to allow continuous extraction of magical energy from our world to theirs. And they'll try again, Yami concluded grimly. Without question. Our intelligence suggests simultaneous attempts at multiple convergence sites across the four kingdoms. Some may have already succeeded where defense was inadequate. The implications were chilling. If even one such connection became permanently established, it could potentially drain an entire region of magical energy, creating dead zones where life itself would struggle to continue. We need a coordinated response across kingdoms, Naruto stated, thinking strategically. The Heart Kingdom already understands the threat. The Diamond Kingdom has been experimenting with convergence technology for their own purposes but might recognize the greater danger. The Spade Kingdom remains an unknown variable, Julius completed the thought. Their dark magic research includes dimensional components that may be related to Otsutsuki influence. While the captains discussed immediate tactical responses, Naruto found himself drawn back to where Kirin's body lay, now covered respectfully with a black bull's cloak. The Lion Mage's final words echoed in his mind, particularly the reference to his family's records. "What are you thinking?" Alicia asked through their bond, sensing his focused contemplation. Kirin mentioned records in his quarters, everything his family knew about the Otsutsuki and convergence cycles. If House Salacious served as their agents for generations, those records might contain critical information about their overall strategy. A blueprint of the invasion plan, Alicia realized. Exactly. Plus, Kirin had been researching convergence mechanics independently since breaking from their control. He might have discovered vulnerabilities or weaknesses we could exploit. Their exchange was interrupted by Yuno's approach. The Golden Dawn vice-captain had performed admirably during the battle, his wind magic proving particularly effective against dimensional entities attempting to use spatial manipulation. "Naruto," he greeted with characteristic restraint. The spirit echoes that appeared, one of them looked like Sasuke Uchiha. "You recognized him?" Naruto asked, surprised. He hadn't discussed his previous life's companions in detail with many people in this world. "From your descriptions during training in Hage," Yuno explained. "But more importantly, I've seen similar manifestations recently during Golden Dawn missions near convergence sites. Specifically, figures matching your descriptions of Konoha shinobi." The revelation was concerning. Targeted manifestations focusing on my past connections. The Otsutsuki are trying to establish dimensional bridges using specific resonance patterns tied to my previous life. Which means every person you were strongly connected to represents a potential weak point in the dimensional barriers, Alicia concluded. They're essentially using your bonds as targeting coordinates. The strategy was coldly logical and emotionally perverse, using Naruto's most precious connections as vectors for invasion. It explained the increasing frequency of familiar chakra signatures near convergence sites and the specific locations being targeted for breaches. "We need to review every reported anomaly involving Konoha-like manifestations," Naruto decided. "Map them against known convergence sites to identify their next major targets." Julius, overhearing this exchange, rejoined their conversation. "An excellent approach. I'll have Intelligence Division compile all relevant reports immediately." The Wizard King's expression became more serious. "There's something else you should know, Naruto. The royal advisor I warned you about, the one with Otsutsuki connections, has disappeared." "When?" "Approximately 2 hours ago, coinciding with this breach event. His quarters contained material suggesting extensive knowledge of convergence mechanics and vessel manipulation. The timing couldn't be coincidence. He was coordinating from inside the capital," Naruto concluded grimly. "Probably feeding information about our response capabilities directly to Azura." "Almost certainly," Julius agreed. "Which means our containment strategies and tactical approaches are likely compromised. We need to develop new methodologies immediately." The aftermath of the battle extended into evening as wounded were treated, civilians returned to what remained of their homes, and magic knights established security perimeters around the former breach site. Throughout the cleanup operations, Naruto found himself increasingly aware of the political implications unfolding alongside the tactical ones. Noble representatives had arrived to assess the situation, their true purpose clearly being to assign blame and protect aristocratic interests. Their thinly veiled accusations focused increasingly on Naruto himself, the foreign element whose unusual magic and extradimensional connections had attracted the invasion. They're laying groundwork to scapegoat you, Yami observed bluntly as they watched a particularly pompous count inspecting damage to a manor house at the village edge. Classic noble playbook, find someone different to blame when things go wrong. I expected it, Naruto replied, unsurprised. It's not entirely wrong, either. The Otsutsuki are specifically targeting locations connected to my past. There's a difference between being a target and being responsible, Yami countered, lighting a cigarette despite the disapproving glares from nearby nobles. But try explaining that to people looking for simple answers to complicated problems. The political maneuvering became more explicit when Augustus Kira Clover 13, the king himself, arrived with his royal entourage to inspect the breach containment and reassure the affected population. His actual contribution consisted primarily of speeches about the kingdom's resilience while carefully avoiding acknowledgement of the true threat or the sacrifices made to address it. During one such address to assembled nobles and selected commoners, the king made a statement that confirmed Yami's prediction. While the brave magic knights of the Clover Kingdom have once again demonstrated their valor, Augustus declared pompously, we must consider the underlying causes of these dimensional disturbances. Certain unusual magical elements within our kingdom appear to attract these phenomena, elements that perhaps require more careful regulation and oversight. The implication was unmistakable. Several nobles glanced meaningfully toward Naruto, who stood with the other black bulls at the gathering's edge. That didn't take long, Magna muttered. From hero to potential criminal in 6 hours. It's fine, Naruto assured his squad mates. Political blame games are the same in every world. After the king's departure, Julius approached Naruto privately. I apologize for Augustus's implications, the Wizard King said with genuine regret. Unfortunately, many nobles are demanding action regarding dimensional contamination, with specific focus on your grimoire and magic. They want to restrict me, Naruto surmised. Or worse, study me like the Diamond Kingdom does with their test subjects. Nothing so drastic will occur while I remain Wizard King, Julius assured him firmly. But political pressure is mounting for some form of response. The noble houses fear what they don't understand, and right now, convergence phenomena top that list. With me as the convenient embodiment of that fear, Naruto completed the thought. What do you recommend? Julius considered carefully. Continue your work with the response team, but perhaps with lower public visibility for a time. Focus on research and strategic planning rather than field operations when noble observers are present. The Wizard King's expression turned apologetic. It's unfair and tactically suboptimal, but sometimes we must navigate political realities alongside magical ones. I understand, Naruto assured him. The mission matters more than who gets credit or blame. That was true when I was Hokage in my previous life too. As sunset approached, Naruto found a quiet moment to visit Kirin's body, which had been prepared for transport back to the capital for formal honors. Despite his complicated history with House Salacious, Kirin had died a magic knight of the Clover Kingdom, sacrificing himself to protect others, a fact even the most prejudiced nobles couldn't deny. Alicia joined him in this moment of reflection, her presence bringing clarity and support through their resonance bond. He changed so much in such a short time, Naruto observed quietly. From zealot to skeptic to ally to friend. The capacity for growth defines humanity more than any inherited trait or magical affinity, Alicia replied, her crystal familiar creating small prisms of light that danced over Kirin's covered form like honorary flames. His sacrifice will have meaning if we use what he gave us to end the convergence cycle. We will, Naruto promised, both to Alicia and to Kirin's memory. As night fell and operations transitioned to recovery and security mode, the Black Bulls gathered at their temporary forward base established at the village's intact inn. There, Yami convened a squad meeting away from noble observers and political considerations. Alright, listen up, the captain addressed his assembled mages. Today was different from previous convergence responses. Today was war. No one disputed the assessment. The scale, coordination, and deliberate strategy displayed by the Otsutsuki forces represented a clear escalation from earlier dimensional incursions. The nobles can play their blame games, Yami continued, but we know what we're really facing. This isn't about unusual grimoires or foreign magic, it's about interdimensional parasites trying to drain our world dry. Nods of agreement circled the room. Even the normally carefree members of the squad had adopted uncharacteristic seriousness following the day's events. So here's what happens next, Yami outlined. We split into 3 operational groups. Group 1 remains here to monitor the sealed breach site. Magna, lead that team. Group 2 returns to headquarters to coordinate intelligence gathering with the other squads. Noel, that's you. And Group 3? Finral asked. Yami's gaze settled on Naruto. Special assignment. Naruto, Asta, Finral for transport, and Alicia representing Heart Kingdom interests. You're going to House Salacious. Kirin's family estate. Naruto questioned, though he immediately understood the strategic purpose. Exactly. Recover his research materials and family records before the nobles can seal them as evidence or some other bureaucratic nonsense. Yami's expression turned grimmer. Augustus's ministers were already discussing securing House Salacious archives during the king's visit. Whatever Kirin discovered, they want to control access to it. Makes sense, Asta observed with unexpected political insight. If his family served the Otsutsuki for generations, their records might implicate other noble houses too. The kid gets it, Yami nodded approvingly. This isn't just about magical threats anymore, it's about who knew what and for how long. Kirin may have been the public face of Otsutsuki service, but House Salacious couldn't have operated in isolation. The implications were profound. Noble families throughout the Clover Kingdom potentially complicit in preparing their world for harvest, perhaps for centuries. The political earthquake such revelations could trigger would rival the magical crisis they already faced. When do we leave? Naruto asked. Immediately. Julius is providing official cover, security assessment of potential convergence vulnerabilities at noble estates. That should get you in the door before anyone realizes your actual purpose. Within the hour, Finral had transported their small team to the outskirts of House Salacious's ancestral lands. The estate occupied a substantial territory approximately 30 miles from the capital, rolling hills surrounding a central complex of elegant buildings designed in the distinctive style of high Clover nobility. Impressive, Asta commented as they approached the main gate, where Salacious family guards stood watch. No wonder Kirin was so stuck up when we first met him. Focus on our cover story, Naruto reminded him. We're here for an official security assessment authorized by the Wizard King. The guards, recognizing magic knight robes, requested documentation of their authority. Finral presented the official orders Julius had provided, complete with the Wizard King's magical seal that verified authenticity. The young master is not in residence, the senior guard informed them after reviewing the documents. Lord Kirin departed for Magic Knight's duties 3 days ago. We're aware, Naruto replied carefully, unsure how much news had reached the estate about Kirin's fate. Our assessment pertains to potential magical vulnerabilities of noble residences, not specific individuals. The explanation, backed by official orders, proved sufficient. They were admitted to the estate and assigned a family steward to guide them, a middle-aged man named Halbert who had apparently served House Salacious for decades. The areas you specified for inspection are primarily in the eastern wing, Halbert informed them, consulting the documentation. Lord Kirin's personal study, the family archives, and the ancestral ritual chamber. Ritual chamber? Asta repeated with poorly concealed interest. A traditional feature of many ancient noble houses, Halbert explained smoothly, though Naruto detected subtle tension in his manner. For ceremonial magic related to family bloodlines. As they moved through the estate, Naruto observed numerous indications of House Salacious's long-standing prosperity and influence. Portraits of ancestors displayed consistent features across generations, the same amber eyes and tawny hair Kirin had possessed, suggesting careful maintenance of specific genetic traits. More telling were the architectural details that most would overlook but which Naruto, sensitized to Otsutsuki patterns through months of convergence research, immediately recognized. Subtle symbols incorporated into moldings. Specific numerical patterns in window arrangements. Orientation alignments that matched those of known convergence sites. This entire estate was designed as a monitoring station, he communicated to Alicia through their bond. Not just monitoring, she replied, her crystal familiar discreetly scanning as they walked. Amplification. The ley line patterns beneath us have been artificially modified to enhance dimensional resonance. They reached Kirin's personal study, where Halbert hesitated briefly before unlocking the door. Lord Kirin values his privacy greatly. Perhaps you could specify exactly what security concerns you're assessing. Dimensional resonance vulnerabilities, Naruto replied truthfully if incompletely. Following today's breach incident, we're evaluating all locations with potential connections to convergence phenomena. The mention of the breach visibly unsettled Halbert. You were present at the incident. Then, is Lord Kirin? The question hung unfinished, the steward's concern appearing genuine. Naruto made a quick decision about how much to reveal. Lord Kirin fought with exceptional courage, he stated, meeting Halbert's gaze directly. His actions were instrumental in sealing the breach and protecting the Clover Kingdom. Understanding and grief passed across the steward's features. I see. He fulfilled the family's true purpose, then. The phrasing caught Naruto's attention. True purpose. Halbert seemed to realize he had said too much. Forgive me. Family matters. He unlocked the study door with shaking hands. I'll leave you to your inspection. As the steward departed, Alicia cast a privacy barrier around them. He knows more than he's saying. The true purpose comment suggests internal divisions within House Salacious regarding their Otsutsuki connections. Kirin mentioned something similar during our early conversations, Naruto recalled. That his family's records contained conflicting accounts of their relationship with the star visitors. Some described servitude, others partnership, still others resistance. They entered the study, finding it exactly as Kirin must have left it days earlier, organized but actively used, with open books, research notes, and magical instruments arranged on various surfaces. The room reflected Kirin's evolution from aristocratic zealot to determined researcher. Star charts and dimensional diagrams had replaced family crests and noble accolades as the dominant decorative elements. We should start with his most recent work, Naruto suggested, approaching the desk where several journals lay open. After the Heart Kingdom mission, Kirin became obsessed with understanding the true nature of the convergence cycle. Asta moved to a large bookshelf, examining titles. Most of these aren't in standard language. Some kind of code. Ancient script, Alicia identified, joining him. Similar to what we found in the Heart Kingdom temples. These are original Otsutsuki texts, not just human interpretations. How would his family have obtained those? Finral wondered, establishing small spatial markers around the room to facilitate rapid collection of materials if necessary. The same way noble houses acquired most of their treasures, Naruto suggested grimly. By being on the winning side of historical conflicts. If House Salacious served the Otsutsuki during previous convergence cycles, they would have been rewarded with knowledge denied to others. They systematically examined the study's contents, cataloging materials related to convergence mechanics, Otsutsuki history, and dimensional theory. Kirin's research notes proved particularly valuable, detailed analyses of breach patterns, predictions of dimensional stress points, and most importantly, a comprehensive map of suspected Otsutsuki agents throughout the four kingdoms. He was tracking them, Naruto realized, examining the map where dozens of names had been marked with varying confidence indicators. Identifying potential cult members in positions of influence. The list included nobles, merchants, scholars, and even magic knights, people strategically positioned to facilitate or conceal convergence preparations. Some names were painfully familiar, including several who had been present at the village earlier that day, ostensibly to assess damage, but perhaps actually to evaluate the breach's effectiveness. "This is politically explosive," Finral commented, surveying the extensive list. "Half the noble houses in the kingdom have at least one member flagged. Which explains the rush to secure these records," Alicia noted. "If this became public, the entire social order could collapse." They continued their search, moving from the study to the family archives, a secure room containing genealogical records, historical accounts, and ceremonial documentation spanning centuries. Here, the evidence of House Salacious's complicated relationship with the Otsutsuki became clearer. The earliest records described them as divine beings worthy of worship and service. Later accounts evolved toward a more transactional relationship, service in exchange for magical enhancement and social elevation. Most recently, particularly in records dating from Kirin's grandfather's time, questions and doubts had begun appearing, with careful documentation of discrepancies between Otsutsuki promises and actual outcomes. "They were waking up slowly," Naruto observed, reading a particularly pointed analysis written by Kirin's father. "Recognizing the exploitation but struggling against generations of indoctrination. Which makes Kirin's complete break all the more remarkable," Alicia added. "He overcame not just personal belief but family legacy." The most valuable discovery came in a hidden compartment beneath the archive floor, revealed by a detection spell Alicia cast to identify dimensional resonance points. Inside lay a journal bound in unusual material that felt neither like leather nor cloth but something otherworldly, a texture Naruto recognized from artifacts in his previous life. Otsutsuki skin, he identified grimly. Reserved for their most important records. The journal, written in a script that combined ancient Otsutsuki symbols with more recent magical notation, appeared to be a detailed account of convergence mechanics from an insider's perspective. Kirin had apparently been translating and annotating it. His distinctive handwriting appeared in margins and between sections, adding context and modern magical theory to the ancient text. "This is it," Naruto realized, carefully examining the contents. The technical blueprint for how convergence actually works, not just the natural cosmic cycle but how the Otsutsuki artificially accelerate and manipulate it. Alicia studied the complex diagrams within the journal. According to this, the convergence isn't merely about dimensional barriers thinning naturally. The Otsutsuki actively weaken specific points using technologies embedded centuries in advance, like time-delayed dimensional acids eating through cosmic fabric. "And the 10-leaf grimoire?" Naruto asked, finding a section where Kirin had extensively annotated illustrations of various vessel types. Alicia translated the relevant passage. "It describes grimoires with multiple leaves as dimensional interface points, tools created by the Otsutsuki to establish controlled connections between worlds. 3-leaf represents standard magical potential. 4-leaf adds dimensional sensitivity. 5-leaf incorporates anti-world elements. And 10-leaf?" Finral prompted, peering over her shoulder. "A complete bridging system," she read, expression growing concerned. 9 leaves representing the vessel's power source, in your case, Kurama's 9 tails. The 10th leaf creates what it calls a dimensional anchor point, a stable connection through which larger breaches can be established and maintained. The implications were disturbing. "My grimoire was designed to be a gateway," Naruto concluded grimly. "A predetermined access point for this specific convergence cycle." "But something went wrong from their perspective," Alicia continued, turning pages. Kirin's notes indicate that vessel autonomy was never part of the design. Typically, the human component would be gradually overwritten by Otsutsuki consciousness as the convergence progressed. "Which explains Azura's repeated attempts to subdue rather than destroy you," Asta reasoned. "They need your grimoire functioning but under their control." Further exploration of the journal revealed increasingly troubling details about the convergence process, specifically, its culmination. According to the Otsutsuki records, the current cycle was approaching what they termed complete convergence, or final synthesis, a state where dimensional barriers would thin beyond recovery, allowing permanent merger of targeted worlds. Not just a harvest but total absorption, Naruto interpreted, the descriptions reminding him disturbingly of the infinite Tsukimi from his previous life. They're planning to collapse multiple dimensions into a single, controllable energy source. Their investigation of the journal was interrupted by a commotion outside. Through the archive's windows, they could see a procession of carriages arriving at the estate's main entrance, nobles and royal officials by their insignia, accompanied by magic knights from squads known for their close alignment with aristocratic interests. They're here for the records, Finral realized. And probably us, if they know what we're doing. We found what we came for, Naruto decided, carefully securing the journal and Kirin's most important research materials. Finral, can you transport us directly from here? The spatial mage tested his magic, grimacing at the resistance. There's some kind of interference, dimensional dampening throughout the estate. I can create a portal, but it'll take more time and energy than usual. Start preparing, Naruto instructed. Asta, Alicia, help me gather everything essential. We need to be ready to move the moment Finral's portal stabilizes. They worked quickly, collecting the most critical documents based on their preliminary assessment. Through the building, they could hear voices approaching, officials presenting royal warrants, servants directing them toward the archives. 30 seconds, Finral warned, sweat beading on his forehead as he forced his spatial magic to overcome the dimensional dampening. The portal will be unstable, straight to headquarters, no detours. That works, Naruto assured him, mentally cataloging what they had secured and what they were forced to leave behind. The most crucial materials, Kirin's research, the Otsutsuki journal, and a map of suspected agents, were safely in their possession. The archive door rattled as someone attempted to open it from outside, finding it magically sealed by Alicia's crystal barrier. This is Royal Inspector Claudius Vermeer. An authoritative voice announced. By order of King Augustus, these archives are now under royal seal. Open immediately. Portal ready, Finral gasped, a shimmering spatial tier forming before him. Go now. They moved swiftly through the portal, Alicia maintaining her barrier until they had all passed through. The spatial magic collapsed behind them just as they heard the archive door splinter under magical assault. They emerged in the Black Bull's base, specifically the secure room Yami had designated for convergence research. The captain himself waited there, having anticipated their expedited return. Got what we needed? He asked without preamble. That and more, Naruto confirmed, setting down the collected materials. Kirin's research, Otsutsuki technical documentation, and a comprehensive list of suspected collaborators throughout the kingdom. That last one stays under wraps, Yami decided immediately. Julius needs to see it first, then we decide what's actionable versus what's just politically explosive. As they organized the recovered materials, Naruto found himself drawn to a particular section of the Otsutsuki journal that detailed the final phase of convergence, the point they were rapidly approaching according to all indicators. There's something here about resonance cores, he noted, studying diagrams that depicted familiar structures. The temples we've been investigating contain devices that can either accelerate or stabilize dimensional bleeding. We already knew that, Finral pointed out. Yes, but what we didn't know is that they form a network, Naruto explained, understanding blooming as he connected Kirin's annotations with the original text. They're not independent systems, they're nodes in a larger array. If activated in specific sequences, they create what the Otsutsuki call a convergence lattice, essentially a controlled framework for dimensional merger. Alicia leaned in to examine the diagrams. And according to these calculations, once enough nodes activate, the process becomes self-sustaining. The remaining barriers would collapse regardless of our interventions. How many active nodes would trigger that threshold? Yami asked. Naruto checked Kirin's annotations. He estimated 7 major cores or approximately 20 minor ones. And we've already confirmed 3 major cores active, the the one beneath the Heart Kingdom Temple, one in the Spade Kingdom's eastern territory, and one near the Diamond Kingdom capital. How many more have activated without our knowledge? Asta wondered aloud, the usually optimistic swordsman understanding the gravity of their discovery. That's what we need to determine immediately, Naruto concluded. And then systematically deactivate or recalibrate each one, as we did with the Heart Kingdom core. Yami absorbed this information with characteristic bluntness. So we're in a race against time to find and neutralize magical doomsday devices scattered across 4 kingdoms, some of which aren't particularly friendly to Clover Knight operations, while also dealing with dimensional invasions and political backstabbing from our own nobles. That's a fair summary, Naruto agreed. The captain's grim expression slowly transformed into a predatory smile. Good thing we specialize in impossible situations. Over the next several hours, they worked to synthesize Kirin's research with existing intelligence, creating a comprehensive strategic assessment of the convergence situation. The picture that emerged was simultaneously clearer and more alarming than they had previously understood. The Otsutsuki plan spanned centuries, convergence sites carefully selected and prepared, bloodlines cultivated for specific magical traits, political systems influenced to create social structures that facilitated harvest operations. What they faced wasn't merely an invasion but the culmination of meticulous interdimensional farming. According to these calculations, Alicia noted as midnight approached, we have approximately 2 weeks before critical mass is reached, assuming no additional cores activate beyond those already operational. And if more activate? Asta asked. Then the timeline accelerates proportionally. For more major cores would reduce our window to perhaps 3 days. The journal also confirmed Naruto's status as a central element in the Otsutsuki strategy, his grimoire designed as what they termed a master resonance key, capable of either accelerating or potentially interrupting the convergence process. That's why Azura kept trying to capture rather than kill you, Yami observed. Your grimoire is literally the key to their entire operation. Which means it might also be the key to stopping them, Naruto realized, studying a section detailing the relationship between vessel grimoires and the convergence lattice. If the 10-leaf grimoire was designed to facilitate the process, it should theoretically be capable of disrupting it as well, if properly calibrated. How would we accomplish that calibration? Alicia asked, her crystal magic analyzing the complex frequency patterns described in the journal. According to Kirin's notes, we'd need to access the central convergence node, the primary core controlling the entire lattice, Naruto explained. It's supposedly located at the nexus point of all dimensional ley lines. And where exactly is that? Yami pressed. Naruto turned pages to where Kirin had annotated a map with complex calculations and probability assessments. That's the problem. He hadn't definitively located it. These are potential candidates based on dimensional resonance patterns. The map showed 3 possible locations, one deep within Spade Kingdom territory, another in an uncharted region between kingdoms where magical anomalies had historically prevented settlement, and a third beneath the Clover Kingdom capital itself. He was still narrowing it down when Naruto didn't finish the sentence. Kirin's sacrifice had cut short research that might have provided the crucial final piece of their strategy. So we need to investigate all 3, Yami concluded practically. Split our resources, find the central node, and disrupt the entire convergence lattice before it reaches critical mass. While simultaneously preventing additional cores from activating and managing ongoing dimensional breaches, Alicia added, the challenge apparent in her tone. Yami scratched his chin thoughtfully. We'll need coordination across squads and kingdoms. Julius can handle Clover organization. Your queen should be notified about the Heart Kingdom's role. Diamond and Spade. He trailed off, the diplomatic complications evident. We don't need their permission, Naruto stated firmly. Just access. Finral's spatial magic can get small teams where they need to go without formal border crossings. Risky, the spatial mage commented. But doable with proper preparation and clear extraction points. As they finalized their preliminary strategy, Naruto found himself drawn to a final section of the journal, one that Kirin had marked with particular emphasis. It detailed what the Otsutsuki termed terminal convergence resistance, essentially a last resort method for halting the process even after critical mass had been reached. The described technique involved a vessel willingly entering the dimensional rift at the central node, using their connection to multiple worlds to manually realign the convergence lattice from within. The journal noted clinical detachment that previous attempts had resulted in vessel dissipation across dimensional planes, essentially, the complete dissolution of the vessel's existence across all realities. Naruto closed the journal without sharing this final option. It represented a contingency he would consider privately if all other approaches failed, a sacrifice he would make willingly to protect both his original world and this one that had become his home. Through their resonance bond, Alicia sensed the direction of his thoughts. Her concern flowed toward him, though she respected his privacy enough not to directly address what he had read. "We should rest," she suggested to the group. "Tomorrow requires clear thinking and full magical reserves." Yami nodded in agreement. "4 hours sleep, then we reconvene with Julius and the other captains. Whatever happens next, we're officially in the endgame of this convergence cycle." As the others departed to catch what rest they could, Naruto remained in the research room, studying the journal's complex diagrams and feeling the weight of multiple worlds' fate settling on his shoulders, a familiar burden he had carried in different forms across 2 lives. Alicia stayed with him, her presence both supportive and grounding. "You're considering something dangerous," she observed finally, breaking their companionable silence. "Last resorts," he acknowledged without elaborating. "Just being thorough." She moved to stand beside him, her crystal familiar hovering between them. "Our resonance bond allows me to sense your intentions, if not their specifics. Whatever you're contemplating involves separation." Naruto met her gaze directly. "If necessary. But only if every other option fails. There are always alternatives to sacrifice," she reminded him gently. "Your entire life, both lives, proves that principle repeatedly." "I hope you're right," he replied, though the journal's clinical assessment of vessel dissipation left little room for optimistic interpretation. Their conversation was interrupted by a sudden magical alarm, a detection spell triggered at the base's perimeter. Moments later, Finral appeared in the doorway, his expression urgent. "Dimensional breach forming directly outside the hideout," he reported. "Small but growing rapidly." They rushed to the main entrance, where other bulls were already gathering. Outside, hovering approximately 50 feet above the ground, a tear in reality was forming, not the jagged, violent breach they had sealed earlier that day but a more controlled, precise opening. "That's not a natural convergence point," Alicia observed, her crystal magic analyzing the formation. "Someone's deliberately creating a targeted breach." As if in confirmation, a figure emerged through the dimensional tear, not an Otsutsuki or one of their warrior constructs, but a human form Naruto recognized instantly despite years and dimensional barriers separating them. Dark hair. Pale skin. Mismatched eyes, one onyx black, the other bearing the concentric circles of the Rinnegan. "Sasuke," Naruto whispered, momentarily frozen in disbelief. The figure descended gracefully to stand before the assembled black bulls, his appearance exactly as Naruto remembered from his final days as Hokage, travel cloak, single arm, and the unmistakable presence of a shinobi who had transcended ordinary limitations. "Naruto," Sasuke Uchiha greeted with characteristic reserve. "We need to talk about the dimensional collapse threatening both our worlds." Chapter 5, Convergence of Worlds. Silence descended over the Black Bull's base as Sasuke Uchiha stood before them, dimensional energies still crackling around his form. The shinobi's arrival, impossible by conventional understanding of reality, left even a normally boisterous squad momentarily speechless. Naruto stepped forward, emotions warring across his features. Disbelief, joy, confusion, and wariness all competed for dominance as he faced the friend he thought lost forever when he died and was reincarnated in this world. "Sasuke," he repeated, finding his voice. "How?" "Dimensional thinning works both ways," the Uchiha replied simply, his mismatched eyes scanning their surroundings with analytical precision. His gaze lingered briefly on Naruto's changed appearance, then shifted to Alicia, noting the crystalline resonance between them with evident interest. Your absence left a specific void in our world's chakra pattern. When the dimensional barriers began weakening, Orochimaru developed a technique to trace that void across realities. Orochimaru, Naruto echoed with a hint of his old disbelief. Of course it would be him messing with dimensional barriers. A ghost of a smile touched Sasuke's lips before his expression returned to grave seriousness. We don't have much time. The dimensional collapse is accelerating on our side as well. Konoha has already experienced partial overlay with crystalline structures similar to what I'm sensing in this world. Yami stepped forward, dark magic swirling subtly around him as he assessed their unexpected visitor. So you're the famous Sasuke. Naruto's mentioned you, rival, enemy, friend, and general pain in the ass. Sasuke raised an eyebrow but didn't dispute the characterization. And you must be his current captain. Yami Sukahiro, the Black Bull's leader confirmed, extending a hand in the universal gesture of warrior recognition. After a moment's hesitation, Sasuke clasped it briefly with his single arm. Welcome to the Clover Kingdom. Now tell us exactly how screwed both our worlds are. Sasuke's explanation, delivered with characteristic efficiency as they moved inside, confirmed their worst fears while adding crucial new information. The shinobi world was experiencing identical convergence symptoms, dimensional bleeds, spatial anomalies, and increasingly frequent Otsutsuki incursions. Konoha's research division identified 7 major dimensional fracture points across our world, Sasuke explained as they gathered in the main hall, maps and journals spread before them. Each corresponds to a location where Kaguya or other Otsutsuki members previously manifested. The resonance cores, Naruto realized. They're targeting the same pattern in both worlds. Precisely. Shikamaru theorized they're creating paired connection points, like anchors on either side of a bridge. Sasuke gestured to the maps where they had marked known convergence sites. These aren't random. They form a precise geometric pattern when mapped against chakra ley lines. Same here with mana lines, Finral confirmed, overlaying their maps. The pattern's identical, just adapted to our world's magical geography. Sasuke continued, describing how the allied shinobi forces had mobilized to contain dimensional breaches while researchers sought solutions. Familiar names from Naruto's past life emerged in the narrative, Sakura leading medical response teams for those affected by dimensional sickness, Shikamaru coordinating strategic defense, Kakashi advising based on his previous Kamui experience, Orochimaru and Karen developing detection systems for dimensional fluctuations. And Boruto? Naruto asked quietly, the question loaded with emotion, concern for the son he'd had in his previous life. A complex expression crossed Sasuke's face. He's been instrumental. His karma connection to the Otsutsuki provides unique insight into their methods. A pause, then, he never stopped believing you might still exist somewhere. When the dimensional thinning began, he was the first to suggest you might be on the other side. The information carried weight beyond mere tactical value. For Naruto, it represented both comfort and pain. His legacy continued in his original world, but as something he could observe only from across an interdimensional divide. How long can you maintain this crossing? Alicia asked, her crystal magic actively monitoring the dimensional energies surrounding Sasuke. Approximately 72 hours before the technique begins breaking down my cellular structure, Sasuke replied matter-of-factly. Orochimaru was quite specific about the temporal limitations. 3 days, Yami summarized. So whatever we're going to do, we do it fast. Sasuke nodded, then turned to Naruto directly. I didn't cross dimensions merely to share information. I came because both our worlds have independently reached the same conclusion, the convergence can only be stopped at its central control point, using a specific resonance key. He reached into his cloak and withdrew a scroll marked with sealing jutsu, unrolling it to reveal complex diagrams that eerily mirrored those in Kirin's Otsutsuki journal. According to records Orochimaru recovered from Kaguya's dimensions, the Otsutsuki designed the convergence cycle with a failsafe, a method to abort the process if it threatened their own hierarchical structure. Let me guess, Naruto said grimly. The failsafe requires a 10-leaf grimoire, or whatever the equivalent would be in our original world. A Jinchuriki with perfect harmony with their bijou, Sasuke confirmed. Specifically, you and Kurama. When you disappeared from our world, we lost that option, until the dimensional thinning revealed your continued existence here, in a form that apparently serves the same function. The revelation wasn't entirely surprising given what they'd already pieced together from Kirin's research, but hearing it confirmed by Sasuke lent additional weight to the theory. Naruto's grimoire wasn't just a manifestation of his power in this world, it was a specific tool designed to interact with the convergence process. The central node, Alicia interjected. We've narrowed it to 3 possible locations, but haven't confirmed which is correct. Sasuke examined their maps with the analytical precision that had made him a legendary shinobi strategist. This one, he indicated without hesitation, pointing to the uncharted region between kingdoms. The dimensional resonance patterns in our world suggest a corresponding nexus point precisely here. I can sense its chakra signature even across dimensions. The Forsaken region, Charlotte Roselay commented, having arrived with other Magic Knight captains summoned by Yami's emergency communication. No expedition has ever successfully mapped it. Magical distortions drive most explorers mad before they penetrate more than a few miles. Because it's the center of the convergence lattice, Julius Navachrono concluded, entering the room with characteristic quiet intensity despite the late hour. The Wizard King's expression reflected both concern and scholarly interest as he studied Sasuke. Fascinating. A visitor from Naruto's original dimension, maintaining coherent form despite the dimensional incompatibilities. It's not without cost, Sasuke replied, briefly activating his Rinnegan to scan the Wizard King's magical signature. My chakra is continuously adapting to this world's energy patterns. The process is uncomfortable. Uncomfortable was clearly an understatement. Naruto could see subtle indications of strain in his former rival's posture. The dimensional transition was taking a physical toll that Sasuke's pride wouldn't allow him to fully acknowledge. We need to act immediately, Naruto decided. If Sasuke can only remain for 3 days, and the convergence reaches critical mass within 2 weeks under optimal conditions. And conditions are anything but optimal, William Vengeance added, the Golden Dawn captain's masked face betraying concern through his eyes alone. Our observers report increased dimensional activity across all known convergence sites. The timeline is collapsing. Julius nodded grimly. I've received reports from the Heart Kingdom indicating similar acceleration. Queen Lalapeka's divination suggests we may have 5 days at most before critical mass is reached. Then we move now, Yami declared, looking to Julius for confirmation. When the Wizard King nodded, he continued, 3 teams. Primary strike force targets the central node in the Forsaken region. Secondary teams simultaneously neutralize as many active resonance cores as possible to slow the convergence progression. I'll lead the primary strike, Naruto stated, his tone making clear this wasn't a suggestion but a decision. My grimoire is the key to the entire operation. I'll accompany you, Sasuke said immediately. The technique that brought me here is tied to your specific dimensional signature. I can maintain stability longer in your proximity. I'm coming too, Asta declared, gripping his anti-magic sword with characteristic determination. If there are Otsutsuki guarding this place, my anti-magic will be essential. Yami nodded approval. Finral for transportation. Alicia for dimensional analysis. Noel for defensive capabilities. He glanced at the other captains. Any objections to me accompanying the primary team as well? When none were raised, Julius took charge of organizing the secondary teams. Captain Vengeance, your world tree magic has proven effective at containing dimensional anomalies. You'll lead the team targeting the Spade Kingdom cores, with Yuno and selected Golden Dawn members. Captain Charlotte, your briars can disrupt the specific mana frequencies used by resonance cores. You'll lead the Diamond Kingdom operation with Blue Rose support. The planning continued with practiced efficiency, each captain contributing based on their squad's specialized abilities. Throughout the strategic session, Naruto observed Sasuke carefully, the subtle ways his former rival studied this world's magic system, analyzed the assembled magic knights, and occasionally glanced toward Alicia with evident curiosity about the resonance bond she shared with Naruto. As the meeting concluded and preparations began in earnest, Sasuke approached Naruto privately. "We need to talk. Alone." They moved to the rooftop where Naruto had often meditated during his time with the Black Bulls. The pre-dawn air carried a chill that neither man noticed, both accustomed to far worse conditions during their shinobi careers. "The last resort option," Sasuke stated without preamble once they were alone. "Orochimaru discovered it in Kagaya's records. You found it here as well, haven't you?" Naruto didn't bother denying it. "Vessel dissipation across dimensional planes. Sacrificing myself at the central node to manually disrupt the convergence lattice." "Always the self-sacrificing hero," Sasuke commented, though without mockery. "Some things never change, regardless of reincarnation." "It's a last resort," Naruto emphasized. "Not the first plan. But you've accepted it as a possibility." It wasn't a question. Sasuke had always been able to read Naruto's intentions, even when they stood on opposite sides of a battlefield. "If it means saving both worlds." "Yes." Naruto met his friend's mismatched gaze directly. "You would do the same." Sasuke didn't deny this, but his expression hardened slightly. "There's something you should know before you make that decision. Something Orochimaru discovered about the nature of the convergence cycle." "What?" "It's not natural." Sasuke's voice dropped lower, though they were already alone. "The cycle itself is an artificial construct created by the Otsutsuki, not to harvest worlds, but to preserve their hierarchical structure." Naruto frowned. "Explain." According to records Orochimaru decoded, the original purpose of convergence was to prevent interdimensional travel becoming commonplace. Sasuke's hand moved unconsciously to where his Rinnegan eye continued monitoring dimensional fluctuations. If beings could freely travel between worlds, the Otsutsuki would lose their privileged position as harvesters. By creating controlled convergence cycles, they maintain exclusive access while convincing lower clans that harvest is the primary goal. "That changes things," Naruto acknowledged, processing the implications. "If the convergence itself is artificial rather than cosmic necessity, then there's potentially a third option beyond allowing it or sacrificing yourself to disrupt it," Sasuke completed the thought. "We might be able to end the cycle entirely." The possibility hung between them, tantalizing yet fraught with unknown consequences. Ending an interdimensional process that had apparently continued for millennia could have ripple effects neither of them could predict. Have Orochimaru and the others developed a method for this third option? Naruto asked. Theoretical only, Sasuke admitted. It would require simultaneous disruption of all convergence nodes, plus reconfiguration of the central control point to prevent re-establishment of the cycle. The chakra, or mana, in this world's terms, requirements would be astronomical. But possible. With the right resources, the right team. Sasuke's gaze shifted to where dawn was beginning to brighten the horizon. Yes. Possibly. They stood in companionable silence for a moment, two warriors who had traversed the spectrum from bitter enemies to closest friends to interdimensional allies. Your resonance bond with the crystal user, Sasuke finally said. It's similar to what you shared with Kurama in our world, but with distinct differences. Naruto smiled slightly at his friend's characteristic directness. Alicia. Yes, the bond is unique. It developed as protection against temporal bleeding during convergence events, but evolved into something more. I can see the energy patterns between you, Sasuke observed. Remarkably stable considering the dimensional instability affecting everything else. The observation contained an unspoken question that Naruto chose to answer directly. She's important to me, Sasuke. In ways I'm still discovering. A barely perceptible nod acknowledged both the statement and what remained unsaid, that Naruto had built a life in this new world, formed connections that mattered deeply. His past hadn't been erased by reincarnation, but neither was he merely waiting to return to it. "We should rejoin the others," Sasuke said finally. "Preparations will be complete soon." As they turned to descend, Naruto paused. "Sasuke. Thank you for coming. For finding me across dimensions." The Uchiha's expression softened fractionally. "You would have done the same. Have done the same, more times than I deserved." "That's what friends do," Naruto replied with a grin that momentarily transformed him into the bright-eyed genin Sasuke had first known, despite the years and lives that separated that boy from the man who stood before him now. Preparations for the mission proceeded with disciplined urgency. Equipment was checked, communication systems established, contingency plans developed for various failure scenarios. Throughout, the tension of impending conflict hung in the air. This wasn't merely another convergence response but potentially the final battle for both worlds' continued existence. The primary strike team gathered in the Black Bull's common area for final briefing. Naruto, Sasuke, Yami, Asta, Finral, Noel, and Alicia represented a concentration of combat power and specialized abilities that would have been impressive in any conflict. Against interdimensional threats, they were perhaps the only combination with a realistic chance of success. "Latest intelligence from our scouts," Yami announced, unrolling a roughly sketched map of the Forsaken region's outermost areas. "Dimensional distortions increase exponentially as you approach the center. Physical laws become increasingly unreliable, gravity fluctuations, temporal inconsistencies, spontaneous matter transformation." "Sounds fun," Finral commented with gallows humor. "Any good news?" "The distortions follow patterns," Alicia replied, her crystal familiar projecting analytical data she had compiled. "There are paths of relative stability, like rivers of consistent reality flowing through chaos. If we can identify and navigate these paths, we can reach the central node without being torn apart by dimensional forces. I can track these paths with my Rinnegan," Sasuke added. "The eye perceives dimensional boundaries and fluctuations." Asta examined his anti-magic sword with characteristic determination. "And when we reach the center? What exactly are we expecting?" "Resistance," Naruto answered simply. "Azura survived our last encounter, and he'll have reinforcements, likely other high-ranking Otsutsuki, plus whatever dimensional entities they can manifest." "And the central node itself," Alicia continued, displaying a crystalline model based on combined intelligence from Kirin's research and Sasuke's information. "A convergence mechanism unlike the peripheral cores we've encountered. According to these specifications, it exists partially outside conventional time-space, simultaneously present in all connected dimensions. Which makes conventional destruction impossible," Sasuke elaborated. "It must be reconfigured rather than demolished, using a specific resonance key." All eyes turned to Naruto's grimoire, its golden 10-leaf cover seeming to pulse with contained power. "My job," he confirmed. "While the rest of you handle external threats, I'll interface directly with the node using the grimoire as conduit. The process will take approximately 7 minutes," Alicia added. "During which Naruto will be completely vulnerable to external attack. Our primary mission is to protect him during this period." 7 minutes is an eternity in battle, Yami noted grimly. "Especially against enemies who can manipulate dimensional space. Which is why we'll establish a perimeter defense with redundant layers." Sasuke outlined their tactical approach with precision born from years of shinobi operations. "Yami's dark magic creates the outer boundary, it naturally counters spatial manipulation. Asta's anti-magic forms the secondary layer, negating any energy-based attacks that penetrate the first defense. Noel's water magic provides mobile coverage for unexpected vectors. Alicia maintains a crystal resonance field around Naruto to stabilize the interface process. Finral remains in reserve for emergency extraction if the operation fails." "And you?" Noel asked. A cold smile touched Sasuke's lips. "I'll be hunting Azura specifically. My Rinnegan can counter his dimensional phasing abilities better than conventional magic." The strategy was sound, leveraging each team member's strengths while accounting for known enemy capabilities. What remained unspoken was the vast uncertainty surrounding what awaited them at the Convergence Center. No intelligence could fully predict the conditions at the heart of an interdimensional phenomenon unprecedented in recorded history. As final preparations concluded, Julius arrived with updates from the secondary teams. Captain Vengeance has reached the Spade Kingdom border. Captain Charlotte's team is positioned near the Diamond Kingdom resonance cores. Both await synchronized deployment. Time to move, Yami decided. Finral. The spatial mage nodded, Grimoire glowing as he prepared to create their transportation portal. I can get us to the outer edge of the Forsaken region. Beyond that, dimensional interference will make conventional spatial magic unreliable. That's far enough, Naruto confirmed. We'll proceed on foot along the stability paths Sasuke and Alicia identify. As the portal formed, shimmering with unusual interference patterns that reflected the dimensional instability of their destination, Naruto felt Kurama stir within him, the fox's presence radiating anticipation and resolve. Ready for one more world-saving mission, partner? Naruto asked silently. As if we have a choice, the fox replied with familiar gruff affection. Though I must say, Kit, you have a remarkable talent for finding apocalyptic threats regardless of which dimension you inhabit. It's a gift, Naruto agreed with internal laughter that belied the gravity of their situation. Through their resonance bond, Alicia sensed this exchange, not the specific words but the emotional texture of Naruto's communion with Kurama. Her crystal familiar circled her head once before settling on her shoulder, its prismatic light pulsing in harmony with the fox magic emanating from Naruto's grimoire. Remember, Yami addressed the team one final time, synchronized operation. The secondary teams initiate core neutralization precisely when we begin reconfiguration of the central node. Timing is everything, we destabilize their entire network simultaneously or we fail. With that sobering reminder, they stepped through Finral's portal into the unknown. The Forsaken region earned its name immediately upon their arrival. The landscape defied conventional description, rolling hills that seemed to fold into themselves at impossible angles, vegetation that shifted between states of matter, a sky where multiple suns and moons occupied the same space despite logical impossibility. Dimensional overlay already in progress, Alicia observed, her crystal magic creating a stabilization field around their group. Multiple realities bleeding together without coherent boundaries. I count 7 distinct dimensional signatures, Sasuke added, his Rinnegan scanning their surroundings. Our world and Naruto's original dimension are the most prominent, but others are partially manifesting as well. The air itself felt wrong, sometimes too thick to breathe normally, other times so thin it caused momentary lightheadedness. Sounds arrived delayed or accelerated, creating disorienting echoes. Even gravity seemed negotiable, with objects occasionally floating briefly before crashing down with excessive force. This way, Sasuke indicated, identifying the first stability path, a barely perceptible corridor where reality remained somewhat consistent. The dimensional fluctuations form patterns around these stable routes. Stay within 5 meters of me at all times. They advanced cautiously, witnessing increasingly bizarre phenomena as they penetrated deeper into the region. Familiar objects from both worlds appeared and disappeared randomly, a Konoha street sign embedded in a Clover Kingdom oak tree, a magic tool hovering beside a kunai suspended in mid-air, animals that were chimeric combinations of species from different dimensions. The convergence is more advanced here than anywhere else we've observed, Alicia noted, her scientific curiosity evident despite the danger. This isn't just bleeding between worlds, it's active synthesis. By design, Naruto confirmed, remembering Kirin's research. The Forsaken region was likely the first area targeted for convergence, serving as proof of concept before expanding to populated territories. Their progress slowed as the stability paths became narrower and less distinct. Twice they were forced to backtrack when paths dissolved entirely, forcing Sasuke to identify alternative routes. The dimensional distortions intensified with each mile, creating increasingly dangerous conditions, temporal pockets where minutes passed for the team while seconds elapsed outside, gravity wells that threatened to crush anything caught in their pull, spontaneous matter conversion that transformed earth to water to fire in unpredictable sequences. Despite these hazards, they encountered no resistance during the initial approach, no Otsutsuki, no dimensional entities, no hostile forces of any kind. The absence was more concerning than comforting. They're conserving resources, Sasuke theorized as they paused at a relatively stable intersection of paths to reassess their route. Concentrating defenses at the central node rather than wasting energy on perimeter security. Or this environment does their work for them, Yami suggested, dark magic occasionally flaring around him to counter particularly aggressive dimensional fluctuations. Why fight us when reality itself might tear us apart? We're being watched, though, Asta noted, his heightened senses, developed through constant exposure to anti-magic, detecting subtle patterns in the chaos around them. Something's tracking our movements. I can feel it. Naruto nodded in agreement, having sensed the same presence. Azura. He's aware of our approach but choosing not to engage yet. They continued forward, now more alert to potential ambush. The landscape grew increasingly surreal, architecture from multiple worlds fused into impossible structures, weather patterns from different climates occupying the same space, creating rain that fell upward through sunshine while snow accumulated on burning ground. After approximately 2 hours of careful navigation, they reached what appeared to be a boundary of sorts, a shimmering wall of energy that divided the merely chaotic external region from something far more controlled beyond. The outer perimeter of the central node, Alicia identified, her crystal magic analyzing the barrier. It's a dimensional filter, designed to prevent unrecognized entities from accessing the core convergence area. Can we breach it? Yami asked, dark magic gathering around his katana in preparation. Conventional attacks would be ineffective, Sasuke replied, studying the barrier with his Rinnegan. It doesn't exist fully in any single dimension, making it resilient against attacks originating from a specific reality. What about unconventional attacks? Asta suggested, drawing his anti-magic sword. My anti-magic negates magical constructs regardless of their dimensional origin. Worth attempting, Sasuke agreed after brief consideration. Combined with my Rinnegan's dimensional penetration, we might create a temporary passage. As they prepared this approach, Naruto's grimoire suddenly glowed with intense golden light. The pages turned of their own accord, stopping at a previously blank section that now filled with complex magical formulas. It's responding to the barrier, he realized, studying the newly manifested spell. Almost like recognition patterns. The key responding to the lock, Alicia suggested. Your grimoire was designed to interface with the convergence technology. It may have built-in access protocols. Following the grimoire's guidance, Naruto approached the barrier directly. Fox Sage Art, Dimensional Recognition. Golden energy flowed from the grimoire to the shimmering wall, creating intricate patterns that matched the barrier's fluctuation frequencies. For a moment, nothing happened, then a section of the barrier rippled and retracted, forming an archway just large enough for their team to pass through single file. It recognized you as authorized, Sasuke observed with narrowed eyes. Which confirms our theory about your grimoire's designed purpose in the convergence system. Also means they're definitely expecting us, Yami added grimly. No element of surprise when we're using the front door. Despite the tactical disadvantage, they proceeded through the opening, which sealed itself immediately after the last team member crossed the threshold. Beyond the barrier, the environment changed dramatically, the chaotic dimensional bleeding replaced by an unsettling order. They stood in what appeared to be a perfectly circular valley approximately 2 miles in diameter. At its center rose a structure that defied architectural logic, a tower that simultaneously reached upward into the sky and downward into the earth, creating a perfect symmetry along the horizontal plane. The building's material wasn't stone or metal or any recognizable substance, but something that seemed to phase between states of matter in rhythmic pulses. Most striking was the pattern visible throughout the valley, concentric circles carved into the ground, each pulsing with different colors of energy. From aerial perspective, it would resemble a massive magical array or sealing formula, with the central tower as its focal point. The Convergence Lattice Control Hub, Alicia whispered, her crystal magic analyzing the energy patterns. Those rings are dimensional frequency modulators, each calibrated to a specific world in the Convergence network. I count 27 distinct frequencies, Sasuke added, his Rinnegan perceiving details beyond normal vision. That many worlds being simultaneously affected by the convergence. The implications were staggering, not just their two worlds but dozens of dimensions being systematically harvested through the Otsutsuki convergence process. The scale of the operation exceeded even their worst estimates. We need to reach the central tower, Naruto stated, Grimoire glowing with increased intensity as it responded to the surrounding energies. That's where the primary control mechanism must be located. As they started forward, movement flickered at the tower's base. Figures emerged, pale humanoids with horned protrusions and distinctive Otsutsuki features, but with variations that suggested different clan lineages or specialized functions. They formed a defensive perimeter around the tower, clearly prepared for the intruder's arrival. 18 visible Otsutsuki, Sasuke counted methodically. Plus dimensional entities manifesting at each ring junction. Conservative estimate puts defensive forces at approximately 50 combatants. Odds could be worse, Yami commented, dark magic gathering around him in preparation for battle. They will be, came a familiar voice from behind them. They turned to find Azura standing where none had been a moment before, no longer wearing Obito's appearance but displaying his true Otsutsuki form, pale skin, horn protrusions, and the distinctive Rinnegan in his forehead. Beside him stood two additional Otsutsuki of similar rank, their chakra signatures powerful enough to create visible distortions in the surrounding air. The vessel returns with its collection of interdimensional anomalies, Azura observed, his gaze moving from Naruto to Sasuke with particular interest. Including an Uchiha wielding stolen Otsutsuki power. Your dimensional trespassing grows increasingly bold, humans. Says the parasite invading multiple worlds simultaneously, Naruto countered, fox cloak beginning to form around him defensively. Azura's expression remained impassive. Invasion implies external origin. The convergence is the natural order reasserting itself, all dimensions returning to their primordial unified state. We merely guide the process toward optimal efficiency. Spare us the cosmic philosophy, Yami interrupted, drawing his katana. We know exactly what you're doing and why. The harvest ends today. A cold smile touched Azura's lips. Your understanding remains rudimentary despite the vessel's memories and the Uchiha's dimensional insights. The convergence has already reached irreversible momentum. Within hours, the lattice will achieve critical synchronization across all 27 worlds. Unless we disrupt it at the source, Naruto replied, his grimoire floating beside him with intensifying golden light. Which is exactly what we intend to do. For the first time, a flicker of concern crossed Azura's features. The resonance key. Of course. He gestured to his companions. Secure the vessel. Eliminate the others. Priority on the Uchiha, his dimensional abilities posed the greatest tactical threat. Battle erupted with explosive force as both sides engaged simultaneously. Sasuke launched immediately toward Azura, Rinnegan and Sharingan abilities activating in concert as he targeted the Otsutsuki leader. Yami engaged one of Azura's lieutenants, dark magic slicing through dimensional distortions created by his opponent. Asta, Noel, and Finral found themselves confronting the third high-ranking Otsutsuki, their coordinated attacks barely keeping pace with the alien being's extraordinary abilities. Alicia remained close to Naruto, crystal magic creating a protective barrier around them as they began advancing toward the central tower. Through their resonance bond, they coordinated perfectly, her defensive techniques complementing his offensive capabilities without need for verbal communication. Fox Cloak Magic, Fourth Tail. Naruto invoked, orange energy erupting around him in the now familiar fox-shaped aura. The transformation had become more controlled through practice, allowing him to maintain higher tail forms without the devastating physical side effects he had experienced in his previous life. With enhanced speed and strength, he carved a path toward the tower, Fox spiral techniques clearing Otsutsuki defenders from their route while Alicia's crystal constructs blocked incoming attacks from multiple directions. Behind them, the sounds of intense combat indicated their teammates were fully engaged with their respective opponents. "They're trying to separate us," Alicia observed as enemy forces maneuver to create distance between the advancing pair and their supporting teammates. "Standard tactic against coordinated teams," Naruto agreed. "Keep moving forward. The others can handle themselves." As they approached the first ring of the convergence lattice, dimensional defenders materialized directly in their path, entities composed of energy patterns from multiple worlds, their forms shifting unpredictably as they drew power from the ring itself. Fox Mirror Magic, Shadow Legion. Naruto created a dozen clones that engaged the defenders while he and Alicia maintained forward momentum. The clones, each capable of fourth tail transformation, provided crucial combat coverage against the increasingly dense opposition. Through momentary breaks in the battle, Naruto caught glimpses of his teammates' situations. Sasuke was engaged in a spectacular duel with Azura, Rinnegan abilities clashing against Rinnegan, creating localized dimensional fractures with each exchange. Yami had forced his opponent into a defensive posture, the captain's dark magic proving surprisingly effective against Otsutsuki dimensional techniques. Asta, Noel, and Finral had adopted a rotating defense pattern that maximized the effectiveness of the anti-magic sword against their opponent's energy-based attacks. Each group was holding their own, but barely. The Otsutsuki's command of dimensional forces provided advantages that conventional combat experience couldn't fully counter. As minutes passed, the defenders adjusted to their opponent's capabilities, finding weaknesses and exploiting openings with increasing effectiveness. "We need to reach the tower quickly," Naruto communicated to Alicia through their bond. "Before they can overwhelm the others." She nodded agreement, her crystal magic intensifying as she created a forward-projecting wedge formation that parted the defenders before them like a ship's bow through water. Combined with Naruto's Fox Cloak attacks, this approach accelerated their progress significantly, bringing them to the edge of the central ring surrounding the tower. Here, the dimensional energies reached unprecedented intensity, reality itself seeming to ripple and distort with each pulse from the structure. The tower's base featured a circular entrance surrounded by symbols identical to those Naruto had seen in the Otsutsuki journal and the ancient temples they had investigated. As they prepared to cross the final ring, a massive surge of energy erupted from the tower itself. The pulse expanded outward, disrupting all ongoing combat as it passed through combatants from both sides. Even Naruto's Fox Cloak flickered momentarily as the wave washed over him. "Synchronization acceleration initiated," announced a mechanized voice that seemed to emanate from the tower and surrounding rings simultaneously. "Convergence lattice achieving harmonic resonance. Critical threshold in 15 minutes. We're out of time," Alicia realized, her crystal familiar analyzing the energy patterns with increasing alarm. "The central node has begun the final convergence sequence." Across the battlefield, combat resumed with renewed intensity. Azura disengaged from Sasuke momentarily, his expression reflecting cold satisfaction. "You are too late, Vessel. The process is now self-sustaining." "Then we'll just have to interrupt it directly," Naruto replied, making a split-second tactical decision. Fox Cloak Magic, Sixth Tail. The transformation surged through him, orange energy expanding dramatically as two additional tails formed behind the fox-shaped aura. As before, physical changes accompanied the power increase, skin darkening to deep red-orange, features becoming more feral, skeletal structures forming around the energy cloak. The sixth tail transformation created a momentary disruption in the Otsutsuki's coordinated defense, the sudden power surge catching them unprepared. Naruto seized this advantage, launching forward with blinding speed directly toward the tower entrance. "Alicia!" he called, not needing to explain his intention through their bond. "Crystal Spirit Magic, Dimensional Stabilization Field," she responded instantly, her magic creating a protective bubble that encompassed them both as they charged across the final ring. Otsutsuki defenders converged on their position, recognizing the critical threat Naruto posed to their operation. Energy attacks of various types, some resembling jutsu from Naruto's original world, others using this world's magical principles, concentrated on the advancing pair. Fox Spiral Magic, Tailed Beast Raisin Shuriken. The massive spinning projectile of concentrated fox magic cleared their path momentarily, its explosive impact scattering defenders and creating a brief opening to the tower entrance. Naruto and Alicia pushed through, the latter maintaining her crystal barrier against increasingly desperate attacks from all sides. Behind them, their teammates recognized the strategy and adjusted accordingly, intensifying their own attacks to draw defender attention. Sasuke particularly escalated his assault on Azura, forcing the Otsutsuki leader to focus on the immediate threat rather than pursuing Naruto. Susanoo. The massive spectral warrior materialized around Sasuke, its distinctive purple energy forming a perfect combat avatar that engaged Azura with devastating force. The technique, never before seen in this world, created momentary confusion among the defenders, providing additional coverage for Naruto's advance. They reached the tower entrance just as a new wave of defenders closed in. Alicia's barrier shattered under concentrated attack, forcing Naruto to defend them both as they crossed the threshold into the structure's interior. Fox Mirror Magic, Reflective Barrier. The hastily erected defense bought them precious seconds to slip inside the tower, where the entrance sealed behind them, temporarily separating them from external attackers. Inside, the tower's true nature became apparent, not a conventional structure but a dimensional nexus point where multiple realities intersected simultaneously. The interior space defied Euclidean geometry, with pathways extending in directions that shouldn't have been possible, leading to glimpses of other worlds visible through reality fractures that lined the walls. At the center floated what could only be the convergence core, a complex mechanism of interlocking rings surrounding a pulsating orb of pure dimensional energy. Unlike the resonance cores they had encountered previously, this device was orders of magnitude more sophisticated, with components that phased between realities in coordinated patterns. The control mechanism, Alicia confirmed, her crystal magic analyzing the device while maintaining awareness of potential threats. It's magnificent in a terrifying way, a perfect integration of technology and dimensional manipulation beyond anything I've studied. And we need to reconfigure it in less than 15 minutes, Naruto added, approaching the mechanism cautiously. His grimoire reacted strongly to proximity, pages turning rapidly as it synchronized with the convergence core's energy patterns. As Alicia established a perimeter defense using crystal constructs, Naruto examined the control mechanism more closely. His grimoire opened to a previously blank section that now filled with complex magical formulas, interface protocols designed specifically for this interaction. Fox Sage Art, Dimensional Harmonic Integration. Golden chains extended from his grimoire toward the convergence core, creating connection points at specific nodes around the mechanism. As each connection established, Naruto felt a surge of information flowing into him, not just data but fundamental understanding of the convergence process and its underlying principles. Through this interface, he could perceive the entire lattice network, 27 worlds connected through carefully calibrated resonance patterns, each being gradually drawn closer to a central point where their energies could be efficiently harvested. The process was indeed reaching critical mass, with dimensional barriers thinning beyond recovery at multiple connection points. This is worse than we thought, Naruto communicated to Alicia through their bond. The convergence isn't just merging worlds, it's collapsing them entirely. Once critical mass is reached, all connected dimensions will implode toward a singularity point. Total destruction rather than mere harvest, she realized, her crystal familiar projecting analytical models based on the information Naruto was receiving. They're not farming the worlds this time, they're ending the cycle completely. The revelation aligned with what Sasuke had shared about the artificial nature of the convergence process. If the Otsutsuki hierarchy had determined that interdimensional travel was becoming too common, collapsing the affected dimensions entirely would reset the cosmic playing field, allowing them to rebuild their exclusive access system from scratch. Naruto began the reconfiguration process, his grimoire guiding the specific adjustments needed to interrupt the convergence progression. The task was incredibly complex, each modification had to account for 27 different dimensional frequencies simultaneously, with precise calibration required to avoid catastrophic feedback loops. Outside the tower, battle sounds indicated the conflict had reached the entrance. Alicia's crystal barriers at the doorway began showing stress fractures as Otsutsuki forces attempted to breach their position. "How much longer?" she asked, reinforcing the barriers while maintaining the stabilization field around Naruto and the core. "At least 10 minutes for basic interruption," he replied, focusing intensely on the reconfiguration process. "Longer if we want to implement the permanent solution." "Permanent solution?" Alicia questioned, sensing through their bond that Naruto had discovered something beyond their original objective. "The third option Sasuke mentioned, ending the convergence cycle entirely rather than merely interrupting this iteration." Naruto's concentration remained on the core as he explained. "The interface is showing me how to recalibrate the entire system, not just shutting it down but restructuring dimensional boundaries to prevent future artificial convergence." "The power requirements would be astronomical," Alicia noted, concern evident in her voice as she divided attention between defense and analysis. "Yes," Naruto acknowledged simply, the implication clear, such recalibration would likely exceed even his sixth tail transformation's capacity. Before they could discuss further, the entrance barrier shattered. Azura stood in the doorway, his form showing battle damage from his confrontation with Sasuke but his power apparently undiminished. Persistent to the end, the Otsutsuki observed coldly. "Your Uchiha friend provided unexpected challenge, enough that I was forced to have my lieutenants contain him rather than finishing our duel personally." Alicia moved between Azura and Naruto, crystal magic gathering in concentrated formation. "You won't interrupt the reconfiguration." "Brave but futile," Azura replied, dimensional energy warping around him as he prepared to attack. "The vessel's connection to the core makes it vulnerable, any disruption to its concentration now will create catastrophic feedback." "Then I'll ensure there is no disruption," Alicia stated with quiet determination. Crystal spirit magic, absolute refraction field. Her most powerful defensive technique manifested, a multi-layered crystalline barrier that not only blocked physical attacks but refracted dimensional energy, turning force back against its originator. The spell represented the pinnacle of her abilities, drawing on her spirit connection and years of magical refinement. Azura paused, assessing the barrier with analytical precision. "Impressive adaptation of crystal magic to counter-dimensional techniques. Your world has developed some fascinating applications of fundamental energies." His Rinnegan activated, focusing on specific points in the barrier. Unfortunately, insufficient against Otsutsuki perception. He struck with devastating precision, targeting microscopic imperfections in the crystal structure that even Alicia couldn't have detected. The barrier held momentarily, then began developing fracture patterns that spread with alarming speed. Naruto, still connected to the convergence core through his grimoire, couldn't disengage without losing critical progress in the reconfiguration process. Through their resonance bond, he sensed Alicia's determination even as her defensive technique began failing against Azura's specialized attacks. "Keep going," she communicated silently. "I'll buy the time you need." "Alicia, complete the reconfiguration," she insisted, pouring additional power into her failing barrier. "I can handle this." Both knew this wasn't entirely true, Azura's abilities far exceeded what even her impressive magic could counter directly. But disengaging from the core now would waste their only opportunity to prevent catastrophic dimensional collapse. As Naruto reluctantly continued the reconfiguration process, Alicia adjusted her strategy. Instead of maintaining a perfect barrier, she shifted to a more fluid defense, allowing controlled breaches in specific areas while concentrating protection around Naruto's connection to the core. Crystal Spirit Magic, Prismatic Guardian. Her spirit familiar expanded dramatically, transforming from a small crystalline hummingbird into a humanoid construct of pure prismatic energy that engaged Azura directly. The technique represented a dangerous level of integration with her spirit, burning magical reserves at an unsustainable rate but providing significantly enhanced combat capability. Azura seemed momentarily surprised by the tactical shift, his attacks meeting unexpected resistance from the Crystal Guardian. The construct moved with fluid grace, each strike precisely calculated to intercept the Otsutsuki's dimensional techniques before they could reach Naruto. Meanwhile, the reconfiguration progressed steadily, approximately 60% complete according to the interface protocols. Naruto worked with increasing speed as he familiarized himself with the system's architecture, making adjustments with greater confidence as understanding deepened. Through fractured glimpses of the battle behind him, he witnessed Alicia's valiant defense against an opponent who should have overwhelmed her instantly. Her crystal magic, enhanced by their resonance bond and pushed beyond conventional limits, was achieving what should have been impossible, holding an Otsutsuki clan leader at bay through sheer technical precision and tactical adaptation. But such resistance couldn't last indefinitely. Azura methodically identified and exploited weaknesses in her techniques, his millennia of combat experience gradually overwhelming even her most innovative defenses. The Crystal Guardian began developing fractures, its movements becoming less fluid as Alicia's magical reserves depleted. 80%, Naruto communicated through their bond, accelerating his efforts as he sensed her growing exhaustion. Just a little longer. I'm fine, she replied, though the strain was evident in her mental voice. Focus on completion. Azura, perceiving the defensive weakening, pressed his advantage with calculated patience. Rather than attempting to break through directly, he began manipulating the dimensional fabric around Alicia, creating localized distortions that forced her to divide her attention between multiple threat vectors simultaneously. Your resistance is admirable if ultimately futile, the Otsutsuki commented, genuine curiosity evident beneath his cold exterior. Why sacrifice yourself for worlds that will eventually face harvest regardless? The convergence cycle has continued for eons, interrupting one iteration merely delays the inevitable. Because delay creates possibility, Alicia responded, crystal constructs shattering and reforming in rapid sequence as she countered his attacks. And possibility is worth fighting for. A philosophical perspective I might have appreciated under different circumstances, Azura acknowledged before launching his most devastating attack yet, a concentrated burst of dimensional energy that shattered her remaining defenses and struck her directly. Alicia collapsed, blood trickling from her mouth as internal damage manifested. Her crystal guardian dissolved into motes of light, magical reserves finally exhausted beyond recovery. Naruto felt the impact through their resonance bond, a wave of pain and fading consciousness that nearly broke his concentration on the core reconfiguration. With supreme effort, he maintained the interface connection while shifting his grimoire to a new page. Fox Mirror Magic, Shadow Guardian. A specialized clone materialized beside Alicia's fallen form, immediately adopting a defensive position while radiating forth tail energy. The technique represented a dangerous division of Naruto's concentration. Maintaining both the core interface and a semi-independent clone required precise chakra control that strained even his considerable abilities. Azura paused, reassessing the tactical situation with the calculating precision that had made him a feared Otsutsuki commander. Impressive adaptation, Vessel. But ultimately postponing the inevitable. He gestured toward the core, where energy patterns indicated approaching completion. Even if you complete the basic reconfiguration, the convergence cycle will merely reset. Without implementing the permanent solution, you've accomplished nothing lasting. The observation struck at Naruto's central dilemma, the choice between basic interruption and permanent recalibration. The former was nearly complete and well within his current power capacity. The latter would require significantly more energy than even his sixth tail transformation could safely channel. You've already seen the requirements for permanent recalibration through the interface, Azura continued, making no immediate move to attack as he pursued psychological advantage instead. You know what it would cost. Are you prepared for such sacrifice, Vessel? To potentially erase yourself across all dimensions to end a cosmic cycle you barely understand? Better than allowing 27 worlds to collapse for your clan's convenience, Naruto replied, continuing the reconfiguration while maintaining his defensive clone. Azura's expression shifted subtly. Not convenience. Necessity. The natural order of dimensional hierarchy must be preserved. When lesser beings gain interdimensional access too freely, cosmic balance destabilizes. So you admit the convergence is artificial, not natural cosmic law but your clan's method of maintaining exclusive harvesting rights. A simplification, but essentially correct, Azura acknowledged. The convergence was implemented after lesser clans began developing crude dimensional travel techniques. Without controlled cycles, chaos would eventually consume all worlds. Or freedom would replace predation, Naruto countered. Worlds could interact as equals rather than existing as your farming resources. The debate was partially strategic, keeping Azura engaged intellectually rather than physically attacking while the reconfiguration neared completion. But it also represented genuine philosophical conflict, fundamentally opposed perspectives on cosmic order and interdimensional relationships. At 90% completion, Naruto faced the critical decision point. The basic interruption was nearly finished, sufficient to prevent immediate dimensional collapse but leaving the convergence cycle intact for future iterations. The permanent recalibration would require transitioning to a deeper interface connection, channeling power well beyond safe limits. Through their resonance bond, he felt Alicia's consciousness flickering weakly. Her injuries were severe but not immediately fatal, with proper medical attention, she could recover. His defensive clone was maintaining position between her and Azura, preventing the Otsutsuki from delivering a finishing blow but unable to evacuate her from the increasingly unstable tower environment. Outside, the sounds of battle had diminished, suggesting either conclusion or stalemate in the confrontations between their teammates and the Otsutsuki forces. Without direct communication, Naruto couldn't know if Sasuke, Yami, and the others were in position to implement the synchronized disruption of peripheral nodes necessary for complete success. The moment of decision arrived as the basic reconfiguration reached 95% completion. Naruto felt the interface protocols offering the branch point, continue to simple interruption or transition to permanent recalibration. In that crystallized moment of choice, multiple awareness streams flowed through him simultaneously, Kurama's ancient wisdom counseling strategic patience, Alicia's unwavering belief in possibility despite overwhelming odds, memories of his previous life as Hokage making difficult decisions for greater good, echoes of Kirin's sacrifice to protect a world he had once helped in danger, Sasuke crossing dimensions to fight alongside him once more. What would you choose, Vessel? Azura asked, seeming genuinely curious despite the adversarial context. Temporary solution with survival, or permanent resolution with likely dissolution of self? Neither, Naruto replied with sudden clarity. There's a third option the interface is showing me, one your clan deliberately obscured in the control protocols. Azura's expression shifted to genuine alarm for the first time. Impossible. No third configuration exists within the core architecture. Not within your clan's design parameters, Naruto agreed. But the dimensional fabric itself offers another possibility, reharmonization rather than either continuation or termination. As he spoke, Naruto's grimoire turned to a previously non-existent page now filled with golden light. Fox Sage Art, Dimensional Covenant. The technique manifested differently than any he had previously used, not chains or clones or energy projections, but a fundamental resonance pattern that aligned perfectly with the core's deeper operational frequencies. Rather than merely reconfiguring the convergence process, it began transforming the underlying principles governing dimensional interactions. Azura moved to interrupt, recognizing existential threat to the Otsutsuki hierarchical system. You cannot rewrite cosmic law, Vessel. The consequences are preferable to continued predation, Naruto completed firmly. Fox Cloak Magic, Harmonic Ascension. The sixth tail transformation evolved into something new, not by adding tails but by changing quality rather than quantity. The orange energy shifted toward golden yellow, reminiscent of the Six Paths Sage mode from his previous life but adapted to this world's magical system. The fox-shaped aura remained but gained definition and stability, while the skeletal formations morphed into more complete armor-like manifestations. Through their resonance bond, Naruto felt Alicia's consciousness responding to this transformation, her crystal magic resonating sympathetically with his evolved state despite her weakened condition. More surprisingly, he sensed other connections forming as well, tenuous links to Sasuke outside the tower, to Yami and Asta and the others engaged in battle, even faint resonances with the secondary teams at distant convergence sites. The network is synchronizing, he realized aloud. Not the convergence lattice as the Otsutsuki designed it, but a natural harmonic pattern between connected souls across dimensions. Azura backed away, his tactical assessment shifting dramatically as he witnessed something beyond his extensive experience. "What have you done, Vessel?" "Created an alternative," Naruto replied, the reharmonization process accelerating as additional resonance connections formed spontaneously throughout the network. Not collapse or reset but restructuring, dimensional barriers that permit conscious crossing while preventing invasive harvesting. The core mechanism began physically transforming, its components realigning to accommodate the new operational parameters being introduced through Naruto's interface. The pulsating orb at its center shifted from ominous purple to clear crystalline transparency, reflecting rather than absorbing the energies flowing through the convergence lattice. "Stop this immediately," Azura demanded, abandoning measured tactics for desperate assault. "You're destabilizing the entire dimensional framework." "No," Naruto countered with absolute certainty derived from his interface connection. "I'm healing damage your clan inflicted millennia ago when they first implemented artificial convergence cycles." The Otsutsuki launched himself forward, Rinnegan abilities fully activated as he attempted to sever Naruto's connection to the core. His attack met unexpected resistance as multiple defensive systems engaged simultaneously, Naruto's Shadow Guardian interposing itself, a crystal barrier manifesting despite Alicia's weakened state, and most surprisingly, dimensional ripples that emerged from the core itself as if the mechanism were developing its own protective response. "The convergence lattice is rejecting your interference," Naruto observed, maintaining focus on the reharmonization process now approaching critical transition. "The dimensional fabric prefers natural balance over artificial constraints." Azura's attacks grew increasingly desperate as the transformation progressed, each assault meeting with diminishing effect as the core's protective measures strengthened. The tower itself began responding to the changing energy patterns, its internal architecture shifting to accommodate the new dimensional frequencies being established. Outside, through his expanded awareness, Naruto sensed similar transformations occurring at peripheral nodes across both worlds, resonance cores realigning to the new parameters, dimensional barriers repairing rather than thinning, natural connections forming where artificial constraints had previously been imposed. The reharmonization reached 90% completion, reality itself seeming to hold its breath as fundamental cosmic principles reoriented. Azura, recognizing inevitable defeat, made one final desperate attempt, not to attack Naruto directly but to destabilize the entire tower structure through concentrated dimensional manipulation. "If I cannot preserve the system, I will ensure mutual destruction," the Otsutsuki declared, channeling energy directly into the tower's foundation points. The structure began destabilizing, reality fractures widening as conflicting dimensional forces tore at the physical manifestation of the convergence nexus. Despite the danger, Naruto maintained his focus on completing the reharmonization, abandoning now would leave the process partially implemented, potentially creating greater instability than either original option. Through expanding awareness, he issued urgent instructions to allies both within and beyond the tower. "Evacuate immediately. Tower collapse imminent. Reharmonization will complete autonomously once threshold is reached." His Shadow Guardian lifted Alicia's injured form, moving toward the destabilizing entrance where glimpses of the external battlefield showed their teammates fighting toward the tower despite increasingly dangerous dimensional fluctuations. Sasuke had broken through the defender line, his Susanoo protecting a path for Yami, Asta, and the others to potentially reach the entrance. "Leave me and complete the process." Azura raged, his attacks now focused on accelerating the tower's collapse before reharmonization could finalize. "Face oblivion with dignity, Vessel." "I prefer facing the future with hope," Naruto countered, maintaining his connection until the critical 95% threshold passed, the point at which the interface indicated autonomous completion would engage. As the tower structure began physically disintegrating around them, dimensional forces tearing reality into conflicting fragments, Naruto made his final move. Disengaging from the core only after confirming autonomous progression, he gathered his remaining magical energy for emergency extraction. Fox Mirror Magic, Dimensional Reflection. The specialized technique created a spatial pocket connecting the tower's interior directly to the exterior battlefield where Sasuke maintained position with his Susanoo. Naruto's Shadow Guardian carried Alicia through first, followed by Naruto himself just as the central chamber collapsed entirely. They emerged into chaos, the entire convergence array destabilizing as the reharmonization process rewrote fundamental interactions between connected dimensions. The concentric rings surrounding the tower pulsed with increasing intensity, their colors shifting from ominous dark hues to clearer, more harmonious frequencies. "What did you do?" Sasuke demanded, Susanoo maintaining protective coverage as they retreated from the collapsing tower. "Implemented the third option," Naruto explained breathlessly, his transformed state beginning to fade as magical exhaustion set in. Not interruption or termination, reharmonization. Natural dimensional barriers replacing artificial convergence cycles. Understanding dawned in Sasuke's expression. "You rewrote the entire system." With some help, Naruto acknowledged, glancing at Alicia's unconscious form still carried by his Shadow Guardian. The resonance bond provided the template, conscious connection rather than invasive control. Around them, Otsutsuki forces were retreating, not in tactical withdrawal but genuine confusion as their fundamental understanding of dimensional mechanics suddenly became obsolete. Azura had not emerged from the tower, presumably caught in the reality collapse at its center. "We need to evacuate immediately," Yami ordered, dark magic creating a pathway through dimensional fluctuations as their team regrouped. Finro. The spatial mage, exhausted but functional, began forming an extraction portal. "The dimensional interference is actually decreasing," he noted with surprise. "Whatever you did is stabilizing the area rather than increasing chaos." Natural balance establishing itself, Naruto confirmed, supporting Alicia as his Shadow Guardian dissipated, magical reserves approaching critical depletion. The reharmonization spreads outward from the central node, healing dimensional damage rather than exploiting it. As they prepared to depart, Sasuke paused, his Rinnegan scanning the transforming environment with analytical precision. "The interdimensional pathways are changing configuration. My return route may not remain viable once reharmonization completes." The implication was clear, he might become stranded in this dimension, unable to return to their original world, if they delayed departure. Yet strategic confirmation of success remained necessary before complete withdrawal. "Go," Naruto told him. "Confirm the effects in our original world. Establish whether communication remains possible across the new barrier configuration. And if it doesn't?" Sasuke asked directly. Naruto managed a tired smile. "Then we each protect our respective worlds, as we always have. But I suspect the reharmonization will permit conscious connection while preventing invasive harvesting, exactly what the Otsutsuki feared most about natural dimensional interaction." After a moment's consideration, Sasuke nodded. "I'll inform the others of what transpired. If communication remains possible, expect contact within 7 days through meditation at convergence points." He looked around at the Black Bull's team. "Your new allies are impressive. Almost as stubborn as our old friends." "High praise from an Uchiha," Naruto replied with genuine warmth. "Until next time, rival." With characteristic efficiency, Sasuke activated his dimensional transportation technique, creating a portal that wavered with unusual patterns reflecting the ongoing reharmonization. He stepped through without further farewell, the portal closing behind him with a distinctive ripple that suggested successful transit rather than catastrophic failure. "Everyone in the extraction portal, now." Yami ordered as the tower finally collapsed completely, sending a massive shockwave of dimensional energy across the valley. "Whatever's happening here, we're better off observing from a safe distance." They departed through Finral's spatial magic, emerging several miles beyond the Forsaken region's boundary where secondary teams had established a forward base. There, medical mages immediately attended to injuries while magical researchers monitored the remarkable transformation visible even at this distance. The Forsaken region had become a nexus of golden light, energy patterns extending outward in harmonious waves rather than destructive pulses. Where dimensional chaos had previously reigned, a new order was establishing itself, not rigid control but dynamic balance, boundaries that were permeable yet resilient. Preliminary reports from other convergence sites indicate similar transformations, Julius informed them, having arrived to oversee the operation personally. The resonance cores are reconfiguring spontaneously, converting from invasion mechanisms to stabilization nodes. The reharmonization is self-propagating, Naruto confirmed, watching magical healers attend to Alicia with concern evident in his expression. Once initiated at the central node, it spreads naturally throughout the network. Fascinating, the Wizard King commented, his scholarly interest momentarily overriding tactical considerations. You've essentially introduced a self-healing property to the dimensional fabric itself. Rather brilliant solution. Not mine alone, Naruto acknowledged, fatigue evident as his transformed state finally dissipated completely. The resonance bond with Alicia provided the template. The core itself suggested the implementation once I rejected both predetermined options. Medical reports confirmed what their senses already indicated, the convergence crisis was resolving itself without further intervention. Dimensional bleeding had ceased entirely at monitored locations. Reality fractures were closing rather than expanding. The artificial doomsday scenario engineered by the Otsutsuki had been not merely averted but transformed into something entirely unexpected, a balanced interdimensional ecosystem. As day faded into evening, Naruto maintained vigil beside Alicia's recovery bed. Her injuries were severe but no longer life-threatening, magical healers having stabilized her condition while natural recovery processes began. Through their resonance bond, he could sense her consciousness gradually strengthening, no longer flickering but steadily returning to normal patterns. She'll recover fully, the head healer assured him after completing another examination. Her crystal magic is actually accelerating the healing process. Quite remarkable adaptive response. That's her specialty, Naruto replied with tired fondness. Adaptation and resilience. Left alone with her, he finally allowed himself to acknowledge the magnitude of what they had accomplished, and how narrowly they had avoided both the Otsutsuki's intended outcome and the potentially catastrophic sacrifice the journal had described as necessary for permanent resolution. The third path, Kurama commented in his mind, the fox's presence comforting after the strain of their shared transformation. You always did have a talent for rejecting predetermined options, Kit. Some habits transcend reincarnation, Naruto agreed silently. Though I couldn't have found this solution without the resonance bond template. An interesting development, Kurama observed without judgment. Your connection with the Crystal Guardian has proven unexpectedly valuable beyond its original purpose. Before Naruto could respond, Alicia's eyes fluttered open, their prismatic quality somewhat dimmed by exhaustion but alert and aware. Did we succeed? She asked, voice barely above a whisper. Better than we hoped, he assured her, taking her hand gently. The reharmonization is spreading throughout the convergence network. Natural dimensional balance replacing artificial cycles. Relief washed across her features. I knew you'd find another way. Through their bond, her pride and affection flowed clearly despite her weakened state. The resonance patterns I glimpsed during the interface, beautiful beyond anything I've studied. Your crystal magic provided the template, Naruto explained. The way we connected across conscious boundaries without invasive control, it showed an alternative to the Otsutsuki approach of dominance and consumption. Interdimensional symbiosis rather than predation, she summarized with scientific precision despite her condition. A fundamental paradigm shift. Their conversation was interrupted by Yami's arrival, the Black Bull's captain looking uncharacteristically thoughtful despite his battle-worn appearance. Reports from across the kingdom confirm what we're seeing here. The dimensional craziness is subsiding everywhere. Whatever you did at that core worked. The long-term effects remain to be seen, Naruto cautioned. Reharmonization is establishing new patterns of dimensional interaction, not isolation but controlled permeability. Meaning? Meaning the walls between worlds will be stronger against invasive forces but potentially permeable to conscious, non-destructive crossing, Alicia explained, her scholarly nature reasserting despite her injuries. Communication across dimensions may remain possible even as harvesting becomes impossible. Yami absorbed this with pragmatic focus. So we might hear from your Uchiha friend again, but the pale parasites can't resume their farming operation. Sounds like a win to me. Essentially correct, Naruto agreed with a tired smile. Though I expect the Otsutsuki clan won't abandon their ambitions entirely. They'll seek new methods of maintaining their hierarchical position. Let them try, the captain replied with characteristic confidence. We'll be ready. The bulls specialize in impossible situations, remember? After Yami departed, Naruto found himself alone with Alicia again, comfortable silence settling between them as fatigue caught up with them both. Through their resonance bond, thoughts and emotions flowed with gentle clarity, mutual relief at their survival, shared pride in their accomplishment, and deeper currents of connection that had evolved far beyond the practical arrangement initially established. What happens now? She finally asked, the question encompassing far more than immediate recovery plans. Healing, Naruto replied simply. For you, for me, for the dimensional fabric itself. Then, exploration of what reharmonized worlds actually means in practice. And us? The question carried vulnerability rarely displayed by the normally composed spirit guardian. Naruto's expression softened. Our resonance bond literally provided the template for cosmic restructuring. I think that suggests something about its significance, don't you? Her prismatic eyes brightened slightly. A scientifically sound conclusion. Their moment was interrupted by the arrival of Julius, the Wizard King bringing formal updates rather than merely preliminary reports. The Heart Kingdom confirms similar stabilization of dimensional anomalies. Queen Lalapeka sends particular gratitude for your efforts, Guardian Alicia. My duty to both kingdoms, she acknowledged formally despite her horizontal position. Indeed. And quite possibly to multiple dimensions now, Julius added with scholarly enthusiasm. The reharmonization effect appears to be establishing sustainable boundaries while maintaining specific connection points, convergence without collapse, communication without invasion. Exactly what the Otsutsuki feared most, Naruto noted. Worlds interacting as equals rather than predator and prey. Which raises fascinating possibilities for interdimensional diplomacy, Julius continued, academic excitement barely contained. Imagine exchanges of knowledge, culture, perhaps even carefully regulated visitation between compatible worlds. That's far in the future, Alicia cautioned. The reharmonization needs time to stabilize fully before any such attempts would be safe. Of course, the Wizard King agreed readily. But the theoretical framework now exists where previously we faced only threat of invasion or complete isolation. After sharing additional updates from throughout the kingdom, Julius departed to continue coordination efforts, leaving them once again in peaceful quiet. Exhaustion finally claiming priority, they both drifted toward much-needed rest, their resonance bond maintaining gentle connection even as consciousness faded. Days passed as recovery proceeded, not just for the individuals who had confronted the Otsutsuki directly but for the worlds affected by the convergence crisis. Reports from across the Clover Kingdom indicated rapid resolution of dimensional anomalies. Objects that had appeared from other realities gradually returned to their origin points. Landscapes that had temporarily merged with alternate versions stabilized into their natural configurations. Most significantly, the political fallout proved less catastrophic than feared. With the immediate threat resolved and clear heroism demonstrated by magic knights from multiple squads, noble accusations against foreign elements lost momentum. The king himself, ever sensitive to shifting political winds, hastily repositioned as a staunch supporter of the successful resolution strategy, conveniently overlooking his previous scapegoating attempts. 1 week after the confrontation at the central node, Naruto stood at a particular convergence point near the Black Bull's base, a small pond that had previously shown reflections of other worlds during the crisis. Now calm and clear, it reflected only the evening sky above, though subtle magical resonance remained detectable to those with appropriate sensitivity. He sat in meditation posture at the pond's edge, grimoire open before him as he attempted the communication technique Sasuke had suggested. Establishing conscious connection across dimensions remained theoretical under the new harmonic balance, but worth attempting now that the reharmonization had stabilized. Entering a meditative state enhanced by Fox magic, Naruto extended his awareness toward the convergence point, seeking resonance patterns that might bridge to his original world. The process required delicate calibration. Too forceful an approach would meet natural resistance from the newly established boundaries, while insufficient focus would fail to reach across the dimensional divide. After several minutes of careful attunement, he felt a distinct shift in awareness, not full transportation but a partial alignment that created a connection point between dimensions. Through this tenuous bridge, he perceived a familiar presence reaching from the other side with similar technique. "Sasuke," he projected cautiously. Connection established, came the response, characteristic efficiency confirming the Uchiha's identity. "Dimensional barriers have stabilized in our world as well." Konoha's researchers confirm complete resolution of convergence symptoms. Relief flowed through the connection. The reharmonization worked on both sides then. What about the Otsutsuki? No further incursions detected. Monitoring continues, but all evidence suggests their standard invasion methods have been neutralized by the barrier reconfiguration. They exchanged additional information, confirmation that communication remained possible at specific convergence points, though physical crossing would require significantly more power and preparation than before, updates on familiar names from Naruto's past life, technical details about the new dimensional balance that might prove useful for future reference. "Your son was right," Sasuke added near the conversation's conclusion. "When the dimensional thinning began, Boruto insisted you might still exist somewhere across the divide. He'll be satisfied to know his intuition proved correct." The information carried emotional weight that transcended mere tactical value. Tell everyone that I'm well. That part of me continues with them even as I build a new life here." "They know," Sasuke replied with uncharacteristic gentleness. "Your legacy endures, Hokage." The connection began fading, dimensional energy required for maintenance becoming too costly to sustain indefinitely. Before it dissolved completely, Sasuke offered one final observation. "The reharmonization creates interesting possibilities, Naruto. Controlled, conscious crossing might eventually become viable for short periods. Not immediately, but perhaps someday. Until then, knowing communication remains possible is enough," Naruto responded, genuine gratitude evident even across dimensional boundaries. "Watch over them for me, rival." "Always have," came the reply as the connection finally dissolved, leaving Naruto once more fully present in the Clover Kingdom reality. He remained in meditation posture for several minutes afterward, processing the confirmation that both worlds had survived, that connections between them remained possible if limited, that the people he had loved in his previous life continued forward on their own paths while remembering his. "A successful test," came Alicia's voice from behind him. He opened his eyes to find her standing at the pond's edge. Her recovery progressed enough to permit limited movement though not yet full magical activity. Her crystal familiar hovered near her shoulder, its prismatic light reflecting the setting sun's golden rays. "Yes," he confirmed, rising to meet her. The reharmonization established stable boundaries that prevent invasive crossing while permitting conscious communication at convergence points. Both worlds are safe from the harvest cycle, at least in its previous form. "A remarkable achievement," she observed, scientific precision complemented by genuine wonder. "Cosmic restructuring initiated through the resonance template we established. Which continues to evolve in interesting ways," Naruto noted, gesturing to the subtle crystal patterns that had begun appearing in his Fox magic manifestations, a visible indication of their deepening resonance bond. They stood together at the pond's edge, watching the sun set on a world fundamentally changed yet outwardly unchanged, the paradox of cosmic shifts visible only to those with eyes to see them. Through their bond, thoughts and emotions flowed with increasing harmony, individual perspectives enhancing rather than competing with each other. "The Wizard King has proposed a joint research initiative," Alicia mentioned after comfortable silence. Heart and Clover cooperation to study the reharmonized convergence points, with potential for eventual controlled communication protocols between dimensions. Sounds appropriately cautious while still forward-looking, Naruto approved. Julius always did balance academic enthusiasm with strategic prudence. He's requested both of us to lead the initiative, she added, studying his reaction. Given our unique experience with both the convergence crisis and resonance dynamics. The invitation represented more than mere research opportunity, it acknowledged their specialized knowledge while offering a path forward that leveraged their connection rather than treating it as merely a crisis response measure. After years of being defined primarily by his unusual origins and grimoire, Naruto found himself appreciated for the solutions he had helped create rather than the problems he had inadvertently embodied. An interesting proposition, he acknowledged. Though I hope it includes substantial field work. Too much laboratory research makes me restless. Her lips curved in a smile that reflected understanding of his essential nature. I believe active investigation of convergence points across both kingdoms would necessitate extensive travel and practical application rather than mere theoretical study. In that case, I'm definitely interested. His expression grew more serious. Though the Black Bulls remain my squad. Any research would need to accommodate ongoing magic night duties. The Wizard King anticipated that stipulation, she assured him. The initiative would operate as a specialized joint task force, maintaining existing affiliations while adding new responsibilities. As they discussed potential approaches to this new chapter, Naruto felt a sense of integration he had not experienced since awakening in this world with memories of another life. The reharmonization that had transformed cosmic boundaries seemed to parallel his personal journey, not erasing previous existence but establishing balanced connection between past and present, between dimensions that had once seemed irreconcilably separated. In the weeks and months that followed, the joint research initiative took shape under their guidance, establishing protocols for monitoring convergence points while developing deeper understanding of the reharmonized dimensional boundaries. Periodic communication with Sasuke and occasionally others from Naruto's original world provided valuable comparative data, confirming that the new cosmic balance remained stable across multiple dimensions. The Black Bulls continued their evolution from worst squad to specialized response team, their unorthodox methods proving increasingly valuable in a world where conventional approaches often faltered against unprecedented challenges. Naruto's position within the squad solidified not as the unusual foreigner with strange magic but as a strategic asset with unique interdimensional insights. His resonance bond with Alicia deepened and evolved, professional cooperation gradually blossoming into something more profound as mutual respect and shared experiences created foundations for deeper connection. The crystal patterns in his fox magic became more pronounced, while her crystal constructs occasionally manifested subtle orange energy signatures, visible evidence of their continuing integration. 1 year after the convergence crisis resolution, they stood together at the memorial established for those who had fallen during the conflict, magic knights and civilians whose sacrifices had helped secure their world's future. Among the names, Kirin Salacious held particular significance, his ultimate rejection of Otsutsuki service symbolizing the potential for fundamental change even after generations of misdirection. He would be pleased with the outcome, Alicia observed as Naruto placed a small token of remembrance at the memorial's base. His research contributed significantly to our understanding of what was possible beyond the options the Otsutsuki presented. The third path, Naruto agreed quietly. Neither surrender nor sacrifice but transformation. He helped reveal that possibility even if he didn't live to see its implementation. Their reflection was interrupted by the arrival of Finral, the spatial mage appearing through one of his portals with characteristic dramatic flair despite the solemn setting. Sorry to interrupt, but Captain Yami's called an emergency meeting. Dimensional anomalies detected in the western forests, not convergence recurrence but something new. Naruto exchanged glances with Alicia, their resonance bond communicating complex thoughts without words. New challenges would always emerge, boundaries would always be tested, balance would always require maintenance and occasionally intervention. But they faced these realities not as passive recipients of cosmic decree but as active participants in ongoing creation. Tell him we're on our way, Naruto replied, his grimoire appearing at his side with familiar golden light. The 10 leaves on its cover had gradually transformed over the past year, no longer representing invasion potential but reharmonized connection, the 9th leaf still symbolizing Kurama's power, the 10th now representing balanced dimensional bridging rather than exploitative crossing. As they prepared to depart, Naruto cast one final glance toward the memorial, silently acknowledging those whose sacrifices had made their current peace possible. Then he turned toward the future with characteristic determination, fox magic gathering around him as he prepared to face whatever new challenge had emerged. Some things really never change, Kurama observed with gruff affection. Different world, different life, same Naruto running toward trouble instead of away from it. Would you have it any other way? Naruto asked silently, grinning despite the uncertainty ahead. The fox's rumbling laughter echoed through their shared consciousness. Not for all the dimensions in existence, Kit. Not for all the dimensions in existence. Together with Alicia, he stepped through Finral's portal toward whatever awaited them, neither bound by predetermined fate nor adrift without purpose, but navigating the balance between worlds with the same determination that had defined him across lives, dimensions, and the cosmic restructuring he had helped initiate. The convergence had ended. The journey continued. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.